We are live.
Oh, welcome to News and Nonsense at Noon-ish. I'm Auntie aka Kizzle, aka the auntie of all aunties, and I'm here with...
I am Nana, aka the Black Fairy, aka Dark and Lovely.
We are here, and we're one auntie down. Do you know why? Because she's flying in the skies as we speak to Grenada. So we're not going to have Auntie Farrah for a couple of weeks. She might join us, but she says she might join us. But you know, once you're away, you're not doing a damn thing.
I know. We always say that in it when we go away somewhere. It's like, oh, we can still do the pod, but then you're away and internet and all of that and having fun and drinking in the mornings.
Exactly.
Takes its toll.
And I think she should actually relax and have fun. So yeah, we might see Farrah, we might not. But anyway, safe flights, sis, and all that good stuff. But we are here with news. We are here with news and nonsense because the world is literally going to hell in a handbasket, and we thought we better bring you the news our way to help you dig through all the nonsense that's out there and the news. So we're here to help you separate the wheat from the chaff, the sap from the crack, what you need to know from what you don't need to know. But before we start, what do you guys need to do?
You guys need to book the like button on entry. Please, you know how to do that. Just press like from whichever device you are watching us on. Also, you need to sign up to our YouTube membership. It is just $1.99 to support us or $4.99 to be a part of our family. Come into our WhatsApp group. You can ask us questions. We do membership lives. It's fun. We're creating a family. So please sign up. It really does help us as well. The more of you that sign up to our YouTube membership, it makes a huge difference to our income. Thank you.
It really does. And this is Sunday, so Sunday will be in effect. It's past the plate. You know, we've got British sensibilities and we hate to ask, but we do need to keep our coffers going and drive our memberships and keep building. The Americans do it so much better, but where's your Cash App? We don't do Cash App, do we? But in any case.
They took away Cash App because it wasn't working here. The Cash App UK wasn't making any money, so they closed up shop.
Yeah,
we can PayPal us.
Yes.
Yeah, we got PayPal. Yes,
we can PayPal
as well.
So all the stuffs, and it's not. Yeah, it's. I have to get over, and I'm going to take you on a journey of me asking because I find it very uncomfortable. That's real talk. It's really weird, but it's the podding life is what you do, especially when you go live. It's like contributing to the coffers. So in order for us to grow and do more. And hopefully bring you a live show because they cost money. What else?
I don't need a live show. You guys are all talking about it, and it's a bit because there's so many other pods at their 5th year as well, and they're doing live shows. It feels like, oh, we should have a live show too. But you know,
yeah, exactly. But also, guys, as always, I need to remind you, these are our opinions. We are not experts. This is the ultimate cool aunties WhatsApp group. If you want actuals and factuals, ask TLC, Google, or phone a friend. And any links that we do share for you to go and do your own research and build upon your knowledge, because we are just the entry point to a conversation. We might get it wrong. We stand to be corrected a few times. So just don't take our word for gospel, but take us as your wise, cool aunties that don't know everything, but know some things. All right.
We know a lot. And thank you to Little Rog. Yes, we are on the road to 10K subscribers. We are literally like 1,100 or something away from that. And that you guys could get us there by the end of the month if you really wanted to. You really could. So please subscribe as well. Please subscribe.
And on that note, who's in the chat today?
Hey, roll call. Okay, we have Sora Bennett is in the house. Yvonne is in the house. Thank you, Yvonne, one of our moderators. We love her. Cher is with us as well. Lady Lyric is in the house. C is with us. Rianne is with us as well. Lourdes is in the house. JOK is in the house. Sim, I think. Or Kim. Depends on Sim.
Yeah.
Lovely, jubbly. Please come into the chat. Share this as well. Sorry, in the group, I shared it really late. But please share this. Call the people them to come in, tell them that we are live, relatively on time-ish, kind of. I was the one that was late, as usual.
I mean, guys, you don't need to say this. You don't need to say what everybody already knows. Like,
Al Zoran is in the house, and Judy B is with us today as well. Love you guys. Thank you.
Yes, the entourage is in effect. And we've got a special surprise for you later on. We've got a guest joining us later. We'll talk about that a bit. We'll let you know later on. She's joining us in about an hour or so. So what we must do is go through the roundup of this week, the latest news stories and nonsense stories from around the world that have caught our attention. So first up, the MACRONs, that is the French president and his wife Brigitte, are suing Candace Owens. Now, I don't know, it's a mad one. They're saying it alleged claims that the first wife of France was originally born a man. So basically, they filed a US defamation lawsuit against the right-wing commentator Candace Owens, that's how she's labeled and that's how she's known, over false claims, allegedly, that Brigitte was born a man named Jean-Michel Trogneau. The couple called the allegations verifiably false and devastating lies that amount to global bullying and humiliation. So the rumor, which first went viral in France during the COVID-19 era, has resurfaced multiple times and gained traction on far-right and anti-vaccine platforms. The Macrons previously won a French defamation case in 2024, though the verdict was overturned on appeal. They are now pursuing further legal action in France and online harassment cases against others. So I'm going to play a little video, and you guys can chat amongst yourselves while I set this up, because I don't know.
I love that they are coming for Candace Owens. That's all I love about this. But she may be right. Who knows? Let's see. I guess she's embracing it. So let's see where it goes. Are you still looking for the video? Hello to the latest people that have just come in. Nikki Coffee, Divine Me. Hello, hello, hello. Please share this as well. And as AK said earlier on, we do have a guest coming on, and that should be a little bit of a spicy segment.
Sorry, I was in the wrong YouTube account, so we were getting adverts. I was like, no! Okay,
hey,
so, hey. Yes, Nana telling on herself. She was late. Okay, let's go.
You were born a man and you will die a man. That's the point I'm making. So give us a sample. I'll send my doctors to take your blood, figure it out real quick, however you want to go about this. Hey, how about just giving us some pictures again of you growing up, raising your children? That would be fine.
Oh, well. Sorry, I really hate these ones that do music, but I wanted to hear her speaking about it. We do have like news reports.
I mean, that is basically the top line of what she actually said in response to the lawsuit. She was like, okay, come for me, do what you want. She isn't going back on it.
So we will start from the top here with a photo of Brigitte Macron. Real name, Jean-Michel Trogneau. That person that you are looking at on the right is not a woman.
Yes, Owen just wanted the suit in a new podcast.
Or evidence that Brigitte Macron is definitely a man. It is just what is happening right now. The idea that you would file this lawsuit is all of the proof that you need.
So they've accused her of pushing a conspiracy theory and stole another person's identity. According to the 200-page complaint filed in Delaware, which contains what it calls the most extreme allegations made by Owens about the Macrons. Boy.
She has stood on this
now with going out to the public and trying to dissuade them from believing that his wife, Brigitte Macron, was actually born a man.
It's not okay to do this, even if Brigitte was. Why do we all need to know this, and why is she being outed? This is more
of the issue. Because this is what she's saying. I believe that Emmanuel Macron was groomed. That's what people say. It says, I believe that Emmanuel Macron is a homosexual man that was groomed from his youth. I believe that the individual who groomed him is now his wife. I believe that his wife was born Jean-Michel Trogneau and transitioned in his early 30s. And I believe that the entire state is colluding to protect her. Sorry. The lawsuit also cited statements made by Owens on her podcast that claim Mrs. Macron and President Macron are blood relations, and that President Macron was chosen to be the president as part of the CIA-operated MK Ultra program or a similar mind control program. She's going in on the conspiracy. It was a covert, illegal CIA program that conducted extensive human experiments to research mind control and stuff like that. They closed down the program in 1973. So, yeah. So they're committing forgery, fraud, and abuses of power to conceal these secrets.
It's a lot. And I just feel like, okay, let's see where this lawsuit goes.
Yeah.
I just want her to be taken down. If any which way, I just want the woman gone, shut up. But the other day I was watching her live. She had 45,000 people in there on her live.
Whoa.
Like, she garners a huge attention. And actually, if this is all fictitious, yeah, sue her, blah, blah. Definitely. It's not okay.
Can we talk about what people have been saying about the fact that Brigitte was in her 40s or 39 when she set eyes on Macron? That's the story.
Yes.
And that's the part. But then I feel scared because I don't know enough about this. So this is me being an auntie entering into this conversation from the point of, I heard a bit about it before, but I ignored it because white people's business, not mine. Now Candace is deeply involved in it. It's like the layers of what is allegedly to be true. This person set sights on this young boy, wanted them, married them. It's a very inappropriate age difference, and apparently, allegedly, went to such lengths to change their gender to then become it's a big thing. But in the state of this world, that could happen. And I'm not saying this is what's happened, because people are saying there's been lots of conversation about Brigitte's origins. But I don't know enough. So I'm coming at it very much like I'm hearing it for the first time. I cannot rule it out because I know the world is crazy, but I don't know enough.
I think, so how I first started hearing about this definitely was their inappropriate age gap and the way that she was, I think, allegedly a teacher of his, and then their relationship carried on. That to me is wholly inappropriate. Anyway, point blank, period. That is like, that should be condemned. And on that fact alone, that was his wife, he shouldn't have been able to be president. Just on that, like, it just seems like their relationship is really inappropriate. And she is the first lady, and that just seems weird. There definitely seems to be an element of grooming there. But it also feels like the double hand that goes along with lots of factual things that are wrong. You add in lunacy, so you take away from the inappropriate grooming, and then it turns into a conspiracy theory. And then we move away from actually what goes on in various societies. The gender doesn't matter, but there is a grooming process where an older person takes on somebody's youth and then elevates them to power. There seems to be something in there. And this whole thing that it was a man first and a changed gender is removing the legitimate talk about grooming. Like, whether it was a man and then changed and whatever, I feel like that's a by the by. What should be being discussed is the age.
I mean, it's not by the by if that's part of it. It's not to be transphobic, but it is what was because in part of the grooming and the normalizing of their relationship to then appear even more appealing to the world, to then go through a sex change, if that's true. And again, I'm being very clear. I have no skin in this game. I have no idea. If we're going down the path of this is a real deep-seated grooming to change your gender to ensure acceptance into the public eye, that is also another thing. This is separate from transphobia. This is not anti-trans. This is a conversation about someone who's gone to extreme lengths to ensure that they can remain in control of the person that they groomed. And so that the world doesn't see their...
I feel like it's still a part of the distraction because it's so... Like, there would be way more evidence of this. But I guess that's what she's trying to say. That's what she's trying to say. Who believes Candace? Candace is just the original grifter. Whatever is going on out there that I guess, like, within conspiracy circles goes around, she jumps on it. And it's just, I can't believe a word that she says. I don't. But I'm glad that they're suing her, because obviously in her defense, she has to pull through all of her resources to put forward her case as well. So let's see how this goes. I hope it's televised. I hope it turns into a whole thing like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I hope we can watch along as they're doing it, as they're going through this defamation lawsuit. Yeah, let's see where it goes.
Let me just show, because I wanted to see, because there's some sites that are showing pictures and stuff like that. This is I'm just searching. I won't stay on this for very long.
Of who, like the original.
Yeah.
What was the person's name? Jacques or something.
Yeah. Hold on. It's not letting me share. Why is it being silly today?
All right, I'll get a couple of comments while you're doing that. Rianne Paris says, I agree, Candace is deliberately outrageous to distract from what we should be privy to and focused on. El Cid says, Candace is to distract from other issues. Good evening to everybody that's coming in. What else have we got in there? Let's see what else other people are saying. Soul Girl says, it's bizarre. There is actually a book by Xavier Pursued. She didn't start this fire. She definitely didn't. She jumps on fires that are already going.
100%. All right, let's see what this is the news report. I've come into the middle of it, so I don't know where they're, hold on.
To become Brigitte. As proof, in her show, she used various photos, and notably this one, that is the alleged before and after photo of Brigitte's alleged transition, showing the similarities between Brigitte Macron and her brother. For instance, they point out the nose, the chin, the hairline, when in reality, what we see is a picture of Brigitte Macron and her brother. Naturally, they look alike. As absurd as this may seem, Candace Owens went to Twitter following this show and said that she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. And this tweet has been seen over 7.4 million times on the platform. Ironically enough, it seems that the Daily Wire did choose to part ways with Owens last week, not over crazy conspiracy theories though, but over anti-Israel views. I guess that's where they draw the line.
Yeah.
Entire professional reputation. It's an interesting use of words, isn't it? Which don't really add up.
At the origin of these lies, Natasha Ray, this woman who presents herself as an independent journalist, who started posting on her Facebook account that the First Lady would be a man in the middle of Macron's 2021 presidential campaign. Ray later discussed this rumor a few months later on December 2021 on a live broadcast with this psychic and TV YouTube personality, a broadcast that was seen over 450,000 times on YouTube. This is when this rumor went viral. This false information later appeared in this far-right magazine called Fait et Documents that dedicated several issues to the investigation into Brigitte Macron, called The Mystery of Brigitte Macron. As this publication was published, this fake news later started circulating on social media, mainly published by conspiracy theory sites and far-right accounts, as the hashtag Jean-Michel Trognon, the name of Brigitte's brother, generated more than 66,000 hashtags in December 2021 alone, despite the First Lady having sued, the First Lady and her brother having sued those behind the rumors, Natasha and the psychic woman. Fast forward a couple years later, these rumors persist as strong as ever, so much so that President Macron just recently on March 8th, on International Women's Day, finally spoke out for the first time on camera against these rumors, claiming that these humiliations are unbearable and continue to exist.
Indeed, it is disgraceful.
Okay, it's foolishness. I mean, what can we do here? And because it is at the heart of it, it's like, what's your intention? Are you trying to help somebody? You're not, because it's not where. What are you fighting for?
Money.
Are you fighting for whose rights are you fighting for right now? What are you trying to achieve here? Are you trying to save Macron? Okay, I don't know. What's your point here?
It's just putting out the content makes her money. An 8-part podcast on it made her money. Like, it's just money. She is just a class A grifter. The origins of the story in itself are like, come on.
Hold on 1 second. Sora's saying it was true. If I remember clearly, even the daughter of Brigitte knew about Macron and her, but the trans thing is new. So the young thing, the age difference.
Yeah,
it's been out there.
The age stuff was like big. That was big news. Like, he was also, you know what? See these double-edged swords. It was going viral how inappropriate their union was within itself. And sometimes I feel like the sources of these add in another angle so people forget and can band up against somebody. And I wouldn't be surprised if Candice took a bag to be the fall guy for this. And
so
and did it. Like, you know.
Okay. There's that. So now I'm the major distractor. Let's go down this route. It's anti-trans and leave us alone. But then at the same time, but they've been married. So why is it a thing? They're married and they're just doing their thing. So that there's no need for this distraction. That's just causing more scrutiny for the relationship. That's a bit of a stupid move.
Well, it stops people talking about the inappropriate age gap, though.
Yeah, but they have been like.
So they were talking about that. That was gaining traction for like, this is wholly inappropriate. He's probably being groomed. And then we start side looking at, and then they're trans. So it becomes all a bit ludicrous.
But at the same, yeah, I mean, but it's
still, like there's wars and they are funding both sides. It feels like that type of a play. Like, let's have the lunacy going out there to distract from actually what is going on truly could be taking place, and we focus on Candice and her shit. And Candice may have taken a bag to be the person that's like, I'll do this. I'll be a part of it. I wouldn't put it past her.
I wouldn't put it past her either. It is what it is. Let's see. We'll see how it goes. Any more comments before we move on to next?
Says there are other cracks. Recently, didn't she hit him or push him on a plane?
Yeah, there was that. And then, do you know what? I don't know.
They came out and said they were actually just play fighting. It was like, there was nothing playful about that. You were clearly having an argument, and she put hands on.
And to be fair, I'm not to condone any type of violence in any relationship. Relationships can get a bit testy in that, you know what I mean? So if you've got an argument, unfortunately, you're the first, whatever, family. So these things are going to be under super scrutiny. And I'm not advocating for hands being thrown. I'm saying that arguments happen. But everything's going to be heightened when you're in the public eye. All right. Next story. So, guys, age checks are being introduced on UK porn sites under new online safety rules. No more porn fully willy-nilly, no willies, nilly, or boobies at all. Around 6,000 adult websites in the UK will now require users to verify they are over 18, as Ofcom begins enforcing new online safety rules aimed at protecting children from harmful content. Major platforms, including Pornhub, Reddit, X, Discord, and Grindr, have committed to age verification, though at least one major site appeared non-compliant as of Friday morning. Didn't say which one. Some experts and charities have welcomed the move, while others warn the measures may be easy to bypass or raise privacy concerns. What are your first initial thoughts while I set up a little video?
I think from what I could tell, looking into it, there wasn't a lot to just stop kids from setting up moody email accounts and to get around it. I was just like, this isn't nearly enough and doesn't really address the problem with there being so much porn out there. Like, they're two separate issues. It doesn't even feel like a plaster.
Let's go.
This is what you could see if you click on a porn site in the UK from today. So it has 4 ways to verify that I'm over 18: by credit card, email, mobile phone, or online banking. That's because they now have to robustly age check users or face fines of up to £18 million. It's meant to make it harder for children to come across harmful material online. The media regulator Ofcom set out a few ways websites could choose to verify the age of their users. That included checking your credit card or with your bank, seeing where your email address has been used, scanning a photo or video of your face, seeing if your phone number has age filters applied, or matching a photo of you to your ID. Some of the most popular websites now have the same warning. You need to create an account and verify that you're 18 or over. Some then lead you to something called All Pass Trust. So it has 4 ways to verify that I'm over 18: by credit card, email.
Okay, so that's that. And this is
we do not
worker who's has an opinion about this.
Condone people under the age of 18 or minors accessing porn, because we understand it is damaging. People are going to porn for their sex education, which is incredibly dangerous, when I truly believe that we should be teaching porn as part of our sex education curriculum in schools to help people, to help children, to help young adults understand that it is a fantasy. It is not reality. It's just like media studies, going to the cinema and knowing you're watching a horror film. You can separate that is not real. We don't do the same with porn. It's really damaging that the government and many higher up people are just not even asking us how we can help or how we can work together towards a better future, rather than just putting these laws into place and we have to deal with it. We do not condone.
I mean, just a little bit. I mean,
the forms are a little bit all over. I got what she was saying, but it also doesn't have anything to do with the verification. I can't see how you can say rigorous for an email address. Like, it's, you know, it means nothing. No, nobody's going to put their bank details in for anything as verification. They're just going to go through the email address way. Now, you would have maybe have been doing something if it truly did have to go through online banking. Maybe then you definitely would be able to cut out a large proportion of kids. But you don't want to, because you added in the email verification, which is very simple.
Very, very simple. And also, as someone was saying, that it no matter what, all these stringent things just push certain bits of content underground, and that's where the because I mean they've had a problem with regulating, you know, certain categories of porn. You've got underage, you've got violent, you've got very aggressive and violent anyway, dark porn that they're trying to regulate, and porn is still quite misogynistic and anti-women and all that type of stuff. So there's a lot more that needs to be done with the porn industry at large. I think having these measures, as redundant as they may seem, I think is a bit better. I think exactly removing the email is, but there's also, for those who just want to use porn and not to feel an adult, a legal age adult who wants to use porn and not have their business out in the streets and not have their details captured. I wonder they're trying to find a way that's also accommodates the people who are not depraved weirdos who just use porn as a sexual aid for whatever reason. Because because what the sex worker is saying about teaching porn in school, I do not think you need to teach porn in school. It's just about how you approach sex education in school. It's not about teaching porn. It's about how we remove the shame about sex, the shame that's tied to sex, the shame that's tied to enjoying sex, especially for girls and especially for those who are outside of what's considered normal sexual tastes and preferences. I'm not talking about the criminal aspect. I'm talking about if you're like literally LGBTQ and things like that. So it's a changing the approach of how we deal with sex and talk about sex to our youngers outside of teaching porn. And I think that's the issue at large at all times.
Yes, as a separate point, I think for the sites, I mean, even thinking of how much porn is on X, that it's so prevalent. I think those are ways to crack down. I don't actually mind the hoops that you would need to jump through to access porn. I actually think that I actually think no, it shouldn't be like that accessible. It doesn't matter or anonymous, actually, because there are so many different harmful things that go on around it and exploitation. I think it should be that you got to jump through a few hoops. It shouldn't be easy. And if you got to put your bank details on there, if you don't want to, then you shouldn't be accessing it. If you don't want people to know what you're up to, I'm sounding like a right winger.
You are. First of all, I'm going to come back to your point. First of all, thank you, Strike 22. Our first Sunday contributions. All right, Strike 22 says there's too much money to be made from porn. And also, if you look at most of the ownership of porn companies, I'll give you one guess as to who owns most of the companies. And yes, it's those people. Right. I agree. And thank you so much, Strike 22. Back to the point about if you don't want your business. I don't think that, because I think, it goes back to the shame that's heaped on people that use porn. Like, no one wants to admit that they watch porn. I definitely have watched a bit of porn with a partner. It is what it is. And I'm even going to caveat myself and say normal porn. What does that mean? Like hetero, black, man, woman, little bit of sexual aids with a partner. That's been done before. But it's something that, again, there's a shame in speaking about it, because it's like you automatically get into that category. Oh, you're a bit. It's not even like you're a bit kinky, you're a bit freaky. Sometimes you need visual aids. People do. People like, even when you're watching like a TV show and you get het up or whatever, like, it's normal to a point, right? So I don't think it's fair. I think there has to be stringent ways, but because and especially in this day and age where your details are so easily stolen, hacked, they're on some database and how it could be used against you. That's the part where I understand people being reluctant, and I definitely think there should be stringent rules. If you're going to use porn, but it shouldn't be similar with your dirty bungle and you use porn, then your details need to be captured somewhere. I don't like that association with it because it's not fair on the average person who doesn't mind a bit of porn.
I hear you. I hear you. I still think in the same way. Okay, so then what you're talking about is the stigmatization between it. Cool. Yes, we could work on that as a society. But maybe that would be alleviated if it popped up on people's statements and it had to. Maybe that's just how it has to be to enable it to be normal, as in nobody has any shame in having.
And you can't
take out $4.99. Like it's like Pornhub took out $3.99. However, whichever way, or Pornhub, you had to activate it this way through verification through your bank details. I would prefer that to keep children safe and to keep children actually being able to access it and take it on, because you can't say that the prevalence and ease of getting porn hasn't affected how
absolutely
sexualized. So let's actually just make it harder again. So however, if you want to hide your privacy, then maybe you shouldn't be watching it, because what are you hiding from? I think
that's the part.
I know that there is so much of and I don't want people with crazy kinks also. Like, I feel like there just needs to be, we need to watch over this.
But but that's the thing. When you say, well, what are you hiding from? It goes back to that. That's what are you hiding from? That's the tone of shame, where it's like, no, not hiding. But how many people in a normal conversation will admit to watching porn? It depending on your groups, like, and in public, how many people? So I understand it popping up in a statement and stuff like that. But then there has to be like, well, what are you doing there? Why? And if you do have a kink, and again, a legal kink, whatever, we all know, whatever the realms of kinks you have within the legal perimeters.
But it should be fine.
But this is like victim versus aggressor or something like that, because there's also, then it's on the, in quotes, at this point, the innocent porn user is the victim and having to change society. So I agree that the barrier to entry should be made very, very difficult for young people, for everybody. I agree with it. I'm just saying that there's an element of, then it has to be on the person to change society's viewpoints. There's other steps as well to remove the stigma of what porn is and what it's used for and why it exists. And also, the only thing is, as some people are saying, is that when it starts to get regulated and you have these formalities, once someone starts putting money in their pocket, you better return the researches. Because one thing I know, because I've done this experiment, well, I can't remember what I worked on. It was either a project or something, or when I think I worked for I worked for a black men's magazine called Candy Magazine. And so there were lots, so it was like tits and ass for black men. And I was the editor of that magazine. And I think in that moment, there were quite a lot of the girls were strippers. Some had maybe been sex workers, and a lot of them had trauma attached to their backstory, which was an interesting thing. Which made it difficult for me to continue to work in that space, because like a lot of these girls were not happy. But in that, I think it was like looking at porn and looking at how porn is promoted, how it's targeted, how it's grouped, how it's categorized, and searching for categories for women for porn. It is so difficult for women to find porn that is not aggressive, that doesn't have them degraded, that isn't about their pleasure. And even when it comes to black porn as well, there's a whole issue with when you put in ebony or black and all the terms, it returns a whole heap of stuff that's not categorized properly. So the way and the regulation of the porn industry, there's so much that needs to be done that isn't done, that the minute people start regulating it, it will push those who just want to get their rocks off underground. That's another problem, which is not to say you shouldn't regulate it, but there's the porn world is so dark. I don't know.
I always will edge for more regulation. That's funny. Yeah. I think I half remember Candy Mag, because I too, which is weird that we both have that in common. I worked on 9 magazine as the stylist and was booking models as well. Yeah, that was an offshoot from Pride magazine when again it was at the time of I guess it may have been like Excel. You know, they had an offshoot male magazine. King was out as well. So yeah, Carl wanted to enter into that space in the UK. So he put a bit of money into 9 magazine. And similarly, yes, a lot of the girls, well, if we wanted the girls to be similar to the Americans, generally we had to find strippers. And then it gets quite dark as well. And then even the photographers and finding, it was just all quite seedy space. I think maybe I worked on 6 episodes. 6 editions I think we did. But yeah, it's a murky world. And that's the thing where it's like, if the access points are a little bit harder, it's not everybody and their flipping dog is going to find themselves on OnlyFans and doing this type of content. And I understand the poverty aspect of it all and all of that. It's murky, but I feel like there needs to be regulation. It can't be that easy. And as somebody earlier on said about the first traps that are out there on X, it's not even first traps, some of them. It's full out 10-second scenes being shared and people can see it. It's a lot. There needs to be some changes, definitely.
I'll find my mags one later on. I know I've got a couple of copies, but I mean, it's hands down more rules, because I think there needs to be regulation across the board, because it is horrible. And I remember when we were doing I can't remember why I was doing the research. It really was for a reason. And I think there was even a women. There was at the time there was a white women that set up their own kind of porn to create a safe working environment for women and women-driven porn. But I can't remember the name of the platform or anything. This was about maybe 10 years ago. So it's just very interesting. The categories are wild, and it also shows what's going on in people's minds as well, which is scary. Strike 22 says, give us the Epstein list. Keir Starmer thinks this will take attention away from the important stuff. The son of Queen Idia, sex workers are going to have to tone down their thirst traps and softcore porn pics on social media platforms like TikTok, Twitter, and Snapchat. The twerking videos and booty pics have to stop. I'm not opposed to that either. I'm not opposed. Bardi Gang, what happens to the young adults 15 to 17 who are trying to explore their sexuality or sexual desires and they can't log on? How are they supposed to know? Bardi Gang also says, TMI, but watching porn when I was that age helped me to an extent. And that's an interesting, because that's what the sex worker was saying, that people who use porn for their own exploration, for their own self-titillation, without it being associated with being nasty, perverted, or problematic, it is an aid that, again, it's what we've said.
It needs to be done safely. This is because though yes, you can view it as educational, where it's not real, that's where the problems can go askew. But with proper sex education done really well, I think the reliance on Pornhub would diminish if it was done well. Like, so I wouldn't say, oh, it's a good thing that it's there. I don't think it's a good thing. I think it absolutely skewers a young mind that is underdeveloped, that can't properly separate what is going on as acting to this is how I should act in the bedroom. Like, it's actually a murky world. So I don't think it's, I would go as far as to say is I don't think it's ever good thing for a young teenager, and I'm saying young teenager, 15 to 17, still you're young, to be like porn was a help, because I don't think it is a help. I think proper sex education is always going to be a help, and that can come from school or your parents. It should come from both, but not watching porn.
I think if the world, in an ideal utopic world, was a lovely place, a safe space, and everything was perfect, I think those 3 things can work hand in hand. I think you get the teacher teaching you the technicals, your family teaching the emotional and the realities and highs and lows, and porn as a visual explainer, because you've got the technical, this is how the penis goes inside the woman, and this is how to do it. You've got the technical videos. Your parents, you just don't need to have your parents being explicit. Again, depending on the relationship, because I mean, I could talk to my daughter about sex, and if she wanted to and didn't cringe, I wouldn't be averse to telling her, like, okay, this is how you do this and this is how you do that. And some people are close enough to their parents to do that. However, I'm not opposed to having visual identifiers of what this is how it could be. These are some of the moves you can do. I don't think it's a problem. But again, that's in a very idyllic, utopic space where everything is perfect and porn isn't a dirty industry that is dangerous.
I think the education, maybe it's still out there, but I remember being a teenager and maybe Channel 4 even not too long ago, they were doing like series on explaining sex to teenagers and would have models, as they were called, acting out things, and the kids being able to watch it within a classroom setting with questions. Actually, I feel like that's how it needs to be taught to teenagers. And people were slamming that like this is titillation, it's sensational. And it's like, well, I would prefer this setting with experts, with teachers and models actually demonstrating things and them sitting in their bedroom being sneaky. Like, it's just the sneakiness that sits in people's psyches, and that's where it's sex education. So I don't equate that to porn. I'm using the two differently. When I think of porn, I am thinking of logging on to Pornhub, going through reams of images and videos and all of that. And I think young minds don't need to do that. I think it just exposes them to too much.
Yeah, I don't think they need to do that. I think it's the one version of how porn can be used. That's the one kind of negative version. There's the other way you're not. There's the other way, you know what you want, you're going straight and you're getting served back exactly what you want for that moment, for that time, and you're going away from it.
Yeah, as an adult, I think that is fine.
Yeah, absolutely. As young people, and I think there's exploration, as Bardi said. I think there's an area of exploration, but again, I would like that in a regulated space. If you want to go to porn as a teen, not that you should be, because obviously you're underage. In theory, like when we look at all the things, you're actually underage, so you shouldn't be under 16 to be looking at porn anyway, or under 18 looking at porn anyway. However, we know how the world is, that you can get served up some imagery that satisfy your needs and your emotions without it being that you're taking down this dark hole of disgusting depravity, in whatever that means, whatever that is, that's disgusting depravity. I'm not opposed to that if you feel like you need something to figure it out, because there's also, you've got teenage hormones, you've got the stuff that's happening, and sometimes you need some help to figure it out. I'm not opposed, but it's got to be stringent and it's got to be careful. And I wouldn't even advocate, I'm not saying let's have teenage porn sites. That's a problem in itself. You've got to be of age, but we know that young people don't stick to the rules. It's just impossible for that. So then, yes, back to having stringent regulations as to how you enter it, and then having the porn industry revolutionized, which, I mean, you know, as long as the people are running it, run it, which is underworld's crime lords.
Precisely. It's so seedy. I just am always like, you know, even when we were talking about Hugh Hefner and just that whole, where it's like you just introduced this and made it really normal for logos, but it was a seedy world and we're trafficking people. And it's that space where it's like, okay, we need to look into this. Like it needs help, most definitely. Yeah.
What else is anyone saying? Yeah, Strike 22. Was it Strike that's asking for back issues? I know I've got some candy somewhere, but you know, actually, to be fair, I might, as I was thinking about it, even showing it, because I don't know where those models are today, and they might want that.
It's so
actually, in hindsight, I won't be showing.
It's crazy seeing some of the models like around who are they're like mums now and just have really normal lives. And I do think about the shoots. There was a few at that time that were totally uncomfortable during the day as well. It wasn't easy to do that back. I feel like it would be so much easier to do that now, but people don't really buy magazines anymore, which is quite interesting.
Oh, I don't know how because you know there used to be back in the day Top Shelf, and I don't even know about the top. I don't even look at magazines in that way, and I don't know if the Top Shelf still exists in maybe smaller local corner shops. I've not thought about it. I remember.
Not in mind. Yeah, but because why would you need to, unless that was your particular thing, to watch it that way? But I'm thinking of the newsagents. No, there isn't a Top Shelf anymore.
Yes, I just realised.
Just go on to Pornhub. So
that's I never forget there was a girl in my school And I think when she left, and I don't know if maybe she was about 17, 18, everyone was like the rumor, oh my God, she's on Just for Men. I'll never forget, it was Just for Men. And that was like a popular titty mag. And she did it. And I was like, oh my God. And I remember she had boobs quite early in school. And I think she was, and I don't know her backstory at all. She was a white girl. And she had boobs quite early. And I remember boys used to ping her bra a lot. And so I wondered if she was sexualized. I have no idea, and I don't know where she is today, but I remember seeing the copy. And I was like, oh my God, it was like a big rumor that she was in it. But I remember also working for the magazine. In the end, like I said, you start to feel like you're a part of something that you can't control. And that's the part. Like in my mind at first, it's like I'm editing. Yeah, why not? Why we've always got black girls you got these white, like I said, Just for Men or all those type of stuff. All white models, all always appealing to the white, like the Playboy bunny. Where's the eye candy for black men that appreciate a body shape and a type and stuff like that? And we had this is the first seeds of me doing magazine work as well. So like news reviews, interviews, all that kind of stuff like that, entertainment stuff in amongst these interviews with these girls and these sexy pictures of these black girls. And they weren't super pornified. They were just like tits and ass, but nicely done, in my opinion. But then after a while, and you start to see the backstory, it's like sex industry can never be clean. It's like I don't know how you clean it up. How do you have something that is so natural?
And it's not a nice space to be in, because you know what you're serving is. It's just not a nice space at all. And as the girls, some of them got really popular and would be in the videos, like rapper videos and stuff. But it was a horrible world. And then also the agents felt like madams when you wanted girls that the rappers liked, and then you're like, who's your manager? And it's like, they're not on they're not on a normal agency. You then get told, go to this girl, and I don't want to say the girl's name because it's like people would know her. Go to this girl, she has all the girls. And then you call her up and then she's sending you pictures, and it just felt very madamy. And then you'll see the same girls will be pimped out to the American rappers when they come, like they're all in the same sections. It was just a horrible world. It's not nice at all. And
it's not. Oh yeah. So it wasn't Just for Men. It was Men Only. That was the one. It was a British magazine back in the day. It was Men Only. That was one of the top shelf magazines from back in the day. And these were all the ones: Club International, Escort, Fiesta. I remember those. Mayfair, Men's World, Penthouse, Razzle. Remember those ones?
Yeah, so I think they all kind of died a death, as soon as everything came online. It's like, why? And for news agents as well, that's space that can go to other products. And if nobody's buying them, why are you going to keep that shelf going? In the same way that they removed page 3, it's like it all started to die a death once online took over.
Yes.
I remember when catalogs, you would see it walking down the street sometimes, like the lingerie pages, like because people didn't, you weren't served sex everywhere like it is now. So catalogs became a thing for the lingerie pages. It's actually crazy.
It's actually crazy. But then there's something, and that's the thing that we are. It's like, there's a thing, human beings love sex. We love that side of things. And it's been, again, where did the shame come from? Where did the sex, I know there's religion tied to it, but where did the shame come from? And why has it become such a, I don't know. One day I'd love to get a sex worker in on a conversation. That'd be great. Yeah, that would be
definitely to have a really in depth and see different points of views on it as well. I would definitely like that. I saw Gordon said something. Name an industry that is clean. You can only control you and how you conduct yourself within that industry. That is the truth. It is to a point, but when you have to call on other individuals, especially like in any type of fashion space, you start to realize how murky it all is. Especially with agents, photographers, it's everybody creating that image. It then turns into, what am I a part of?
What am I a part of?
sometimes you just want to stay in the room to keep the girl safe as well, and it's not nice.
It's all of that. Will Smith says lingerie pages in the K's and Littlewoods catalog. The aunties are taking me back today. I can imagine, because even I was like, I want to be sexy like that. I want
you remember
a lacy bra. Like, oh my god, I gotta get a lacy bra and an all-in-one or something like that. Oh my god.
Oh my god, those were our references.
Miss Harding says top shelf does still exist in the old newsagents in the Midlands. Lots of older people who got like Tinternet. I mean, look, they're still serving an analog community.
I mean, there's, it may be closed down now, but in Stratford there did used to be, like the old kind of porny shops that you'd go to and get videotapes. There was one that was still there with like the blacked out front that you see the old man going into.
Me and my daughter were in Soho the other day and went to Soho House for lunch. But then as we were walking, we walked past the store. She goes, "Mum, so aren't these illegal?" And I'm like, "No, you can actually go to a tea bar." Like it just was like girls. There's still like Soho still has them, and that's one area that's renowned for having the little extra sexual bits and stuff. So
they're so few and far between compared to when back in the day when like Mum would go, we would have to go down there to buy material. When it really was garment area and sex. Like that was those were the two places you're seeing all of the girls, and then the fabric shops.
Yeah.
It's crazy walking through there now, and it's like, wow, bars, people want to be here.
Yeah.
Soho was not that place.
Soho was seedy. It was always like, it's a seedy place. But then, okay, so we're talking about sex and we're talking about, and it pains me, but because someone said to me, "Are you going to cover this story?" And I was like, I don't know, but I have to be true to aunties and what we do.
Yes,
and I don't want to talk about it. I actually feel emotional even talking about it. But if you haven't heard, Top Boy, he's not just a Top Boy star. Oh god, let me stop because I'm already going to start caveating for him. Top Boy actor Michael Ward has been charged with rape and sexual assault. So BAFTA-winning actor Michael Ward has been charged with 2 counts of rape and 3 counts of sexual assault. The allegations relate to one woman and are said to have occurred in January 2023. Ward, who's 27, is known for Top Boy, Small Axe and Blue Story, denies all charges and says he has fully cooperated with the police. He is due to appear at Thames Magistrates Court on August the 28th. The Met Police confirmed the charges, while the Crown Prosecution Service reminded the public that the case is active and that Ward has the right to a fair trial. And it feels like, it does feel like across the board, everyone has collectively clutched their pearls in shock.
Yeah. I
have not seen one. Well, I am seeing there are a few comments coming through now, but when it first broke, I was sent the article about 1,000 times, and industry people, you guys know I do the British Blacklist, so where I am. I've interviewed him many times. I consider him an industry friend. I'm always like, that's my little baby boy, and I always just want him to do well. So that's my relationship to Michael Ward. And in my experience with him, he's a lovely, wonderful, polite, beautiful young man who has never done anything wrong in my eyes. So that's my disclaimer. So it's difficult. And I don't know, how did you feel when you heard about it?
You know what? I was truly taken aback, like gasped at seeing the headline. And I think I first saw it, maybe it was BBC News, like actually a news alert. And I was like, surely not. For just his name and that, I would never have expected it ever. And the only times I've encountered him was at your event. Like, so, and he just always seems very polite and very likable. Like loads of people like him. Like he just, so I wouldn't have thought, especially so early in his career, it's blossoming, that this would be attached with him. Certain people, they have a little bit of a shade to them. So when some type of sexual assault comes along, it's a bit like, but I don't know. I was genuinely like, I pray this isn't true. And somehow this doesn't tarnish his talent, because he's a shining light. And it just felt like, oh my God, really? Like not another one. It's disappointing in all rounds. It's just disappointing But the thing with any types of things like this is generally there's some seeds of something for them to even go to charge the person. And that's where it hurt my heart. Like, truly, I was genuinely like, I'm disappointed for all who had invested in this guy, wished upon a star that he would make it, and all of that. It's really disappointing. It's hard. It's hard. Like, it genuinely hurt my heart. Like, oh, flip's sake. And at some points, and this isn't like, oh, they're after the black man.
Yeah,
I do feel that there is various lessons to people who are on their rising star to be absolutely sexually disciplined in where you place yourself, who you are sleeping with, all of that. I just feel like that you can become food for a different type of an industry that you ain't even thinking about, because more often than not, people are preying on shit, and it's like, oh, flip, just not this guy. Like that was, and I'm biased on it as well. I can't even. I'm biased. Like, you know, some other people can roll your eyes and be like, but for him, I genuinely was like, oh no, please no.
There's so much in it, and I thought it'd be easier, just to see some of the comments, because that's an easier jump off point for me, and we'll explore like the hypocrisy and the stuff and the bias. Because my name is China. We had him as a guest on our show some months back, last year or something. He says sexual discipline and having one woman long-term girlfriend, wife, will avoid a lot of this. Learn from Chunks or end up like Young Philly. And obviously Young Philly's another kind of popular young influencer who and the thing is, when his accusations came out, I already had a bit of negative bias towards him. So I was like, so I've had less sympathy for him. But that's because, and again, it's that touch and go of who we choose to be. Furthermore, I've met Young Philly maybe once or twice, but I've not any extent I've met Michael. I know Michael, and also I have seen more negative stories about Young Philly than I have ever about Michael. So that's my bias. Lots of shock. What did I read? King of Trainer says, even if he is innocent, the way the headlines read, unfortunately, it's going to be a sticky one. Still, in other words, that's going to potentially get rid of his career for whatever. Someone, I can't read this handle. Mate, it says charged, not accused. There's already enough evidence for this to go to court. So, and then someone else says, I don't understand why every time some of you gain fame or money, you let Jezebel or Lucifer to run the same game on you. Same story, same outcome. Nothing's changed. You keep letting them win a game you've all seen played out over and over. At this point, you don't need more examples of what happens when people come into wealth. You should already know how to move smarter. That is something that we say all the time. What is it that turns you mad? And is it that's who you are? But then it's like the Diddy's, like the things, like you're playing in plain sight. If this is, we have to speak allegedly. I'm speaking allegedly, and I don't want to believe it. So that's my bias, right? So if this is true, I want to understand, what is it that makes these people think that they cannot be seen and they won't get caught? What is the thing that twists their mind that you won't get caught, or this won't be revealed, or you won't get in trouble? What is it?
Sometimes, don't know if this is a case in his instance of what took place, but sometimes your agent and the people around you can make your dubious acts go away. And so sometimes this, because depending on the groups that you're in, it can be that you can mistreat somebody and it will go away. Somebody will handle it. It will be handled away. And you will have examples of that you have seen. And the thing is, like within a lot of football circles, these things, dubious things where somebody can be like, no, I was assaulted, could be a bit of a blurred line, can go away. And yeah, it turns into a culture thing. It really depends on who you're moving with and what your moral compass is as well. Like, we don't know specifics on what has taken place. That's the thing, and that will come out in the wash. But this is again, even goes back to the porn story. Even with Young Philly, it's like there are really dubious lines that some people think are very normal to do, and it's not. It's criminal. It's like you're taking advantage of somebody. Like, you know, for many years, stealthing wasn't seen as a sexual assault. People would put their condom, and it was just, I'm just doing it, and it's like, we didn't consent to this. So we don't know all of what took place. And it's just like, oh, but I understand it does feel like people get wealthy and they start abusing their power. We don't know what has taken place, but maybe that is what comes along with it. Because you have the money, an abuse of power takes place.
And I think there's definitely something in, if you've been getting away with something, or you've been seeing that my man does that, my girl does that, they get away with it, and they're in this space. I'm me as well, and everyone loves me, everyone rates me. I'm a cheeky chappy laddie, I can get away with it. And so there was no thinking, there's a disbelief that this will get out, or that this will go as far as it's gone. Or maybe they think, I can silence that person. And especially if you're in the Black space, you're going to lean a lot on the Black kind of code of silence that we don't want to, because that how everyone feels, there's also a chance that people are like, no, let's not say nothing. It's my man, it's him. He's growing, he's on a rise. I always talk about when I got scammed, how long it took me to even talk about Alicia publicly, because I didn't want to be a Black woman bringing down another Black woman, but she done me wrong. I had to speak out. I felt sick to speak out about it, and even forgetting that she didn't think nothing about me being a Black woman and scamming me. But I felt bad to speak out about her. I was a victim, yet I was scared to talk about the aggressor, and that plays out. And in the Black space, it plays out even more because we have that weight of responsibility and protection and ensuring. And there's also handsome privilege and pretty privilege. Michael is a beautiful young man, so there's something in that where you're just blinded by this beautiful person. Why would he even need to do that? Why would someone so lovely need to do that?
And you know, we don't know all of the circumstances. I do know of one person semi-close who something happened in another person's house and was accused of rape, was found not guilty, but how that destroyed his whole world. And basically that was from just not wanting to be with the girl.
See,
and it feels like we don't know if this girl is Black or white, but there is a class of chicks that hangs around in these places, goes to these clubs and stuff, and they need to be avoided, because it just feels like, and even me saying it does feel insensitive to say, because there are real victims out there, but there are also real predators that will fuck up somebody's career if you don't wife them. That is also real as well. And so that's where I'm not so quick to jump out and be like, but I absolutely don't subscribe to the believe all women at all. Women are liars the same as men are liars. So I'm going along with the letter of the law on this, like presumed innocent until proven guilty, because they can be food to a set of women that frequents places that I would hope that more young men just avoided even meeting chicks there.
There's also that. There's all of that. It's such a difficult one because there's all of that. Because I think I was talking about it with the friend group when this came out, and they were like, the guys were like, well, there shouldn't be anonymity for the accuser. It should be, in this day and age, everyone's name should be on the table. And I said no, because we're looking at this through a very specific lens. We're looking at this through a few public cases where we do have those women that are trying their luck and trying to get the celebrity bagged so they can get some money. Those cases are in a percentile to the massive world of abuse and rape that goes on for boys and girls, men and women, but in the majority, men aggressing women and girls, abusing and raping women and girls. That is the world that we live in today. So to change the law based on a few celebrities that get caught out in the worst way, that's not how it works. I don't think anonymity should be gone. I do think, yes, as we say all the time, young celebrities, first and foremost, who are getting thrust into the public eye at an early age. Well, I was going to say, especially from a working class background, but from whatever background, you can get turned at any way, anyhow. You need better handlers. You need better people by your side, especially when he's young. And the thing is, Michael walks with his mum. His mum is around quite a lot, but he's a young man. She can only be there when she can only be there so many times. He's a young. She can't be on his arm the whole time. But I've met her. She's around. It's not like she's an absent mum. So there's that. And I feel, heart goes out to her as well. Yeah. If Also, heart goes out to her first. Secondly, if true, if you're aware, there's so many things, because sometimes parents we can see it. We don't know what Diddy's mum knows and what she don't know. We don't know what certain people's parents, there's parents that even push their kids into certain spaces. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, let's be fair in the conversation that we're having. Should we get some comments?
Okay. Let me scroll up a little bit.
Morning, Ronald.
Yes. Hey.
I'm going to check on our guests.
Okay. So Will Smith says, I do think that there should be an anonymity in these cases. Lots of people have accused and found not guilty. Remember Craig Charles? Oh, I remember. Yeah, his career. I mean, he still has a career, but it fell off because these things stick with you for, everybody starts separating themselves as well. It's a hard one. Strike 22 says false rape cases should carry a heavy charge when found out, because it causes a lot of problems for women who do get assaulted. I agree. I feel like there should be charges leveled at the person that has done this. Definitely some type of thing. Stephanie says Max Clifford culture, just sell a story. That used to be a thing as well. Rianne says true, even more reason to crack on with your career professionally and do away with certain spaces, affiliations and behaviors.
Yeah.
I think, we don't know what took place, but sometimes you can be in a club and know there are sharks around here and these women will set you up.
And also there's that, and then there's also the accessibility of young girls who are naive to believe that they might be the one that the celebrity picks, and then that's where the celebrity preys on them. That is a thing that's moving back. There is a video circulating of a young girl talking about what she alleged happened to her. I was going to play it, and I thought I just don't want to feel it, because also the problem is, and this is what I felt I was navigating it as, it's very difficult being part of it and cussing it at the same time. But I do think there needs to be more responsible conversations around these cases, because all the court of public opinion is a problem. Misinformation gets spread, and especially like with the Diddy trial, as it unfolded, all the bloggers that were talking, and then you get Armand going out, losing control and putting oil on himself, all the stuff where it becomes a circus, and forgetting the person at the court, the people at the court, the accused and the accuser. At this point, they're the people that need to be kind of protected until the evidence is unequivocally the truth was found out.
You know what? I feel like maybe within these things, we shouldn't know.
We shouldn't know.
The charges happen. Maybe that's how it should be. We shouldn't actually know that this is going on until it's like both should be protected. In the same way we don't know who she is, we shouldn't know that. We shouldn't know, his name shouldn't be out there, because also it's like he has a film coming out, you've been doing press junkets that may actually end. It just feels like you are going to be treated like a pariah before you have been convicted. So maybe within these spaces we actually shouldn't know any of this. Like, it shouldn't be public knowledge. Maybe that's a solution, so that you don't lose your life, your income. It doesn't tarnish you until you have been convicted. Then we know.
I think there's something in that, but I hate that I'm saying it because of someone that I know. Because I haven't said that. I think we've explored it. We have definitely discussed it and explored it.
We have with who was it? It was like the footballer. There was one footballer, and it was like he kind of like got benched, lost everything, and then he was found not guilty. And it's like, again, he lost everything, and now you have to try and rebuild. But I don't know. Go and put it on.
All right. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you. Andrew says, by the way, the claim that accusers should be made public is a fallacy. The moment someone comes forward with an accusation, they're already revealing their identity in public records. And so, thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you for your donation. Thank you. Someone was asking, what are the facts? I'm just going to play this clip that I didn't play before, just so you can hear This is basically what it is.
Michael Ward has been charged with rape and sexual assault. The 27-year-old has been charged by the Met Police with 2 accounts of rape and 3 accounts of sexual assault. The offences relate to one woman and are reported to have taken place in January 2023. The actor won the Rising Star Award at the BAFTAs in 2020 and was nominated for Best Supporting Actor the following year. He will appear in court on Thursday, the 28th of August. Top Boy star Michael.
That's it. That's all that's out there, and I guess more will be revealed when the case goes on.
Yeah. I think everything that you said is what is out there. It's the 3 counts of assault and what was it?
2 counts of rape, 1 count of rape.
Yeah. So
Miss K says, "Hey ladies, would your stance be different if it was someone you didn't like?" It's not. I don't think my stance wouldn't be different, because it's very much of a muchness when it's someone in the public eye, whether you like them or not, is much of a muchness. I can probably say I was disconnected from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard because they're white people. They're not my celebrity. As much as I grew up with Johnny Depp, and I actually like Johnny Depp as an actor from the 80s and stuff like that, the Brat Pack type thing. But I was disinterested. I was more invested in the Diddy case, more invested in Jonathan Majors. Again, I'd also met Jonathan Majors. He'd also been very polite, very lovely. We've interviewed him a couple of times. Again, I had a nice interaction with him. So I liked him up until the point of this madness, and it makes it kind of like, But, so my stance wouldn't be different in regards to, I think, possibly there should be anonymity. But what I wanted to explore in anonymity is how much, because yes, if you are guilty and you get to continue working and making your coin, like using Michael as an example, he's got his new film coming out, Eddington. I actually haven't gone back to the email. We are in the process of organizing our interview with him. I'm assuming they're going to pull him from the press run now.
I would think so.
But if there was like, this wasn't out there, nobody knew, and he goes on to promote the film, he goes on to do this, he goes on to, and then he goes, maybe he gets to the point of nomination, maybe he goes on to the point of winning an award, and then it's the retro having to pull it all back because, or should it be?
No, because the letter of the law is you are innocent until proven guilty.
Sure.
So now we are treating him as guilty until proven innocent. And so maybe we shouldn't know. And I feel that actually no, for everybody should, or you sit down, like depending on who your team is or whatever, and you just go quiet. But truly, should we all know that you are faced with this and then you get punished for an accusation and a charge? And that is basically what, because I'm sure they probably will pull him, and people will take down pictures and all of that shit is going to take place as if he is guilty, just in case he is guilty, so that you're not associated with the person. It doesn't feel fair that that's what takes place. Actually, in the same way, it wouldn't be fair if you put your hands up and go forward and accuse somebody of assaulting you, that your identity gets out there and then suffer from their fans or whatever. I think maybe we should treat both parties in the same way.
I think there's something in that because I don't like being part of the circus, and as much as because that makes me feel uncomfortable, because morally getting caught up in the woo and the way, and then having joke, like that's what I thought with the Diddy thing, the jokes and stuff. We can sometimes, yes, light relief, and black folks, we love to turn our pain into joy, which helps us survive. But there comes a point when it starts, especially in the Diddy case specifically, and maybe even R. Kelly, when it starts to turn into jokes and laughter, and we've all got all this gossipy noise around it, it just becomes sordid, nasty, and embarrassing. I don't like it. Yeah,
as Ronald said, there are probably people in every major police department who can't wait to call TMZ when a celebrity is arrested. That is absolutely what takes place. Is exactly what takes place.
100%.
Having a friend that worked for Max Clifford for a number of years, that's happened. Shit would go on. And this is what I'm saying, then it turns into an industry point. Yeah, this becomes a money factor. A celebrity would get accused of something, sued, whatever, it doesn't matter, charged, all of these things. The PR, the ones that goes to the press and brokers the story, they contact your team. If your team pays, sometimes that don't come out. And we're never going to know. And that happened for years. And sometimes you do trade-offs. Like the agent would then be like, we'll trade you this celebrity for that one to keep quiet. And everybody starts making money off of your downfall, basically. It's just, if you manage to sell your story to the papers, depending on how big the story is, you could be thousands in, and it may totally be untrue, but you destroyed somebody's career. It's just a horrible place to be in.
I was looking for the video for the T app conversation because, yes, you're right, Strike 22, the T app where I'm trying to get a story about it, where basically the T app was women sharing men on there to see if they're like dodgy. It's similar to the kind of, is this your boy? I don't know. Is this, have you dated him before? Whatever that Facebook app that we spoke about before. I'm also very frustrated, just as a by the by. I'm paying for free ads, and I don't understand why I'm keeping getting ads. I'm really annoyed because I'm paying to have no ads.
You're on Guardian.
No, I'm on YouTube.
You know what? I was saying this to Nee this morning.
Yeah.
We were watching something, and the ad came on, and I'm like, I swear we are on the premium plan.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, nah, I've seen it in the corner. It says YouTube Premium, and they bloody put a sponsored ad on before. So I don't know what they're doing if they're changing this round, and now we're going to have to pay even more to be ad-free. But I was sure we weren't supposed to be getting
I'm paying. I don't like that. Don't get on my nerves. I'm not paying for shit. I was trying to find a thing about the T app. Let me just, you can do it with me and pick one.
Okay, Strike 22 says, and now T app has had a data breach.
Yeah.
One guy was unalived after a woman lied that she had an affair with him. These lives have consequences. I've not heard of this app, the T app.
Yeah, literally, it's just blowing up right now. To be fair, it's like literally, I'm just trying to find, because it's a long, there's a couple of long videos. I'm trying to find some short ones.
Is it like a space, like a Reddit? Is it like a forum-based place?
Let me go to here.
This is who's calling y'all an incel on the T app.
What's wrong with
you? He's looking for shit, man. Oh, y'all.
Okay, no, he's just being wicked. Okay, look.
Tonight on The Edge, we are spilling the tea on a new app aptly called Tea. It's where women only can post photos of men they're dating to summon input from other women.
All right, you guessed it. It's stirring up some major controversy. Fox News' Jessica Dukemag joins us live with the details. A piece, I should say, very appropriate for The Edge. What's going on here?
Well, we all might learn something tonight, Roop and Amy. So if you have TikTok in the last couple of days, you might have been scrolling through and seen something about this Tea app. If you're like me, you're not really on TikTok. It's taking 20-year-old women, and it's creating kind of a frenzy. You're able to post men that you're dating to, elicit input from other women. It's got a lot of guys scared. Take a look. How would you characterize dating as a 22-year-old?
Honestly, it kind of sucks.
Out of that, an app was born. It's called Tea, as in spill the tea or gossip. It's got Gen Z in a chokehold, spreading as it does on TikTok.
Mama, we made it. Look at that.
Whoever keeps posting my husband on the Tea app needs to stop.
Guys, I'm trending on the Tea app. I'm trending on the Tea app.
There's actually a waiting list to get on this thing.
You pass the waiting list, you have to submit a picture of your face with an ID to prove that you are a girl, because no guys are allowed in the apps.
Emily, anonymous here and on the app, admittedly embarrassed, saying she's a frequent user. You can post photos of who you're dating to gauge other women's experiences with these men, so-called red and green flags. The reviews are rarely positive.
So it's kind of crazy. Like, sides of the spectrum is really dictating my dating life now.
Emily says the Tea app seems to be particularly popular in Middle Eastern communities, especially Dearborn.
Oh, Dearborn men, how the Tea app has gotten under your skin.
All these guys are talking to, they're all like getting nervous, they're all freaking out, making TikToks about it.
It offers other services like background checks and catfish verification.
They're trying to find some type of way to up your reputation so bad.
I can see some areas where this could cause people some big problems.
Attorney William Barnwell says it's possible men getting posted have civil legal recourse. If the posts are affecting their work, family life, or reputation, defamation might apply.
Truth is an absolute defense to a defamation claim. So you can't just sue somebody because your feelings got hurt.
On the criminal side, there could be cause for electronic harassment or even stalking.
You can be saying something that is true, but it's being used in a way to constantly harass somebody, cyber harassment. There are laws that cover that.
He suggests to the ladies proceed with caution.
In people's outrage to want to out these bad people, it might be better sometimes just to walk away.
So we wanted to talk to the people that run this app. I reached out a couple of times in the last few days and no one has responded. Now, we did ask the attorney William there if maybe the app could be liable if these men try to take some sort of legal recourse. And the short answer is he didn't know. This is really uncharted territories, how liable these social media companies and these apps are. He did say, you know, as this app gains popularity, he's probably going to be getting some phone calls. Reporting live, Jessica.
Wow. Okay. So it basically is like the Facebook groups. Like, are we dating the same person?
Yeah. But they've taken it a step further. But it's gone out of control because, like, within that, it's imploded. Alleged. If that's to be true, it's been hacked and people's details have been revealed. Women that have used it have been revealed. Men are getting like, yeah, no, I'm suing because what you're doing. Yeah, it's gone wild. Gotcha culture. Say that again.
It feels like an absolute mess because then an ex potentially can just put your picture up.
Yeah, and be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I think there's a world of too much information at this point. I'm nervously navigating the dating world. It's not easy. It is hurtful. It's dangerous. It's all horrible, and it's also very lovely, joyful, and that doesn't need to be that scary. All the things that have created this heightened sense of anxiety in 2025 specifically. We are in this weird, wired state where everything is too much, and we want to know everything. And actually, let's take it back a notch. You meet someone, but also it's also gone too far left with people are just disgusting. Like, you go to such lengths to lie, deceit, where people have no trust and no faith. They're asking the world to help them if this man in their local area is just decent enough to be with. That is the step. I don't even want to blame the women that are going crazy out there because I'm one of them. But at the same time, it's like, what world are we living in that you just cannot trust meeting a person and just having them be normal? I like you. I like you. I don't like you no more, so I'm going to go about my business. No, I have to have 6 women, 5 families, 20 kids, and then pretend to you that I'm your only one and only, and I love you, just you. It's a lot.
I don't like the idea of this. It just feels like a huge way to take somebody down, and it can be used in that way. Because maybe just date and do what most people do, go and scan through social media, meet their friends, and if you can rely on your own discernment and your internal navigations to actually be like, this is for me or not. I think the more we rely on outside influence, that's where you have to then go to an app to put in somebody's picture to then be like, are you also dating him? It's like, please get to know the person and see the signs of the list of red flags and dust. You actually don't need outside influence in it. And that should go for life anyway. The more you ask other people for advice, the more your head spins around and then you don't know how to use your own internal navigation system.
This is the absolute version of when men say, stop talking to your girls about our relationship. However, flip side, men, please, PSA, stop the fucking fuckery behavior. You've driven women crazy. You've literally driven women crazy I wouldn't do it because I think I'd be so scared to get the returns. First of all, I'm not uploading myself onto any T app to look that desperate that I'm so desperate to know. I don't want to do that, and I don't want to be in that world of gossip as well. Like, rather, it's just too much. So that's not me. But there are women that just feel so insecure about the situation out there that, can I get some help out here? So let's get some comments.
It's everywhere. I mean, this is the thing, because the things that you see on TikTok and people sharing, like, standard bits of fuckeries that can go on, but they've taken it so deeply, it's like that is a part of dating, though. Like, you know, this is why, you know, there's that whole thing of like Gen Zs are just so sensitive, because I just feel like you have access to lots of different information points that we didn't have, and you run to a camera to lament on your feelings, but give it time. You are not going to feel the same. And that video of you then goes viral and lives on. But you don't have the life experience to be able to realize that heartbreak that you went through in your 20s. Give it 2 years later, you're like, that's nothing. But in that moment, because you are out here sharing, it then can kind of turn into a bit of your identity. But having lived a little bit longer, you know a little bit more. And that's where I feel like this instant gratification to how you're feeling and having an instant response is detrimental to people's mental health. But they don't know it is, because you haven't lived long enough to know not every emotion that you're feeling needs to be validated at all. Sometimes it's passing. It's for a moment. It will go. You will get over it. You will pass. You will live and you will learn. You don't need 300 likes. You don't need 10 women saying, go and get him. You just don't need that.
We're going to go back. Someone made a comment that who said that they're cheeky. They're Will Smith. Of course it is. You don't have to front with the entourage. We don't think any less of you if you don't have a YouTube premium account. Whatever, fool. Yeah, but speaking as an older lady who's had a minefield of a dating history, it is tiring and it is emotionally draining, and it is saddening out there too. So I do agree, these moments are fleeting. You don't have to take to the internet to reveal every last thing, and you don't need to rely on outside resources. But again, I do want to go to the fact that we are living in a world where duplicitousness and deceitfulness has become normalized. I mean, we have our public leaders, our leaders are doing crazy stuff. We've got celebrities who are doing wild stuff, and it's being forgiven. And we don't talk enough. We don't have enough male conversations about what, you know, even the fact that you need to have multiple, you need to be duplicitous, you need to be deceitful in order to prove your manhood or whatever, or satisfy some trauma that because men don't deal with their trauma in the same way that women do. There needs to be more conversation about that, because it does always then fall onto the crazy erratic woman who's doing all these things just to find peace. But it is that. I don't know how many women I've spoken to that haven't had this man, oh, he lied. Oh, he did this, and then he's just this, and I found out this. And you try and forgive the red flags, you try and forgive little foibles, because you're like, okay, maybe he's on his journey of growth and all that. There's so much that women have to do in real talk to even just have the hope or want of a partner. This is where we're at. So I'm agreeing, but I'm also like, there needs to be more emphasis on men. Can you stop being fuckery? Because then this thing wouldn't happen. Anyway, let's get some comments.
Okay, all right. So KW says they don't want their faces uploaded onto an app, but they are happy to upload their face onto sex sites to access porn. Someone can hack these sites and reveal the faces of all the pervs in the world. Will Smith says ChatGPT knows details of people's relationships too. Skynet is going to take over in a couple of days at this rate. Let's see what other people are saying. Russell.
Oh, who's Lovely T.I.'s? Destiny Love said the T-app is deep. I just watched Lovely T.I.'s breakdown, and she showed both sides, because now men, their own app, but we're posting revenge porn. They close it down in 24 hours.
My God. I mean, I guess this is the thing. The internet is still being wild, and people will get over all of the bits that are new at this moment in time. But this doesn't feel like the best idea.
No.
You know, not all itches need to be scratched. It just doesn't feel like a good space to be in.
And Ronald does say, what would be the reaction to a male version of T-app? It'd be the same that's happening now, because it's not like people aren't backlashing against the T-app. And people are backlashing against, are we dating the same man? They're rude backlash. It's not, they're not appreciated, because also just on the very fact that if you are a cheating man, I don't want my business out in the streets, because I never forget, this is the thing. this code of silence that we put on ourselves. When I found out the person, I always reference him, the bastard that cheated on me, didn't tell me that he had a missus and was living at home with his missus and his kids, where he told me that he was single and estranged. When he told me about him, he admitted that he'd been cheating. He was also like really, really surprised that I spoke to her. And he was like, how could you speak to her? He goes, did you call her? Did you speak? I was like, what the fuck? He wanted loyalty from me. And that silencing and that men being like, how could you want to share my business to the world when you're doing wrong? What? I'm telling any man that dates me, any man, I'm telling you this now. If you fuck with me, I'm talking. The only thing I won't do, because now I'm in the public eye, I don't want to be done for libel and defamation. But that's what happens when you become the public eye, they come for your coins. I am going to talk. If you tell me you're cheating, I will find the chick and I'm going to talk to her. I don't give a fuck. I have no loyalty. You had no loyalty to me. You lied to me.
Yeah.
All bets are off. I'm telling you this today, now, 100%. So you men like, wow, you girls are talking. I don't like it, because that's a way of silencing women, and that's how women get caught up in toxic relationships and embarrassment and shame again, putting on the person who's the victim. So I don't like that. I don't agree with this silencing thing, and that's why men a lot of the times are rebelling against these things, because we are actually exposing, I say we, the people that use those facts are exposing your bad behavior, and you don't want to be exposed.
Yes, and it can be used in nefarious ways. It is like, just try and live your life in a decent way. Should be how it goes. And if you do fuckery, people are going to talk on it in the same way. But like, people do rely on shame as an emotion and how it triggers people to do a lot of fuckery things repeatedly, because then you don't also want to have the thing of, oh, I've been cheated on repeatedly or whatever the thing is. But yes, there does need to be ways that you talk about it, but sharing with a bunch of strangers who also have their own traumas and everything else to validate your feelings is never a good practice. And basically social media has like exacerbated that, and then you're seeing people as they grow up out of it be re-shamed in whatever they put out there in their moments of distress.
Yeah.
And that's where it's like, but we'll know in 20 years time, when there are a whole heap of people at our age talking about the shit that they put out there on the internet that they are trying to scrape away. I'm so glad that while I was raving and all of those years, we didn't have social media like that.
Really?
The various things, flipping. I'm just so glad that there's no visual evidence of it. Because as you get older, you are like, you don't need the world chiming in on what
normal
you are.
situations.
You do not.
Son of Queen Idia says, we need to stop this whole revenge thing. If you break up, just move on. Why humiliate people? Whether it's revenge porn or any type of revenge, the people on the app are pathetic. My KW says, my sister is currently dating. She said it's like the trenches out there. Speak on it. For Evan's sake, says women need to trust their instincts more. If something is off bounce, not as easy, but true. Let's see. No, I haven't been through it. Not been through it. I think it was that Strike or Will Smith. It's not a question of been through it with dating, but it's not been a great dating. I haven't had a great dating history. And who's coming to them as woman to woman? Yeah, you're damn right. If they start swinging, then we go, innit? I'm not a fighter. I've said that. I'm not a fighter. I'm not that person. But if I'm coming to you woman to woman, it's for your sake too. I'm not. All I'm saying is I'm not going to do loyalty to the man who's fucked us up.
Lie. Can you? When dudes are like,
I know someone
lie on their behalf, you, and it's like, are you stupid?
Crazy. Man said to me, if this number calls you, don't answer it. He gave me 07
Yeah, I won't answer. Yeah.
The minute he gave me the number, bye. Hello. You okay?
You know what? But that's also another thing that they will do is set up the whole, she's mad. So then that can stop people from engaging because they think that the person is mad. Men will use all of the tactics, but come on now, we could have a convo. A convo at the very least.
At the very least. That's all. I'm not trying to listen, I can go into it, and I will always bring it up because it was so fuckery, in my opinion. Man used to get off the train in our area, knowing that, pretending that he went home in that area, and then got on the train back to where he really lived. That's how deep he was, and he wanted me to be loyal to him. Fuck off, mate. TU says, I have so many clients in my therapy practice who spend so much time on social media. Their self-esteem and sense of reality is so skewed. They are overly anxious and depressed. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
is a problem.
Rianne says, I agree that a person should have the right to speak to the other person if they wish, just not an entire app of people you don't know. What is FAFO law is my thing. What's FAFO?
I don't know.
Destiny Love says, FAFO law is my thing. I just have a classy way of moving in that mindset. Yes, Nana, we grew up in the days where we did not have smartphones, and thank goodness, because boy, I would be cancelled.
Oh. Always tearing on the line at the moment.
Fuck around and find out. Oh,
hey, we learned something.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, guys. Look at all the thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for teaching the aunties FAFO. Thank you. My niece says, did you know what FAFO was? Oh, she didn't know. Okay, cool. Maybe it's
really, she's a young'un, so maybe
not saying middle-aged conversations. FAFO. Kids.
What did? Oh, Akaja wrote something. I think it was on my way or something, but he did it. Yeah, OMY. Yeah, on my way. No, OMW. I was like, what the hell is that? Tomorrow? Is that a short? Like, I was literally like, what does that mean?
I know.
Can we not shorten everything?
I'm against shortening. I'm so against shortening. But on my way home, I think OMW is a very obvious one. That was an auntie move from you. Auntie mummy move. Yeah.
It was in a sentence. Like, why are you shortening parts when you were writing?
Yeah.
Just write it all in it, no?
I hear that.
I was literally like, this is too much. I don't mind if you pay. But yes, let's not do it.
Will Smith has to throw it in there. Women cheat too, like a lot. Don't be fooled, respectfully. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that women don't cheat. I was saying that men cheat more and men are more fuckery. Don't care. Fight. Woman to woman, man to woman. Come at me, bro. What we got? What we got?
We got some more money.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Love ya. Thank you. Love ya. Thank you. Oh, FAFO is used a lot on X. Right.
Oh, okay. I'm not on there. I can't even take X.
I know. Strike 22 says, LOL. At least he was protecting her. That happened with me and my baby mum. The last one I was dating knew how to scrap. I told her to tone it down because she's finna get whooped. Okay, there's certain things like that. Yes, if you know, but nah, my man was just being a pussy. Sorry. Okay, let's move on to another story. Our guest is on her way. She just had, I think, running a little bit late. All right, so the next story, totally off all of that. There's a town. There's an area in Arkansas. Do you know how long I didn't know that Arkansas was Arkansas? I always, because I'm a literal reader, Arkansas is what I always say, but it's Arkansas, right? Is that right, Americans? And I didn't know this.
They're two different places.
No, but I've never seen Arkansas.
I swear they're two different. Isn't one in the? So you're saying you pronounce
Arkansas. I've never heard
Arkansas.
I've never heard anyone say Arkansas.
Ronald, I need your help here.
Yeah. Yes, I put Arkansas. Do you mean Arkansas?
So
I didn't know.
Yeah, that is right. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Hang on, how is it spelled?
Arkansas. Arkansas. Arkansas.
And you pronounce it Arkansas.
Yes.
But it's SAS.
Bro. And I'm a very good I'm an English
I literally thought they were two different places.
Literally.
I thought there was an Arkansas as in SAW and there was Arkansas.
Exactly. I recognized it. I got corrected.
Will Smith is saying they are two different places.
They're not.
What are you guys saying?
No, they're not. The Americans.
The Americans.
Okay, Jordan Parker says Arkansas. It is not Arkansas. What?
Oh, can one of you just jump on and explain this, please? 1 second.
AK is correct. One state is Kansas and one state is Arkansas. Arkansas is not Arkansas. You lot need to give me the phonetic and they're two different places.
Click on that link and explain it.
Miss Hardy says, yes, Nana, it is not. Look, I've already just put it in the Googles. Look, it says it. Let me share screen. It says it. It says it. It's not.
But this is, Ronald just said they are two different states. So it's two places.
Arkansas and Arkansas, right? Let's get the look. Let's just do this little history lesson, this geography lesson here right now, because I'll get. Listen, bruh. Listen, look. Did you mean Arkansas and Arkansas? Okay. What? Yes. Is it Arkansas or Arkansas? But look, in 1881, the state's general.
No, I get that. So Arkansas, as we thought it, is pronounced Arkansas. But is there not an Arkansas?
No, it's Arkansas. It's Arkansas. Why Arkansas never pronounced Arkansas? French explorers
I'm so baffled.
In the 17th century anglicized Native American tribal names, leading to the pronunciation of states like Arkansas and Kansas. Arkansas Historical Society declared the correct pronunciation of Arkansas as Arkansas, rooted in the original French pronunciation, Arkansas. Even still, the diversion pronunciations of Arkansas and Kansas stem from French renderings of similar tribal names, with Arkansas maintaining the French pronunciation. So,
okay.
So
there is no place called Arkansas with a W. That does not exist.
Arkansas exists, but it's Arkansas.
I've seen Arkansas written somewhere.
You haven't. That's the thing. It's a butterfly effect. You haven't. You've imagined so because you would think. I know that UK has some mad spellings, but Arkansas. But then if it's about the French, I don't even know where French was at Arkansas. I came to Arkansas. I came to America and I went to Arkansas. Arkansas.
Wow. Okay. You learned something. I did not know that Arkansas did not.
Not AK's posh pronunciation. Arkansas.
Okay, so Kansas.
So Kansas is not really, it's Kansas, but it should be Kansas, really. It's the same place. Someone call up Trump in Scotland.
I'm so baffled. So Kansas is pronounced Kansas and not Kansas.
Yes, yes. Kansas is that's it. Kansas is Kansas. NEM. We're not in Kansas anymore.
Yeah, that's Kansas. And so and then you would say Arkansas though.
Arkansas is a southern state, Ronald's saying, and Kansas is in the Midwest, as Dorothy told us in The Wizard of Oz.
Thank you. Okay. All right, I get it. And there is nowhere written anywhere where Arkansas with a W exists. That is a fictitious lie and made up place.
Yes. Yes. And yes, Mandela effect, not butterfly effect, but butterfly effect is the same.
Okay, thank you. I absolutely get it now. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Raw, that is where I've seen saw written somewhere, but okay, cool. Not in this timeline that I'm currently in.
Okay, so my whole point of even talking about this.
Exactly. Why did you even actually? I learned something so cool. Thank you.
A whites-only community forms in Arkansas has sparked outrage. A self-declared whites-only settlement is being developed in rural Arkansas under the banner of freedom and community, prompting strong criticism from anti-hate groups and civil rights advocates. I'm giving myself a headache.
We're still on spelling of Kansas.
Sorry, yes, let me just move back, change screen. The group behind the initiative claims it is building a safe and like-minded place for white families, but critics are warning it echoes historic patterns of segregation and could foster organized hate. And this is where Sky's Tom Cheshire went to speak. There's a long version of it, but I'm just going to play the clips that are showing.
What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites only place.
White American culture.
Over the last year and a half, high up in the Ozark Hills in the state of Arkansas, dozens of people have been working hard, leveling the land, building houses. They call it an intentional community based around shared ancestry, a long-winded way of saying something really quite simple.
I think we would generally be called far right, sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references?
Right. Well, why wouldn't I?
A seemingly bucolic and sometimes surreal experience. But this is built on a radical modern premise, made possible because of a new political and technological moment. One with strong ties to the most active far-right groups in the US. Instead of taking to the streets, they are building their own, for generations to come.
It's important for me to do this for my ancestors, my friends, my family, my children, my children's children.
But in this southern US state, people who have lived through segregation once fear it is returning.
When you hear things like that, it causes you to be fearful. And you don't know who to trust.
Its founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
Well, he's asked you, Nana, do you think what he's doing is immoral?
I just feel like they need to be further away from black folks then.
Yeah.
As somebody said, if you're just 5 miles, is it 5 miles away from the black community?
Get further.
Spaces. Why don't you go further away? And the land isn't your. You're just like, I don't get what's up with these people. Like, you want to be oppressed so much. Go somewhere else. If the land ain't yours anyway, and you're trying to be like, we want to make our own communities, it's annoying. It's annoying, but they need to move further away. There are spaces where there's nobody around for like 30 miles. Like, set your communities up there.
I'm Snippy, N-I-K-I, I'm 32. I'm a lady.
This is Return to the Land, a group of millennials who organized online to build something radical and controversial. A town for white people only. They insist it's completely legal. We spent several days with them, watching as the men set about the physical labor of building out the site. All the while, the women of the group took on the more typically trad, homesteading type roles.
Oh, here we go.
I guess I found the people through Twitter that ended up starting this project, actually spearheading it. And I went out to the first April event last year, and it was really fun.
The sort of white only aspect of this, how important is that to you guys?
Given the premise that it's something that is kind of off limits for whites, but is okay by implication for other groups, I do feel it's necessary to carve that out, and you kind of have to do it yourself.
It's kind of like, if we don't do this, the laws are only getting worse as far as freedom of association goes. So it's kind of like we have to do this, or there might come a time where it's not possible to.
Yeah, you guys are aware, sort of, people are going to be watching. It's going to be controversial.
I think people just have a large misunderstanding of what's happening here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's the biggest misunderstanding?
Well,
that we hate everyone else. Yeah,
it's not about that.
Yeah,
by any means.
it's a loving.
Tell your face.
I mean, on that aspect of it being loving, I suppose the counter argument would be, you could be a very loving community if you're part of the community, but if you're black, or if you're Jewish, or if you're gay, you can't be part of that community.
They can have their own communities, and they already do, and I think that's great for them. And it's like, if other people are allowed to do it, I don't really see why whites aren't allowed to do it. It doesn't make any sense. So it's important for me to do this for my ancestors, my friends, my family, my children, my children's children.
The leader, Eric Orwell, wants the community to grow and further what he calls traditional white American culture. And the group is explicit about this. It has an online fundraiser to give cash rewards to parents of newborns as a means to incentivize population growth. Just before we arrived, they donated $1,000 to a family for having their 6th child.
Is that part of the mission as well, to sort of have big families, to make the community bigger? Is there a sort of pressure there?
I don't feel particularly myself, I don't feel any pressure to like have a big family. I think there's a kind of expectation here that you do want to, as part of helping grow this thing, that you're going to have kids.
Guys,
I don't know where they are dwelling, where there are plenty of places where it's just whites only all over the place, but okay, maybe they're selling it so that they make money. This feels like a grift. Like it feels like a way to get other basically racists funding this cult, which, okay, cool, do your thing, but yeah, I don't know, it feels strange.
My first reaction was, sorry, I'm just trying to show the video. My first reaction was, okay, go ahead, go on, go, like, it's fine. And anyone, it's weird. The problem is, obviously, this can turn into something weird and violent. It's giving cult vibes, the early seeds of a cult, because sooner or later, a woman's going to be like, I don't want to do this anymore. And they're going to be like, no, you're carrying our 3rd child. You have to. You're not allowed to leave, blah, blah, blah. We've seen enough series. We know what it's like. Maybe you guys will, was it Corpus Mentis or whatever, and it won't go that way. That leader looks like a typical scary leader. So all of that, she looks a bit dead around the eyes. So, you know, it's got all the makings of a cult, and things are going to go left very soon. Our guest is in the background. We're just wrapping up, and we will come to you soon, Deja. So I'm a bit... But I'm also like, if you want to do this and separate yourself, go ahead. I don't want you in. I would not like you in Gen Pop anyway. So if you want to be in Arkansas with your little white town and do your thing and have your white community, be safe. Don't shoot nobody. Don't be outwardly racist. Don't start funding political movements to ensure the growth of the right. That's where it starts to get Jane, because that's what you will do. There's no way you can just keep yourself to yourself. You're going to want power. It's going to grow. It's going to seep into society. And no matter what, then you're going to have a problem. So that's where I don't trust it. If you want to stay in the hills in your space, do your thing. Do your thing. No one wants you there around anyway. If you can't live in society with other ethnicities that are so scared. Go on.
I think it's the setting up of a business, making it into an organization, trying to be a legal entity. That's where it turns into a problem. So similarly as the Oceania people in South Africa, in African land doing exactly the same thing, is when they try and make themselves a separate, but then you could have political influence on things, but you're going to be separate. And then the land that you are buying, you can rule it. Absolutely not. It's these things where it's like, no, because it's not yours. The hand isn't yours. So within your little commune, if you want to make it whites only, cool. I don't know why any black folks would want to go there anyway. But you can't then be like, this is our commune and we are going to discriminate against you. Legally, that's when it turns into a problem, because in the same way, whenever black folks want to try and group together, I mean, at this moment in time over here, we can't even gather properly without them trying to separate you and criminalizing you. So no, you're not oppressed. Like, it's just annoying. But also, I think it was Will or Ronald said by 2042 that they are going to be a minority. But you're a minority already, actually.
You just had the force
within the world. You are a minority. So
they've sold a lie that they dominate the world. You don't. You're not. White people are not the majority. I mean, and also, and especially, it's very, very in line with what we're going to talk about with our guest that's coming up in a second, is that we had towns of black post-slavery. There were black towns that were eviscerated, burnt down, hunted out, because white people were so jealous and insecure about the prosperity of black people, who came together and said, okay, fuck it, you freed us, we're going to come together, do our thing, have our towns. Then out of your jealousy, you killed them. You burnt down their homes. You got rid of towns and communities. because of your own insecure whiteness. So it's like, and to say that white other communities are allowed to thrive, they're not in the same way. As you said, when black people start to go, especially when black people start to organize, the authorities come down on them with a harshness, and that's the world over, unless you live in a black country.
And even sometimes there, they can still
meddle in your autonomy.
I think of over here and how they do it, and the lovely word that they use is terms of gentrification.
Yeah.
But whenever there is a seeming immigrant community anywhere, and you create your community and you start thriving in there, however you want it to be, what it looks like to the outside world, they will come in. The councils will start doing things so it becomes deprived. They start not looking after it, not putting money that is from the taxpayers that are living in that area to pay for things. They stop using those funds. It becomes dilapidated, and then they're like, we need to gentrify it. Literally means we are going to move you guys out. We are going to move in some white rich folk, and then you have to be scattered all over the place. It's just to decimate community. And they do it everywhere in different ways. It doesn't matter where it takes place, they will do it. They did it even in Ghana with the Lebanese people coming in. You separate communities out. It's like and what are you scared of? Really? And maybe that's what we need to really think about when these things happen is, okay, maybe we need to move and create our own communities elsewhere, because why is it that we can't gather and grow and create by ourselves without some other influence coming in, whether it be hair products, whether it be taking people's ideas and reselling it? It's like, why can't we just gather and grow? Why does it only have to be the Europeans that have the monopoly on this generation?
Yeah. Wilson says, Dami J says they took ideas from remote communities due to be indigenous, i.e. people of Peru. Strike 22 says this is a wake-up call for the black people around them to start getting armed and getting their shit together. And who else? Strikes also says the problem here is going to be the accessible blacks who want to go and integrate with them, and those who and those are the people we don't need. Yeah, they're going to be people who are like, oh, this is out of order. Yeah. Okay. So look. All right. So, okie dokie. So we are joined today. I'm going to play this lovely lady's video, and on the back of we had a conversation about Essence Festival, and there was some discourse about the fact that there are some Black Americans who feel like Essence is losing its focus on Black American historical culture, especially in New Orleans, and it's a discourse that's been happening in different areas. And we've had a few conversations, and we've got into fire for, especially me, for saying soul food has similarities with Black and African food and stuff like that. We have our version of soul food. So we've had a lot of discourse, and we are always up for the conversation about how we bridge the gap between the diaspora and Black Americans and around the world and stuff like that. And so we are going to be joined by Deja Zhane. I'm going to play a video, and then I'm going to invite her in. Oh, actually, I think she should say hello first. What should I wait till I do? Play the video and say hello first.
Put her on to say
okay, let me bring you up. I'm going to bring you up now, Deja. Hey! Oh, you're on mute.
Hey!
Hi.
Hi.
Looking lovely.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. We're saying, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm fine. It's pretty early, a little sleepy, but I'm okay.
Thank you for joining. I know it's like, what time is it now? 7 a.m.?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's early for me.
That's early. Yes. It's like,
thank you for joining us on a Sunday morning as well.
Yes, thank you.
And appreciate, because basically we did say we're always open to the conversation, because one thing, being Black Brits, and we're both of Ghanaian West African heritage, but we're British born Africans who have been to America multiple times. We're about the unification of Blackness, because the struggle is the same, different ways, different entry points, but we have the same similar white supremacy problem in our existence. And so we do speak about American culture because it affects us, Black American culture, because it affects us in the same way, in a similar way. And we're just always open to the discourse. So when we reached out and said, look, anyone who wants to talk about specifically the Essence conversation, we're open to it. And then Deja reached out to us and said, yes, I'd love to come and talk to you guys, because we did see we shared your video, and I'm going to play it for people to be reminded of what you said. And we reacted to your video and the other guy that was a bit more a bit more horrible, I would say. and we reacted to that. So I'm going to play the video and then we're going to have a conversation. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right, cool. So this is the video. Let me see if I can share it properly. There we go. All right, cool.
To Black American Heritage at Essence Fest. So it's night 1 or night 2, and there is a lot of complaints coming through, and the common consensus is the culture has shifted. It no longer feels like us. And honestly, that makes sense because the people in charge now do not value Black heritage. Essence Fest used to be known as the Cookout. It was created in 1995, created to center Black American heritage, the music, fashion, beauty, political power. It was basically like the family reunion created by Black people for Black people. Soul food, a little gospel, a little trap, NOLA. It was a culture that you felt deep in your chest. But now, not so much. It feels somewhat curated, corporatized, and it no longer feels like it centers us. The current CEO of Essence is a former DEI executive for Target. So the very thing that Black Americans are protesting, she was the center of, and now she's the center, well, she's the head, the CEO of Essence. Upon more research, I found out that she is originally from Kenya, and she moved to the US when she was about 10 years old. The point of me bringing that up is she doesn't seem like she values Black American heritage, because if she did care, the festival will still reflect the very people it was built for. And seeing as though that's not the case, I can't help but think that she does not value Black American heritage. Instead, it's become a space that uplifts everyone else aside from Black American heritage. That shift is starting to feel really intentional. Local Black vendors are being pushed out. Local creators and influencers are overlooked completely, all while being the very representation that is needed for Black-centered heritage in the South. It doesn't make any sense to me. It has slowly become a place that has been curated for optics and not community. This very thing is exactly what I was talking about in my previous videos when I asked the question, where are the Black American beauty creators? The answer is we're being pushed out of the very spaces created and centered for us. And not just pushed out of these spaces like Essence Fest, but panels, brand deals, sponsorships, media. And all of this didn't happen by accident. It has happened through leadership, branding pivots, and sponsorship deals that prioritize global Blackness. Global Blackness, a movement that often leaves out the specific culture and heritage of Black Americans. And when brands talk about inclusion, but sideline the very creators who made the culture, we should all be asking, if Essence no longer feels like us, who is it for?
Okay. What was, how do you feel now? Because obviously it's all died down a little bit. I guess it's died down in somewhat. And there's been lots of kind of counter conversations on and some fresh information and perspectives. So how do you feel today about the Essence? Let's talk about Essence first as a center point.
Now that everything's died down and more information has come out, I think the video was very necessary. Okay. And the way that it was done, I think it was perfect. I do think it had to be done that way. It had to be said that way so that the message gets across, so that people would listen. I personally feel like it was, I think it was in good taste. I've seen other videos and other, like the video you mentioned earlier, which was much more inflammatory, I feel like. And in a way, I'm kind of like a data analyst too, because there was a vast difference, a stark difference with the commentary I received versus that man or other men that have said something about this topic. Like, and I leave the comments open. People probably wonder why. One, because I'm confident in what I said and I actually mean what I say. And two, I think that the discourse or whatever they were saying in the comment section is needed. And I don't agree with everything that people say in the comment section. I think that people should really critique what was said in the video, but I think a lot of people read the comments and they apply what they're saying, the very negative, inflammatory comments, to me, and I understand that. But had I closed the comments or limited people's speech, how would that look on me? How people would infer different things, like, oh, she's maybe she's not confident in what she says, maybe this was just a viral moment, maybe this was it would be way more questions about my own integrity had I like closed the comment section. It always looks a little odd when people that are essentially in a leadership position. I wasn't aware of how far what I said would carry. Like, and this is the first time, but because of I'm saying the thing that's not popular, and it did come off kind of shocking to people because they don't expect someone like me to say anything because that's just kind of the norm. And I'm a woman, a Black woman, so anytime we say anything, it can be it's but I'm confident in what I said. I believe in what I said, and I'm not I'm happy that there is more discourse around the topic. I'm happy that people are having conversations. Now, I don't support every conversation and how they say it. I think that's important too. But I think being bold, being unapologetically Black, I think people forget what that means sometimes. I think they do. I think they forget. I think it's a trendy thing for people to say and not actually be it. Like, I am unapologetically Black. I am. I don't think that's an issue. I don't think that's a bad thing. So I'm happy with the discourse. There's been a lot of information that pretty much solidified what I said in the video. Even more now that Caroline Wanga has spoke out, that Richard Lee Dennis has spoke. They both have made statements, and it's pretty much on par with what I said in the video.
I think so. Just to cut in, so I think I was going to play Rich Trillio's
Breakfast Club
response about Caroline Wanga specifically, because I watched his interview and I was like, this makes sense. But again, he's a CEO of a brand that he needs to protect. So of course, I apply some discernment that he's going to speak in a way that's going to make sure that they all look good. But I kind of got some comfort from what he was saying, and especially around, I think the thing that we reacted to, especially being African, West African, and especially because we have been to Essence. I've been once, and Nana, you've been how many times?
I've been 3 times.
And
I've traded there 3 times.
Yeah, and as a trader as well. So we are one of the possibly infiltrators of what you were saying, that local vendors are being pushed out for other vendors. Is, I guess for me, it's like, is on the ground, is it that the whole of Essence feels like it's just African and Caribbean and there's nothing? Or is it, because I think again, I'm going to speak, I guess, maybe patronizingly, so excuse me. So then sometimes when you're in focus on something, you might see a stall there's an African stall there, an African stall there, but yet in the majority, everything is mostly Black American. Was it not like that? Was it 90% African and 5%?
I think more of the sentiments of what people were saying, it's an accumulation of things. It's not, and I mentioned that in the video too. I know the topic at hand was Essence Fest, but overwhelmingly Black-centered spaces. There is a lack of Black American leadership positions and influencer positions, or however you want to say it. Like, it's an extreme lack, and if we're just looking at things as like, oh, we all Black, it's going to be hard for anybody to understand what I'm talking about if you're just looking at it from that point of view. It's like, well, I'm because of where I am, I'm American. I'm in America, so a lot of people.
Based? Where are you from and where are you based? I should have said that.
So I am from Chicago, based in Dallas, Texas now. But I have lineage in Mississippi, Louisiana. So we've been here for a while. And yeah, so I'm American. That like I'm here, and I feel like that when people when they hear anything from an American, they're like, "Oh, brother! Oh my gosh!" They're complaining, but it's because I didn't ask to be born where I'm here. I don't know why American media trumps a lot of media to the point where a lot of people talk about the West. That's how it goes. Whatever happens over here,
It happens.
It does. So so anytime
dollars, it's
yeah.
because that's because of imperialism. It's
Mhm.
what America actually like founded the brand of America on, is to pump so much money into marketing. So you sell culture everywhere, and that builds up brand America. That's why.
Right.
So and it's very deliberate, especially like from the 60s on, that you would have like Louis Armstrong, actually that may even have been in the 50s, going to Congo to do concerts that were funded by the American state to sell culture, but also infiltrate African spaces. It's like it's very deliberate brand America being pumped around the world, and not also having other cultures' influences within American TV. So it's like it's a trade-off, but it's not totally real, because culture was taking place in other, it was happening in other spaces as well. And what you see when you travel around is actually how much blackness, as we're deeming it, or African, whichever way, gets exported all over the world. And it's so similar that I can go to Jamaica and literally be like, how do they have the exact same signs as in Accra? How did that happen without me? There was no internet. This is purely how aesthetically we see things in very similar ways, and it travels around the world. So why other people will roll their eyes when you hear Black Americans or African Americans be like, we created culture, or this culture is ours, it's like, well, it actually happened in lots of different places as well. And so you can't pinpoint it started here, because if you take pictures, my mum's pictures look like the same as somebody who was in America. Hairstyles, makeup, it's like it goes through. I cannot say how we get there, but it isn't always that it started in America. But that's how it feels when you hear Americans talking like they are the cultural leaders. But marketing, absolutely, most definitely, cannot take that away from anyone.
I think I'm not I understand that there have been like other influences, but I'm really just talking about black when I like black in America and the culture that I'm talking about here, the specific thing. I know that there can be other influences, but that's I know that there can be other. What am I trying to say? Because what I find like often when I do talk about Black American culture, I get a lot of pushback about what that means, it being something that's created here, like because it is. I'm not seeing, because I'm not really seeing.
I think, if I can jump in, first of all, we got to acknowledge our donation. Thank you, Five from the Sun. Thank you. Can your guest point to specific cases where Africans were chosen over African Americans? Can we get figures this year or against other years? So we'll come back to that so we don't derail. But that's the point, and that's in reference to Essence and the numbers and things like that. So we will come back to that question. But I think what you're saying, because I think it was Kyson that famously said that Black Americans have no culture. That's what's a recent kind of soundbite. I disagree with that. I definitely understand that there's a Black American culture. That's been transferred. I know, I can see it. I've watched enough TV and film and read books to know there's a core tradition, from jumping the broom to the way that you guys do Thanksgiving to Kwanzaa to all the things that, though they have other, as Nana was saying, identifiable influences from outside, from the diaspora. There's a core way of doing things that I know is specifically Black American, and that has evolved from all the amalgamation of what you guys have experienced and deemed in culture. And yes, there are things that we as Black people around the world, because the marketing and the visibility of Black American and first of all American, because it's not this is focused on Black Americans, but
yeah, but the way they push it out, they make it seem like it's just American, and a lot of the stuff is from our neighborhoods, from our culture, but they don't when they're selling it, when they're selling this thing, they often don't put the source of where they got it from.
We as Black people can discern that. I think we know, because there's white culture and white American culture, which even white UK people are like, America is the Mecca for a lot of us. It's been sold to all of us. That's why we have our actors, our business people will go to America. That's the land of opportunity, the land of the free, whatever the case. That has been sold to all of us. But as Black people, we know the brainwash that white folks do. We hone in on what relates to us. So Black American culture being the loudest, the proudest, the most visible in the way that we marketed, that's what we align with, because that's what gets fed back to us. So when we didn't have British Black stuff on TV or British Black books to consume in the way that I could go and get a Black book about America, that's my way of at least having something that speaks to me and what I relate to. So we hone in, and understand.
Right. Isn't quite what I'm talking about. I'm referring to specifically, Deja made a point of, we created this culture.
Yeah.
Within the video is what you say. We created this culture, but we are being excluded from it.
Yes.
And that's, to me, everything else you're saying, yes, it holds true. I can understand your viewpoint on it, but I am more countering that culture was also being created at the same time, very similarly around the diaspora, and we wasn't just co-opting Black American culture. That's the thing, specifically where you have the youth culture movement in the UK and Black influences from the Caribbean and African actually making what we now call Black British culture, has elements of American, but it's not the same. And also it was happening at the same time that you see it in Jamaica, you see it in Uganda, you see that there's lots of different ways that aren't necessarily Black American. So when we are participating in a space that lots of people have been fighting for it to be inclusive, not just Black Americans, we also had a whole anti-colonialist movement going on throughout Africa. It all happens at the same time, but it feels like these talking points aren't allowed to be carried through, because it feels like we should bow down to Black Americans. And it's like, how we're doing movements too. And it's like, that can't be said, or we're being disrespectful. That's how it kind of feels, where we can't have a symbiotic conversation with each other, where I am a Pan-Africanist, so I actually do want our unification, without shitting on what you're saying, but also think of the other side of people were creating culture as well, and do want to participate in this global space that was dominated by Black Americans at one time. And what I feel like is being rebelled against is the space being shared. Top line of it all.
Honestly, I think that the culture of Black Americans have always been pretty inviting. I do, because I feel that if it wasn't a lot of people, if we were really tribalistic and just like, no, this is ours, and really behaved in a way that was exclusionary, I do not think people would feel welcome here, and even wanting to call themselves Black. I know that Black is a term that is now used worldwide. And I do think it was heavily inspired by the West, because of how they adopted it here, and through media, and through civil rights things of that nature in America, and it trickled down, and then now we have global Blackness. I know we use that term a lot, but I don't think that if the culture was as exclusionary and just, this is our turf type of situation, I really don't think that Caribbeans or Africans would come here in the way that they do, and even want to adopt that, because it would be so foreign. But the fact that it's not like that, and Black people don't behave that way, and you are invited. And in the video, what I'm saying and what other people are saying about Essence Fest, no one wants to. No, I'm not saying the Caribbeans and Africans can't attend. No, that you should. If you're trying to get if you want to know about Black culture, about Louisiana, or what makes Essence special, yes, you should go. You should go and enjoy it. These are things that I'm not here to gatekeep your experience of Black American culture. I'm saying that this thing that with Essence and the way that we understand it and how it was created is Black culture, is Black American. I know that the Susan Taylor, for example, she's Caribbean. No one had an issue with how Susan Taylor uh led, like how she like her role, her position of how she curated the content in the magazines, or just how it was curated at the events. I'm not hearing any pushback or any grievances towards Susan Taylor. I think Black Americans adore her. I've heard nothing but great things about her. And I've been learning about that appreciation through Black Americans, through people that was like, oh yeah, when she was here, we all know she's Caribbean. We accept her for that. But she kept the message intact. She actually did what people wanted, versus this new leadership where it's completely different. So it's not about excluding anybody from enjoying Black American culture. It's not saying that Caribbeans and Africans did not contribute in some way, but at its core, we do have our thing that we do. There are certain things that I can say that only Black Americans will understand. I'm talking to you in a I would say more cleaned up way, but if I'm a little relaxed, you're probably not gonna understand what I'm saying. Like there's certain things I'll say that you just wouldn't know unless you are either from this region, or you're from Texas, or from Chicago. It's just,
I think that's similar to, like, if we were talking, probably you dropping our slanguistics from the UK. I think that's standard understanding. And I guess it's back to then with keeping it on Essence Fest, or what was lost at Essence Fest, because
the African infiltration.
Yeah, the corporatization of it, we understand. Like, I think a lot.
Definitely, we understand the corporatization, the extra zones that needed more money to be spent on it to access that. I definitely going over the plans for this year and looking at it compared to when I did it. The last one I did was 2019. It was very different. The curation of it was very different, and it did feel like there was a mass selling out to corporate entities and creating experiences. That definitely happened. I feel like that has kind of happened with almost all festivals around the world at this moment in time, because it's just how they're making their money from us. But it was purely the Africans, and then also Caroline being placed, her Kenyan roots being like an example of the corruption of Essence. I was like, how? Because from the lineup, the only African I could see there was Davido, as in the main stage.
There were other acts there that weren't like big mainstream Caribbean African acts that were there. I don't know who they are, but they were there. Okay. But from what I understood also is like this, the price gouging, I guess, that the price of it, and the lounge area that was available. There were certain things that were once free that you had to pay for now.
Okay.
So not only did you kind of like undermine or just kind of neglect the core audience, there were extra things you had to pay for. It was extra expensive. And as far as I'm a creator, I create content. So a lot of the things that I see, I'm going to be looking at it from that end. I have mutuals in Louisiana, and that are very, very much relevant. She's a food curator, basically. She goes to how perfect would that have been for Essence? People are looking to eat, right? She's a food influencer based in NOLA, goes around to the best restaurants for whatever vibe that you want. She has good content, and she's not a small little. She has like over 100,000 followers on there, and on TikTok and Instagram. People probably didn't see that clip, but I inserted it. I asked her, I'm like, hey, I saw your message on so and so. Like, I know you were in Louisiana. Have they contacted you? She's like, she told me that no one contacted her this whole year. I'm like, how are they? Mind you, these events, they are planned out way in advance. I know that they're like, oh, Caroline wasn't there. Like, she wasn't there for at least a year in advance. Like, it just sounds kind of like, okay. But anywho, back to my friend. She wasn't invited. She wasn't sought after by the brands. Kensington Gray is a very, very well known. I'll say black, but in a different type of way. Not the people that they focus as far as like their talent are usually of African and Caribbean descent. Though they were the main talent agency featured at Essence. All the girls, maybe twos and fews, they were all African, mostly African and Caribbean. Some were flown out from Toronto. I don't know if y'all knew that, but from Toronto, Canada, for Essence Fest. So when I say they're going above and beyond, way out, you're going so far away from what Essence is and who you should be prioritizing for this cultural event. It's not like you just go on Alta. It's not an Alta Day. This is a cultural event surrounded by Black American heritage and culture. So I would think as a brand, and now since we understand media, how that will look when you are strategically skipping over people that are local in the area that do content creation. Not any makeup girls, no hair girls, no food curators, and NOLA. And it's not just happening with Essence Fest. I'm seeing this happening with things surrounding Cowboy Carter. Like, you would have thought that in Texas that you would find, a Black American girl to promote Sacred and Beyonce and Black American Cowboy. You're in Texas. You would think that you would find somebody. No, they're not doing that. So it's an active thing for them to, when I say prioritize global Blackness, it's spaces where Black American heritage should be at the forefront. Caroline Wanker has already said these things that this is her mission for Essence. I don't know if you guys know that, but she's had speeches talking about that's her and Richie Lou Dennis. That's their new plan for Essence. I don't think people were aware of that.
No, he said that. He said I watched his video.
Now, but I'm like, before all of this happened, I don't think people were aware that this was the new direction.
I guess so. I guess I can't argue with them going above and beyond to get.
Yes, that I have footage of that. They went to girls from Toronto, girls from the UK. I'm like, you flew these girls out for this event, and you guys didn't bother talking to the influencers that are local to this event that I know. I asked, and I put the clip in there, but I wouldn't say anything about that. But
yeah,
okay, no, I hear that. I guess that's probably like that is the globalization in the global Black that I would definitely I'm happy with, and I guess I understand from intellectually understanding how that would also, for the dominant culture, the dominant creators in that space, to actually be affronted, very similar to Black Americans having issue with Black Brits kind of being involved in Hollywood and taking roles and all of that conversation. I actually feel like that is opening up an industry, and I think it's important that representation is put forward. I understand for Essence as a global brand and wanting to remain a global brand that you have to then bring in the diaspora. And I do also get that.
One thing about Black culture, people accept it the way it is. When I see people emulate it, when I see it across the seas, when I see people in China indulging themselves in Black culture, they don't change it. They're doing exactly what they see. It looks different because I know it's not authentic. They're not doing it correctly. The styles, and I've seen people do all sorts of things with their hair, mimicking what they think Black hair looks like or whatever. I've seen them do that. They don't change so much of it. People like Black culture the way that it is. They're not asking for anything more. When you were a little girl and we're watching these, even when I was a little girl, watching these things, these sitcoms, these TV shows, I liked it the way it was. Like, I didn't. It's.
But I guess. Sorry to cut. Then this is a part where, because I was with you, I've actually never defined what it was. I'm just like, can Blacks all get along, because it's important.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's my part where I'm very much like, I understand, because I have to be like, if I was in Ghana and I had a little thing going on, and it's a very Ghanaian thing. And then there are all the, I even say, with this year of return where there's opening the borders and inviting Black Americans and other Africans to come to Ghana every year to then break down those borders so there's more connection. What I've been quite vocal on is that I don't want I have said it, the Americanization, Black Americanization of certain parts of Africa, because
to lose your culture.
To lose the culture. So
Yeah.
I understand about preserving what you know to be Black American. But then when you were saying that we don't want Black culture to change, that is where the lines get blurred. And it goes back to what Nana was saying, is that there's lines of what's clearly Black American, but the margins of what's clearly Black American are not that wide, because we were replicating it, not Black American, but with our own, me being Black in the UK, there's stuff that I'm doing naturally for being Black. There's a Black core that we all have, regardless of where we are, that it's unbreakable. The bond that we have, the similarities that we have, are the way our mindset works. That to say that we don't want it to change, but for a British influencer to come to Essence and be doing a beauty conversation and beauty content creation, and to say that that is changing Black culture. No, I think the problem is going to the UK to fly in a content creator when you could look to the local people and first serve the community who are in New Orleans. They should get priority, and then the extra added from the diaspora are value added guests. That's how I see it. But I wouldn't say that flying in a Black British content creator to talk about Black beauty is changing Black culture.
No, I'm saying, yeah, that's not what I'm saying, because I'm saying that people can attend. You can attend. You can, if you want to fly certain girls. But who were the Black American girls in that area?
That part I agree with.
That I'm like, you can do, because I'm not a gatekeeper. I don't hold. That's not what I'm doing. Like, you enjoy the things that we have here. Like, there's nothing wrong with actually sharing the space. This is not that's not what's happening. Like, I know we the idea of Pan-Africanism or that sounds nice, but when it's corporatized, that's not what's happening. When it's corporatized, the Pan-African, we all one love is not what's happening. Like, if that were true, if that was happening, I would not have a problem.
Okay.
But that is not what's happening.
I feel like I really need proper data points on this, because from watching people and knowing, like, another content creator that went to report on Essence from here and came back and interviewed folks, almost everybody that is in her content is actually like a Black American. So I can't believe that everybody that was part of media was from outside of America. And I know for my cousins, they consider themselves, though they are the same as, I would say, I'm Black British, Ghanaian, they do the same with America. So they would say, I am a Black American. They were born there. Their lineage does go to Ghana. So it's like, what I have an issue with is the picking apart of that. That feels, that doesn't, it feels like white people, when they talk about immigration, it feels like you have to come and assimilate. And it's like, actually, as humans, diversity actually expands all of us. So why should it not be that you do have Black British, Black Jamaican, Black Ugandan content creators that come over and share? When I was in Essence,
they're not sharing. The difference is they're not leading with their heritage, and then they're not stating that they are Black Brit. They're not stating that they're Ghanaian. They're not stating that they're Nigerian. This is all done under Black. Nobody is leading with their unique heritage.
How? In what way? Sorry.
No one's really saying, like, when Shea Moisture talks about the talent that they brought in, right? They're just saying they're just Black girls.
But they are. I think,
but like, in the context of what we're talking about, right? Okay, so me and you, us two. If I met you and we were having a conversation, I'm not questioning your exterior. I can clearly see that you are phenotypically Black. That is not what I'm asking you. If I ask you where you're from, because I'm the type of person where I can hear two accents: your British accent and your Ghanaian or your Nigerian accent.
I don't have an accent. I have a British accent only. I've not been
I think some people think that, but when you're not hearing yourself or you hear different, like you can hear different layers.
Undistinctly, because even what they will call now as a black accent is the mixing of a London twang. We have our London twang, we have our West African influences, we have Caribbean in there, and now you have even more of like an Arabic, Somali influence.
So it's mesh. You can hear the layers of so when I ask you where you're from, you're not gonna just tell me, oh, I'm just black, because I'll be like, huh? What do you like? What is that? What does that mean to me, to us as we're speaking?
Right.
Yeah.
I can see you if you were saying that to some white person who doesn't some who don't know.
I'm just black. Yes.
Right. I can see you maybe saying that to them, but even though sometimes we think that they don't know, they know too. They know and then the corporate white people, they know the difference. They know. They like to play like they don't know, but they do know, because there's a whole thing with tokenization, tokenism, heritage tokenism. This is a thing. People might not like to talk about it, but it's a thing. Because you are a black woman, with an accent, what people might think is posh, they might prefer.
Yes.
Okay, so these things happen even in black centered spaces. So when you are seeing that, oh, these are the black girls, these are the top black influencers in this black space, and you're just saying black, and we're looking, I can hear something else. I know that you're Nigerian, you're Ghanaian, you're from Senegal, you, in this case, you're not just black, you have another heritage, and they're not leading with the heritage, so it just comes off as disingenuous when you go far beyond. You make intentionally not showcasing black American girls or black with that heritage at these black American centered spaces. I'm like, so what's going on? What?
So what's the? I hear that. I hear that, and I can't argue with that. What's the from your opinion?
But the L is distracting me, because that's the problem, and I'm hearing it in different ways, but because we use black here as well,
that's another
it's really it throws off, because you're using black specifically for black American. Whereas in the same way we use black here specifically,
right, it means
for
something
British,
different. It's just a different. It would be.
I understand
Regionally. For you, like black and the UK, it's not exactly the same black in America. Like and then colored in the USA is not the same as colored in South Africa.
Yeah.
Right. Similar verbiage, but it has a different connotation, has a different history behind that. So when I say that, it's never a diss to you or saying that you are not. Your exterior is not black. Yes, it is. I can't deny you of that. And when people see you, yes, they will say that. But in the context of what this conversation, like, you would never say, "Oh, I'm just black." No, because I know that you're British. I know that you're either Ghanaian, Jamaican, Caribbean, like Trinidadian, Guyanese. Like my friend, one of my friends, he is Jamaican, and I met him at the Beyonce concert, and I didn't know at first, but when we were on the phone talking, I was like, "Good accent. Where you from? You Haitian or you Jamaican?" He was like, "How did you know?" I'm like, I can hear you speak Patois. He was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay," because I can hear it. Like, if I'm from Chicago, so when I'm talking to a Chicagoan, I'll be like, "You're from Chicago."
Yes.
You just hear, you just know, and it's nothing I can exactly pinpoint, but you just know. So when we're talking, and you know, when I'm saying Black American, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, it was the unified term of black. That's why I was like, okay,
you are black, but it's just a different type. It's just different.
No, I got what you meant, and I was asking what is the thing, because what is the feeling, or what is the elephant in the room, or the specter, whatever it is, what is it that the corporates have against naturalized Black Americans or indigenous Black Americans to the immigrant?
I believe that because of the history here Black people have with white people, I think that there is a fear of people speaking up and speaking out about injustices or just whatever it is, just being bold. And the way that I am, my type of boldness, I do think it is due to me being Black American. Okay. I just think it is. I think that with media.
Oh, Deja, come back.
Oh no.
Oh, there you go.
Is it okay?
Yeah. You literally just went. You said me.
It's not again.
I'm so sorry. My brother's calling me. Hold on. He just stopped. Hold on.
Okay.
I just told him.
Tell him to stop calling. Tell him to watch and get in the chat. Come and get in the chat.
Because he wanted to go outside with my grandma. But shoot. Anyway, I'll.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm okay. I forgot. What was I saying?
You were saying that you think that because you're speaking out, and you think that ability to speak out comes from you being Black American.
Yes, I do. And we have a history of that. And I think that from just being around, hearing people that have an immigrant background talk and the things that they can go through trying to assimilate in this country, because, you know, I understand that to a degree. They're not as vocal. They don't, from what I can see, not really vocal. You're assimilating, so you will be quiet. You won't try to stir the pot, and because of that type of behavior, it can kind of give like bystander. Like you might see something going on, you might see something not right happen, but because of who you are, your background, and how you came into this country, and your mother, your whole family dynamic will more than likely have you just kind of not say anything, not speak up on things. And I think
you think that's the big elephant in the room that has caused this.
And it's the relationship that Black Americans have with Caribbeans, but mostly Africans. We don't have a relationship. It's not a strong relationship, and then the relationship that we do have is the way you earlier you said that you felt like when Black Americans say that they created a culture or the culture for America, you know, it feels like maybe Black people here are too prideful, or it's not
prideful. It's more of a, so reflecting on specifically the statement that you said was that we created the culture that is now being used by other people, and they are dominating the space, and so we are being forgotten. Like Black Americans, especially within the beauty space, it was like Black American beauty content creators that created the culture and fought for the inclusion and now being removed. And it's like that isn't factually true when you look at the lens 180, because there were people all over in the diaspora fighting for inclusion. And it seems to only be now that our voices and our styles and our looks are being platformed on a global stage. And then you have Black Americans being like, why are you guys here? We created this stage. And it's like, no, in everybody's country, they were having stages as well. And now in the world where everything is globalized, it's like that turns into a problem when you are platforming other people, Caribbeans and Africans. It now turns into, why are they here? We should be dominant. And that is basically like, I just feel like it's such a white sentiment that we can't all be on a playing field. There has to always be a dominant. And at this moment, there has to be the dominant Black to then, and that's the disconnect that I find in the diaspora wars, that it's like, well, no, should it not be that everybody now is getting to show who they are? Than it be like that's
are we talking about this in America? Like, I'm like, so when we talk about media, we're talking about American media?
Well, it's not American media anymore, because these are platforms that are created on a global sense, because they're being sold all around the world. So in order for that magazine, say Essence, to be able to sustain itself as a business, because we are in a global society now, you have to show other faces of Black. That's how you're going to grow, because
I understand that, but like the faces that they're seeing, the faces that we see that in our in Ebony Essence magazine, with all the diversity talk, you would think that we would see a variety. We're not even seeing a variety.
No, that's not a problem.
Right. So not only are we seeing, we're not seeing a variety. The media is mainly in America, where like we're the standard that we're talking about, and global, like America, people understand America means global. We're not like,
no, it doesn't. That's the thing. It doesn't, because it isn't.
No, like, because when people, Tyler, like if she wants to be a global star, we know that you have to be successful in America. It's not it doesn't work the same way with the UK. You can be super popular in London and not really make it's not the same here in the US. And because of that, artists will feel like they're not as successful because they haven't found success in the West. In America. That if you are not successful, if you are not in mainstream American media, they will not say that you're a superstar. They won't say those things about you.
Yeah. I hear that. That isn't kind of what I'm talking about, because there's markets that you need to break, and in some fractions, depending on what your industry is now, it's not even America anymore. You need to break Korea and China to really make.
Are they? But
I understand
Korea and China, are they asking for various when the Chinese when they get Black culture, what do? They're not. And this is the thing, the people that are being the faces of Blackness in America are usually like from Sudan. They're usually maybe from East Africa. But the crazy thing about it is they're not leading with their culture, right? They're not even saying where they're from.
No,
no one knows.
Can I jump in? Can I jump into that? Because I was going to say that, because I think there was a conversation with Jay Versace said something about models being mostly having to look African, the stereotype of African. And that went into a whole conversation about actually, when you look at the percentages, there's more Black American models than there are African. It's just that for some reason, people hone in on the African looking, mostly female models. That, when I look at the covers of Essence and Ebony and stuff like that, I don't see predominantly African celebrities on it. There were not a majority A-list African celebrities over Black American celebrities. Global superstars, I list them. There's a few Africans coming in there, but the majority who we still revere as the top actors and actresses, we're just talking about that type of space, they're Black American. The top artists are Black American. Of a majority, there is a creeping in because the stage is opening, the global borders are downing, the internet has helped open the borders to everybody else. So then now, as popularity grows, as well as music shifts, and there's Afrobeat that's coming through, more dancehall is coming through, reggaeton, all those type of things. Different artists are now getting the chance to be popular because of the internet, and people, and even Black Americans are responding to British drill artists, to Afrobeat artists. And now we're all creating global superstars on the back of the taste being broadened. Because at one point, Blackness meant only American hip hop, only American actors, only American accents. But now the world is getting used to broader Black accents. I don't know if that's true.
The Caribbean culture we had a whole wave with Caribbean music. Like Black people accept and Black people accept Afrobeats too.
Yes.
Like when we had that, Black people like Burna Boy. Like they still like him. But Black people have been very accepting of other influences and cultures in mainstream media.
In some time, but in mainstream media, but then in the diaspora wars, that's when it's like, well, it's not being accepted, because it's like then
the thing is with the models, with the Sudanese models, the modeling industry has changed. We don't even know their names. They don't speak. At least in the 90s or even early 2000s, we actually could identify these girls. We can't identify. We have only about 5 Black supermodels that we can pop. Not even supermodels. We'll just call them models. But the no names, you don't know her, but like they have a uniform look when they're looking. And look at high fashion Louis Vuitton. Look at Prada. Look at the high fashion magazines and the ads and the models that they use. When they want to showcase Blackness, it's a lot of the models are Sudanese. We don't know their names though. We know we can identify a uniform look when they want a particular look, when they want the exotification of Blackness, they are going to show a Sudanese model, and she has a uniform look. We don't know their names. They don't talk.
I think I believe that you're lumping in a lot of things in a space that's not completely fact, because we had in the 90s, I'm a 70s born, so I'm old enough to remember the supermodels of the 90s where we knew their names. It's a culture that's changed, because generally the world over, even celebrity has gone now, because right now, us lot could be considered celebrities because we are popular, we have followers, we have numbers. Now we're mini celebrities, depending on how big we are. So the idea of celebrity and that supermodel kind of stance, that's been done away with. The minute Naomi, Christy Turlington, and Eva whatever her name is, they all aged out of the thing. Supermodels were done. And it's just because I used to do hair in the modeling industry, and so I used to see the girls that came up and gone. They don't do that anymore. It's not, the supermodel thing isn't a thing anymore. And now all the girls are just factory fodder. There is no supermodel anymore. That's not to be put on the Sudanese being silent, because there are girls speaking out about this.
I'm just saying we don't know their because of the culture change, because of this change.
I don't
Because
think
it's not like we're telling them to be quiet. But I'm just saying, like,
I disagree that it's because they're African models that there's a silence, because the African models were speaking out. Alec Wet was speaking out. Iman was speaking out. Naomi, being British Jamaican, was speaking out. There were models that were speaking out, and there were models from back in the day, whether they're Black American or British American or African, who were speaking about the injustices of the modeling industry. And there were those that kept quiet. And I think nothing has changed. There were girls that were speaking out. There was I'll find her. There's a video of a girl speaking about it, and an African model is saying, yes, they want us to shave our hair, and they want us to.
The same one. There are many more.
There
blaming Africa
actually isn't even that many. There isn't.
No, I'm not blaming anyone.
No, but you're saying I'm sorry, just to be clear, because you're saying there's a culture of silence, and it's aligning with the conversation that because they're Sudanese, they're not speaking out. Is it because of that? And then where if they were Black American, they would speak out? Because you started with saying your vote.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying is that could that be the only reason? No, but I'm saying that speaking out and speaking up about things is very Black American. It just is.
But
a lot of the movements that people benefit from today came from people speaking up about things. And I'm not gonna make all statements, but this is because y'all asked me what do I think. What I thought about it. What I think that why it's probably easier to work with Sudanese or models with an immigrant background, because of the difference in culture and how we present ourselves and how we speak and our relationship with white people. It's it's different. It's not the same. And it's even different regionally. Me being from Chicago, a lot of people here in Texas they might not say something, but it is your regional differences, your cultural, your heritage differences, that I believe that all plays a factor into why these brands prioritize global Blackness. That's part of the reason why I even brought up Caroline Wanga's background is because that's what makes you who you are. We can't just like if people are like, oh, she sounds so American, it's because I am American. I'm from Chicago. I didn't say that as a diss. She is Kenyan. She came here at so and so years old. This is what's happening at the event. From these things and her statements, things that she has said, that's how I formulated my opinion.
No, I get that.
That's why I said it. I thought people would understand that why I mentioned it, but
I get it. I get it. I just want to stick on the model point because I think it's really important. Lots of people think that, and there is definitely a thing of the acceptable immigrant. That is a thing, definitely, and the powers that be will play on that. I would say the reason why they go to Sudan and they went for that East African look, one, exoticization of it all, but also because it's a war-torn country and you're able to pluck people out for super cheap and exploit them. That's why they were going there. And there has been so many reports from the models talking about they didn't make any money. And when they did cause up a fuss, they got sent back home. Like they shipped them back off again. That was a thing. They did it in lots of people at the time. It was probably like early 2000s. They were going to Russia and Moldova, and they were getting girls from there because, again, civil unrest. It's where they can go and get cheap labor, and they have an aesthetic, generally a little bit skinnier, taller, and they put them on the runways. It's not all about the acceptable immigrant story. It's just cheap labor, and that's what they do. But also within all of that, they are still a minority in Black modeling spaces. They stand out, like how over here they will say I see free for any Black person, because they are not the standard, let's say, Black. Like you are darker, you have a different type, that a different look that wasn't shown all the time, but they're still actually in the 20s of them, not even in the hundreds. And you can go to all of the modeling agencies and look over it, and you'll see that generally they are using like how they did with Black Americans, the big two, they use the same ones over and over and over again, and that's who we're seeing. But they are not overtaking anything at all. it's a look that is in for certain brands, but they're not overtaking people. And I think that's where it can turn into like we're being overrun. I feel like this is a psychological pattern. I don't know if all humans have this, but white people do it as well. They are like, when they have to start sharing a space, it turns into we are being overrun by them. And it's like, that absolutely isn't true.
And
And
can I
Black people here, I'm not sure I think you have to look at it from a different perspective. And then saying like, the Black people here are often just like the white people are just like, we have to look at it from a point of people are going without something. Black people aren't just complaining because they just have this hatred for Africans or Caribbeans. If anything, I never grew up around any Africans, and I know or Caribbeans. I didn't meet any Africans or Caribbeans until I became older, and a lot of Black people have that experience. Like, and we weren't raised to be like, oh, stay away. No, I couldn't even tell you. I don't know. I couldn't tell you that that's not the case. I think it's coming from going without. People aren't there. The economy is bad all around. So we have that. Black people, Black Americans have I know that we are American, and people think like, oh, you're American, you have money, or you have this and you have that. That is not what's happening. People are going without. People think a lot of things are changing. And I think the lack of relationship we've had this whole time has hit a boiling point. There's not a lot of communication. When Black people say anything about what's happening or their grievances, it's met with all types of things. And you're comparing them to white people. Like if Black Americans were so white, I don't think.
All right, can I say that just again? Sorry to cut. I will say counterwise, what you've kind of said about the silence is, and with you saying that you haven't grown up around Black Africans and Black Caribbeans, so there's a perspective that you won't have, or an understanding that you won't have, which we, unfortunately, the problem is that we have had so much insight into Black American culture and American culture that it feels like I know you more than you know me, which is kind of true I don't know you, I don't know Chicagoans, I don't know Louisianans like that, but I had so much of American Black culture fed to me that I know more, I understand and know more than you know about Black British culture, that you know about West African Black Ghanaian culture, because it hasn't been exported back to you.
No, we get a lot of American media.
The way that we speak out, Black people speak out in their respective countries as well, where Black Americans were speaking out. And yes, I think there was possibly a hierarchy of leadership in how much attention was on American civil leaders, and how much was focus on what you guys were doing. It was happening around the world. You are not unique in speaking out. Just I speak out. What we do on this platform with your aunties could never, from the UK, as Black African and Caribbeans, one of our girls is not here. We speak out naturally. It's inherent in our nature to speak out. So the same way, that's why me and you could meet up and get on like a house on fire, because where you are not afraid to speak up, I'm not afraid to speak up. And that has got nothing to do with it's our Blackness that makes us unapologetically forthright in speaking up and speaking out against injustices that we feel are being done to us.
The way it's received is what's different.
Yeah, okay.
I can say we can both speak out, but I know because of where I come from and who I am and how people view me, it's not going to sound the same. If people are going to look at it, they're going to look at it very different.
If I come to you, if I come to America and do it, I might get a blight. If you come to the UK, I won't. You will.
You will. That's how it goes.
It's the same thing. You come to UK, you're going to be put on a pedestal, because already you are seen as a pinnacle of Blackness. In the UK, Blackness is to some people, especially possibly to white folks, you can come over and speak out and you will be listened to. I suffer the same thing as you are suffering in America. That's the point. So where my posh British accent might work if I come to America, and they might take on and say, oh my gosh, she's so learned. These times now I'm from a hood, as you would call it. I live in the projects, as you would call it. I live in government housing, as you would call it. But I could come to America, put on a front and maybe get a little bit more successful, possibly, maybe. You could come over and do the same thing. People can look at you and say, you're a glamorous content creator. She does beauty. They're going to listen to you before they listen to me. That is a fact. It's just a transference of perceived power. That's all. So what you're saying would happen vice versa. That is 100% the fact. That is what happens.
I don't know. Maybe I'm
no, for true. It's true.
Even at this moment in time, within the kind of Black British media space, there are 3 content creators that have come from New York, and they are bossing it. Everybody has them on their stage because it's wherever you go, you will find the pocket of my blackness sells here, and that's the global stage that we're in now. And I absolutely do understand the frustrations. Within Ghana, my tribe is the majority tribe. And there will be other people that will be like, can't stand the Ashantis. They take over everything. So I always try, and I think it was Blue Tanuzma that always says, like, when you are thinking something is an injustice, are you being the white person in the room? And a lot of things that you have said, honestly, and it's not just you, it is like, you guys dominated the space and it's being open now and it's turning into a problem. And who else does that? Generally, it's the white person in the room.
It's because we're talking about American spaces.
All of that.
I'm not talking about going to London and dominating. I'm not saying that. I'm not going to London. I'm not going to. No. I'm talking about the spaces in America. Like I'm not. I'm not like. And just because we're in America, it's looked at something global. So now it's like, no, it's not yours. It's not. It's everybody's. But I'm not. That's the. I'm like.
I know. I get it. I get it. I absolutely get what you're saying. But because brand America sold itself globally and to all markets was dominating, once you open things up to a global stage, it's exactly the same as immigration. If you've dominated lands, then there is a point where that money that was put into your dominance has to be shared. It's just the way of the world. And that's where I get, even you were saying, it's like things are being taken away from us. And that's the problem that white people have with immigration. It's like, we built this and then things are being taken away. And it's like, no, because of your dominance, you have to share the playing field now. It's just a part of how it goes. Culture was sold. Black American culture was sold. We watched all of your TV shows that put money into America. And so that's where the stage was.
People are having an issue with, like,
but then you've got to share the stage.
But Black people don't benefit from it. That's kind of like the general. We're not.
Sorry, but we kind of in a white supremacist world, we're not the breadwinners of white supremacy.
There are breadwinners. Caroline Wenger is a breadwinner.
But they're also, but then so is Richard Delio, is Charlemagne the God, is Joe Budden, is Viola Davis, is Tyler Perry. Aren't they also breadwinners? But they're the majority, right?
There is an exclusionary elitist thing with the heritage too. It's not like these. Especially with the older generation, I feel like there is really they'll say Pan-African, but when you look in these spaces, that is not what's going on, because Pan-African means everybody. Pan means all. It is not all in these spaces. It's not being shared. And the money is not being circulated. Capital is not being circulated. So when you're capitalizing off of something like Black heritage and Black culture, and then you don't have you aren't of that background, it's not important to you. You said in your videos that where you want to go. Of course, Black people are going to feel slighted, like you are capitalizing and people can't be included. We're not being seen in these spaces. You're going to have some type of pushback. Like, I know share the spaces, that's nice, but the space isn't being shared in a way that is equal. It's not that's the
is it everywhere? Is it every single thing? Because that's what I mentioned again, because you said Charlene Wenger is benefiting, but then I mentioned a whole bunch of Black Americans who are superseding and are profiting off and promoting Black American culture in their majority. We still, like I said, I mentioned a whole bunch of people that are inspirational to myself and who are doing very well. So where is it not happening. What's happening in the, because like I said, the majority of Black A-listers in the industries are Black American,
Right.
like trace back
But
the
in spaces, smaller spaces like Essence, they're trying to bring. It's not the big acts wouldn't be there without the audience, without the other smaller bits and pieces for that to even be a thing. So when you are ostracizing them and blocking them out, but what it is, they want the name, they want what Essence stands for, they want what people, the nostalgia of it. Nostalgia is such a is people, we love it. We love nostalgia. They like that. They like the nostalgia. Like, they like the attention. They like the positive things that come of being Black American, but they really would like to use this space to elevate their preferred type of Blackness, which is global Blackness. And that's and Black people are seeing that this is happening, and not just this space, in all the spaces, even the small spaces. A festival, like a festival, it's one thing to say it's happening directly in Hollywood, but now you're seeing it in your home at the festival.
Okay, I think,
like, it's like,
what's the solution? What would be the solution? Because I think we could go round and round. What would be the solution?
I think just having people in key roles and leadership positions. Like, I do not think that I'm not sure why they emphasize going out with the, what is it, the NACA, the Nigerian political arts things. It's a whole political Nigerian group that they embedded within the movement, or the projection, as far as like what they want Essence to be. That you went and you know, shook hands and y'all met, had a date, and you guys planned for the future. But in these plans, are y'all including the vendors? Are you guys including the people in that area? Is money circulating back to the neighborhoods? Is money circulating to the talent that's there? So many Black Americans, there are a lot of Black people in the South. We never get representation. All of the global Blackness is in New York, California, and those places. The South, where the bulk of us are, we don't get any love or attention. So when we have these spaces that are changing in that type of way, you're going to get a reaction. Like, so we need those people in those positions that actually, that really care about it. It should be leveled. It should have some type of, it shouldn't be a space where it's dominated by something else. Like, what I think should happen is that I think that more Pan-African, Nigerian focused festivals should be a thing. It should be a thing, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a thing within Essence. Like, you can still. I have a question. Is that something that that you think people desire? Like we don't have to do it through legacy anything. Why can't it?
I think what you're saying, sorry, I think what you're saying, I agree that something that is traditionally seen as a New Orleans, let's say Essence is traditionally a New Orleans representative event about Black America, that has at its core Black American culture. I believe that core should not be lost. I don't agree that it should be separated. And you might not be saying that, but I don't think there's a problem with having an invitation to the diaspora to add to the cultural, because no matter what, the core of what New Orleans is about, it touches Caribbean and African. There's a transport of something, our DNA, our culture, our spirituality. It's in New Orleans for sure. Even when I went there, that's what I felt. So I think the core Black American, the fringes can include the diaspora. I think that. I don't know if Charlene Wanger is thinking, I'm going to turn this into an African thing, and I'm just using Essence name to get my mission to turn this into an African global thing. I don't think it's necessarily that in that nefarious way. She and Richard or whoever, or Dennis, whatever, might be thinking globally and thinking we're going to expand it because to sustain, and Blackness is growing and exporting and expanding, we should be focused on the wider. There could be that, but I don't think it's at the expense of what Essence should be or could be. And maybe they are listening to more people than just the core people, and whether that's right or wrong, that's something to say. What you're saying about whether there's a desire to have a global African festival, they already exist. You've got Afro Nation, you've got stuff that happens in Ghana, you've got festivals that happen with cultural specificity in each country around the world where black people inhabit. So I don't know if anyone is. I'm not sitting in London saying, do you know what? I wish there was a Ghanaian African Afro festival in New Orleans. I'm not thinking that. What I'm thinking is I'm going to Essence, and I want to go to Essence to see majority of my favorite acts, who are usually Black American, to eat some New Orleans food, to go and see some New Orleans culture. That's what I want to go to New Orleans, to Essence.
There's so much more of the culture that we could be learning about. Like I wish I was part of these things, and I can plan and implement stuff that I would like to see. Like
that's the conversation we had with. I think what's great about you speaking out and people speak. The positive side. I hate the diaspora wars. I think it's divisive and it's problematic.
I think it's the sentiment of the Africans are taking over.
That's what I don't like.
But I understand it gets the message out, but I feel like that is really poisonous to all of our psyches. That it just feels like we're all operating in a real scarcity mindset, and something is being taken away from instead of something is being expanded upon. And from reading their plans going for the next 10 years and to maybe do an Essence in Nigeria like they did in South Africa in 2016 and 2017, I understand that just the populace of Black bodies, Nigeria would be somewhere where you would go for the and Brazil, where you would expand to for the populace of how many Black people are there. And then again, it's an amalgamation of cultures, because within Nigeria there are so many different tribes there. I feel like it's more of a business expansion, and I can understand for if it's a brand that you're you have loyalty to, and you feel like you were being expanded out of the brand's vision. I understand that to be taken up with the corporates, that they adhere to a core base, but it seems poisonous to put things out there that are like Africans are taking our stuff. To have Elle talking about you guys aren't Black, putting in Teva in chats and all of that, it's like they hook onto what could be legitimate arguments, and there is a set of Black Americans where the voices are getting louder in terms of actually reducing what other Black African from the diaspora have also added to a global cultural melting pot, or their own cultures that may look very similar to Black American culture. It hasn't always been a co-opting or a thieving or a tethering to a culture. It hasn't always been like that. There are so many similarities throughout the world, and you see it when you go, and it's like, how did they even know to be using those colors? But we did. And that's where it does hurt my heart. Like watching the videos, I was like, this is so disappointing for what people fought through, that you had Malcolm X actually even go to Ghana to learn from the pioneers there as well. It's like there was a sharing taking place in the 50s and 60s, that all of the leaders that we look up to, the civil rights leaders, the people that were literally fighting for independence in African countries, were all fighting against the same oppressor. And it wasn't all learned from Black Americans. They were doing their own thing in their homes, and people were sharing. And we should, in the age of the internet, we should be more like that. Like we want to share, to say to you, we could put on something in London, you'd come down, you'd be a hero here. That should be the cultural exchange that we are all practicing. Not in my hometown, it needs to be this way. Like, I just feel like we need to be more expansive, like the Europeans. That's why they flipping took over the world.
I think that there was a time where a lot of Black Americans were Pan-African, and they accepted that, like, but over time and through the internet, it revealed that that was not reciprocated. Like, I think that's what we're seeing. Like, it didn't just happen overnight. This is something that has been happening for a very long time. A lot has changed, and I do think that we should have like, I think distinguishing ourselves or having our own, however you want to say it. I don't think being divisive is like, I don't think division is necessarily a bad thing. I don't. Like, I think that what should remain is that we, respect. I see each other, respect each other, know that you have you. I can't just wake up one day and be like, I'm Nigerian because through the transatlantic
No.
whatever. It's like
No,
I
but
can't
nobody
do
would want
that.
that because you
No.
have
You shouldn't do
have
that.
a heritage. You have a heritage. You have a culture. It's been created. All of that. It's
should
like
not be
nobody's saying that should be removed. It's more of an inclusion of other cultures into a space as well. Like there should be some reciprocity, which for many years there wasn't. There was a set look for blackness that was being corporatized and was being shared out there, that was very much Black Americans. And now, as people have been fighting for more inclusion, and that doesn't negate what Black Americans were fighting for, inclusion as well, but there were other representations of Black that also wanted to be a part of the global stage. And it feels like as soon as that happens, then it's a bit of, but what about us? And that's the thing where it is a bit crabs in a barrel. It is a bit like, no, but we should be there. But it's also like there was cultures being created along the way. And should it not be a sharing? Can there not be more learning of, well, that is so similar to us over there? And I feel like there just needs to be a little bit more of that than
our communities are separate. Where do people, like, if you're not in school and if you're not in these big institutions for you to have a real bond with Africans and Caribbeans, you're just not going to have that. When are you going to have this connect and understanding?
I think it. So if you, sorry, finish the sentence. Finish.
I don't really think it's going to be just at the festival we'll just put it all together and you guys, and I don't think it works like that. There has to be something else before we. I think if we all actually led with our heritage and being proud of where we're from and letting that be first, and we learn from each other through that, that could potentially bridge the gap. Because if we are all just saying we're all Black, how can we be identified and be proud about where we come from?
I think that's the part, because I was gonna ask you a question, but I think that's the part that we're having a language barrier, because in the UK we are Black. So when you're saying people are because it's when you say it, it appears like you're saying that we're being the people in America are being deceitful if they don't say that they're Black African or Black Caribbean. But
they're saying they're African American here.
But then that's if you're born in
right. But I definitely understand why they would call themselves African American, but the context of how that word exists and why we use it, and now it's confusing, you know.
But I think that's because for a long time, because as you said, the word Black, we've gone from Negro, colored, Black, and then there was a time when, especially when Pan-African was a thing, and especially during the time when we were fighting against apartheid and in solidarity, then everyone started, like Black Americans started identifying as African American as a sense of pride, to reclaim their, like that pride and the connection with Africa. So it became a bit of a faddish, because I remember, again, I said I'm a 70s born kid. So when hip hop turned kind of Afrocentric and everyone was wearing the kufi hats and the shikis, my culture was being worn. And so it was like things that represent what I know is me and who we have had. Because I was going to ask you, what is your understanding of what Africans and Caribbeans are? Because in the UK, being African was seen as a shitty thing, to be embarrassed. People used to hide that they were African because no one wanted to be associated with being African, because you had 4C tough, picky, nigger knots, peppercorn hair, the kitchen was rough, all of that stuff. Anyone that looks like me, specifically with a square nose, thick lips, dark skin, people wanted to disassociate with that. And if that was seen as African, you wanted to disassociate. So we know that that negativity has been exported around the world. So even to identify as African American was a big reclaiming of getting in touch with your roots. So I think now when people come to America, and whether they're born there, but yet their parents are Ghanaian or Nigerian or Caribbean, whatever the case is, they are born African American. Their citizenship is African American. So it's not that they're being deceitful. And then if you say I'm Black, and then as they grow up, I'm Black. But then if you want to get to, well, actually you're not Black because you're not from here. You've got heritage elsewhere. But then that's getting into the weeds of what does it mean?
I'm like, would they ever? I don't see the purpose in just saying you're just Black to me though. Like I can see them doing that to someone who's not Black at all. But like, why?
Oh, if we're in conversation, I'm in America. I was born in America. I'm going to, and my parents happen to be first, second generation Ghanaian, but I'm born in America. My birth certificate will call me Black American. I don't know how your certificates work. Black American, right?
I think it's different now.
Maybe it's different now, but this is, and it's the thing, it's only happening now. The dissection of people's backgrounds is happening a bit more now than it was before. First and foremost, I'm born in America. I'm going to call myself Black American. I'm not going to call myself anything else. If we have a conversation, I meet you, Deja. Hey, Deja, my name's Akria. Oh, okay, I'm from Chicago. You're from Chicago. Well, okay, cool. Then we start talking about parents and say, oh, actually, my parents came over in the 60s from Ghana. You can't.
That's never happened, because when I talk to people with an immigrant background or your parent, they always just tell me where they're from. I never had the conversation where I'm just Black. That has never happened to me.
So I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, because you're saying why?
No, not me personally, but I have seen on the internet, like, people are saying, "Oh, I'm first generation African American." I'm like, "Oh, I never heard that before until recently." First generation African American.
What does that? What does that mean? Sorry.
Yeah.
She's first generation. Like, she is she's African and she's American, but she's born like the first generation of people. Like,
how else? Because that's what, like, we say.
That's what we do in the UK.
First generation Black British.
Oh.
How else would you explain it then? Because I was born here, parents are from Ghana, so I'm first generation Black
That's
British.
just not something I like when I'm around other. We don't really there. That's not a first generation. We've been here generations, so I can't like.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be saying the distinction?
So we're different, like, yeah, but like the term, like I don't call myself African American because I learned that that's not what we thought it meant. When I learned about that, they made it seem like it was for people who were not first generation anything. That wasn't a thing when I was introduced to that terminology.
Yes, this is what's happening. There's an evolution, because literally, for me listening to, I think, let me just use the Read podcast as an example. It was through their conversation, Crystal and Kid Fury, and Kid Fury's Jamaican American and Crystal's Black American, just for distinction. So they even had a conversation where Crystal stopped saying she's African American because the language was starting to change, because I guess there's more of a new wave of immigrants who are coming in, and if you call yourself African American, but actually I am African American because my parents are from Africa and I'm in America, so then it got confusing that to say that you're African American is different from being like you're Black American, so that there started to be a separation of that, and that's what's happening. It's just a language is evolving to kind of understand who is African American because you're from Africa. And I guess now there'll be more of an introduction of saying I'm Caribbean American, I'm Jamaican. If you want to be specific,
yeah, that's
how I am Black American. Like you would say I'm Black American, and I just think it's just a natural, understanding language, because there's a new wave of Blackness existing in America that what you're not used to is what we've been used to in the UK for a longer time, because we don't have a one homogenous Black, because we have our communities of Caribbean and Africans that are in the UK.
And a lot of Black people don't.
It's happening now in the reverse. We're doing it in the reverse. There is now an evolution of Black British people who are not necessarily touching their Caribbean or their African roots. They say that we're from here. We've got maybe second, third generation. We are from here, so we are now Black British, and that is it. And I think what's happening in America is in the reverse of what's happening in the UK. That's what's happening.
Yeah, and it's I would say it's going to probably be a reclassification. We done been through these a lot, and so with something like that happening, I think you're going to have a lot of pushback, because now now that with our new language that's developing in media, and that's also a language. What are you saying when the people that you invite to these black in the way that we learn and we're taught?
Yes.
And these Black centered spaces, and they are Caribbean and African only. What does that mean? And they're not saying like, oh, they're not saying that. They're just saying these are Black people, which I understand. Now that we have a little bit more context, as somebody who is not first generation anything, that's not something that I grew up with. We don't and it's not just a small pool of us that didn't grow. It's a lot of us who grew up like that, who are not first generation of anything. We've been here for a very, very long time. Like, and now this is a new language people are adopting. I'm African American. I'm like, oh, okay, that's new. Or I'm just Black. I'm like, in what way would you ever just because now because of the language is now people are feeling displaced. So now they're like, so is this not? So if this is Black, I am not Caribbean. I'm not African. What am I? That's not, I know people don't look at it like that, but you have to like understand.
I get it.
People feel displaced.
I get it. I would advise. Yeah, I can't even. I get it. I can't even, because I can understand how you can feel displaced, but in my utopic viewpoint, you shouldn't feel displaced, because what should happen is, and I think this is what's happening, is a kind of defining what this is, what it means to be Black American, but it shouldn't also be a barrier to entry or a anger or a them versus us. That's what it shouldn't
I wasn't angry about it, but I don't like when saying Pan-African ideology is not really helpful. And in theory it sounds nice, but in actuality it's not performing the way people think it should, or the way it should be. It's not like that. And that's why a lot of Black people are not calling themselves African American. That's why a lot of Black people here are not Pan-Africans, because they know now that this does not serve you in the way that we thought it would. We thought that we were all together and all one, and in these spaces that we will all grow from this. That's not what's happening. There's tokenism within heritage and Black spaces, and what is the appropriate Black? What is a more global Black? People have commented on my page and be like, "Oh, you're too this. You're not whatever." I'm not marketable because I'm not looked at as global Black, and I'm not in media. I do not come off as diverse, because we have this ingrained thought that, oh, only girls that look like this are promoted. Right now, I can tell you right now, there are no beauty influencers Black that look like me. None. Not one.
What do you mean? Is it light skin or?
I'm not. Well, I don't consider myself light skinned. I'm in the middle. I'm like
I was literally about to say this. We always have this thing because you are light for us.
I'm like, but you got to depend on who you're comparing.
Yeah.
So like, I'm light.
What do you mean? What look like you in what capacity? What do you mean that they don't look like you? How?
No, but when media is looking for Blackness, they want undeniably Black.
Okay, so someone who's like.
Deeper skin, and that they wouldn't question whatever your media says Black is. They're not. It's not, and they're cloaking that as diversity, and it's not diverse. It's kind of like they're giving the DEI initiative, but it's not even really. It's like a lazy way of saying that you're diverse. You're not really showing Blackness in its full capacity, because you're not even. Imagine just showing one shade range, one type of feature, one type of look, or very, very similar look. The girls, they're not. It's not very diverse.
I feel like this. Honestly,
I think diversity only means deeper skin.
I think it's for two dark-skinned women who you'll have to search to find our representation. I think this is the craziest thing, to have another Black person really be like the representation of Black now is dark skin. I actually think that honestly, I think it's ludicrous.
And media
representation of Black globally is always first and foremost, it is literally a light skinned person. And when I say light skin, I'm talking about what we would call a mixed race, you guys would call it biracial. They dominate. That color scale dominates in all spaces. Then you'll have a secondary, and is depending on what industry, what they are putting forward, is usually a medium complexion Black. And then you will have small representation of dark-skinned women. And then within the dark-skinned pool, if they want to be like, we are ultra in and we are really global, they will have an East African. And then generally, you will still see a few representation of dark-skinned women in there. But by no means is dark skin to very dark globally accepted and heralded and everywhere. Absolutely
as Black. No, like, I mean, so what I'm talking about is from the beauty space, because this is what I do. Okay. Like in media and beauty, that's what I'm talking about. So in media and in beauty, and especially with makeup, because the language has been, oh, there are no shades for deeper skin. They all lead. Most of them lead with the deeper skin model.
Okay.
That when it comes to the shade ranges, a lot of them put the deepest first. Like when you're looking at the swatches or whatever, they might have somebody close to my skin tone there, but they make sure that it's heavily implemented, that they are diverse. They care about Blackness and the people that we're lacking.
How is this?
Deep skin, they are dominant in these spaces. I wouldn't make that up. I wouldn't lie about that. I have
Okay.
no reason to.
Even if this is true, I'm 45 years old. If this is true for in the last 5 years, let's say, since the pandemic, that darker skinned women have now become what is the standard of black, in 40 years of my life, that has never been the standard. Even if it lasted for a year, what do you think that says for all of the millions of dark-skinned girls that are out there that have never seen themselves, never seen that representation, couldn't even get that makeup, that now they can? I honestly, I think it's disgusting that we're even talking about this. For equally having representation of dark skin be like, this is now taking over blackness. Come on.
I think you're kind of inflating what I said. That's not
what you said,
I don't use words like taking over or too African or anything like that, because I respect the conversation and what we're talking about and how sensitive that it is. And I think we should understand that I have a level of knowledge in this because I actually do this. Like, it's not something that I have no reason to come here and lie and paint this picture like, oh, that's no, this, I'm saying this because I have done the research. I have done the work. I'm not like, it is when brands are looking to show other black people, somebody that they're going to show you someone who's undeniably black without them talking anything. They're going to show you.
Oh my God.
Someone could deny me of what someone could say that I'm.
Oh, I think something's happened.
Someone could deny me of my blackness in media and be like, oh, she's too light, she's this, she's that. People are saying, me talking about black topics, people have an issue with. I left those comments up too. People are saying certain things about me in my comment section because I can come off not black enough.
Yeah.
I can.
I think that I agree with the converse. I can understand that because I do think, especially because I work in media on my media platform, the British Blacklist. So I'm a news media entertainment platform. So definitely I see especially in the UK, when it comes to tokenism and visibility of blackness, they'll put a dark skinned woman or a dark skin. When it comes to the women, they'll put a dark skinned woman.
Especially with the women, yeah.
But they will put a dark skinned woman in space and they'll surround them by whiteness. Because I'm always fighting against, like, where the hell is the black love? And especially when it comes to dark skinned women, they're never paired with a dark skinned black man. And that's in America as well, because colorism is a thing in the West. Wherever you are in the diaspora, colorism is a thing. And sometimes we as black people perpetrate that because we are also brainwashed by white supremacy, blah, 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 blah. So I understand the tokenism use of a dark-skinned person to ensure that the white company is ticking their DEI box. I absolutely
yes, they might not tick it off of me. That's all I'm saying.
I'm wary of, and this is something, okay, I can't speak to your industry because I'm no longer in it. That is also an African problem. Because then it's like, well, then the girls, that means, because you're kind of saying that there's no dark-skinned black Americans.
They don't show any dark-skinned black American girls. They do not, because we know that girls here can be very deep-skinned. They're not there. So now I'm like, okay, so not only is it.
Can I jump in and also say that definitely the colorism conversation has been rife in America as it is in the UK. And we don't have, like, Viola Davis is one of the few. Lupita Nyong'o came from Africa. So I'm talking about who are the dark-skinned, as dark-skinned as Viola Davis, who are prominent black Americans that we ourselves in the black creative space hiring and celebrating. Because even I'm veering off, but I just wanted to explore colorism from a black American viewpoint, because that is a thing that has also been exported to the world. That a certain tone of woman, of beauty standard, the Beyonce is the pinnacle of beauty, and the young, let's say a younger Viola Davis is not. That has been the separation, and that has been my whole existence up until today. When I was watching Joe Biden's podcast, his podwives, all the black men that are either with a white woman or someone who's light, there's not one of them is with a woman that looks like me. But yet they're saying that they're with black women, that's their partners, they love black women, but yet not one of them looks like me. There's colorism afoot in the industry. So what are you saying?
So that's there, and there's a difference. So with celebrities, the only time I see blatant colorism is with men. I see it like when they're picking their partners. I do not see it as often when they're marketing for like makeup if they're trying to
Just
check off the
makeup
DEI box,
specifically.
they're going to get a deeper skin model that's undeniably black.
That's
Now, if
just
we're talking about
okay.
the
That's
fetish,
just, okay.
if we're talking about the fetishization of biracial light skinned women, is usually in conjunction with a man. Like who's
Who dominate
elevated
the industry, right?
in the in the industry, and possibly like regular everyday men. Like it's usually it's guys. I'm not really seeing the biracial takeover in the makeup space. It's not like that.
Okay, but then that's one microcosm.
That's big. Makeup, beauty, and media. I would say that's a large part in capitalism. Large part. Everybody wants to be beautiful. Like that's that beauty. If a woman don't have anything else, your beauty can still get you places. You can still get you things. You still have even though it's not money, that's still capital that you have. Like that's something that people will continue to buy, and you might not ever get the beauty that you want, you know. But
This
beauty,
is so
like,
new.
it's big.
It's so new to even have a dark skin model in the beauty space. It's so new. And this is honestly is why it's so frustrating to me to even be having this conversation, because it feels like at any slight change where we do try and at least have representation, it then turns into it's all gone that way. And it's like and this is like a part of globalization that more people need to understand. There are way more dark-skinned people on this earth than there are the lighter shades of black.
So I expect to see dark-skinned black women there, and they're not. I agree. There's a lot of dark-skinned people, but there aren't any very popular dark-skinned Black American girls in the beauty space. There's not one.
So it's about
if they're not American, but they are from. They are Ugandan. They're Nigerian.
Those are the only ones that they elevate. Yeah, those are the only ones that they really elevate. And like as far as
if there's 5 spots that are going, all 5 should be occupied by Black Americans. Although their markets that they're going to are going to over 100 countries where they are marketing to Black people. It should be Black Americans that are the face of that.
I didn't say so. I will never speak in like all or just complete. Like no, I need to be a balance. I'm just saying that they should be there. It's not. It's a lack.
I think I understand and I respect the fact that because this is then white corporations is what they do. They pick and choose and they cherry pick.
They do, and they tokenize it. They do. They do.
I agree with that. And I understand if they're purposely going for, okay, this person needs to be African, because also white people can be fickle. And like, so Nigerians are popular, let's go and get a Nigerian to do this, that, and the other. So where that is a problem, especially if you're picking from within the country that there are people already doing it.
Yes, that's literally what's happening.
I understand that, but then I guess the conversation shouldn't be between us. It should be towards the, in quotes, the oppressors. And it shouldn't be, because then when we're reading the comments and comments are comments, and then when we're having people, cultural leaders and people with followings saying it's the Africans and the Caribbeans that are taking over and they should stay in their lane and they shouldn't and they should and their tethers and this, the conversation is at the wrong people, because people are just going to survive no matter what. If I emigrate to America tomorrow, I'm a content creator and I'm a journalist. I'm going to go and find a job at Essence. I'm going to get on my YouTube and start talking from my spot in New York or wherever I am. And I'm just going to talk and be Black. And then someone's going to say, well, you immigrant, you're taking over our culture. You're tethering us, you're copying us. And I'm like, I'm just being Black in this space. I just happen to move to America. So that's something I cannot then say, well, I'm going to now just be a nurse or a doctor.
I think people are confusing that. You should go after your dreams and do what makes you happy.
But when people are saying don't do that, because basically that's what the language. I think I asked someone in our comments, what do you want an immigrant Black in America to do if they have skill? What do you want them to do?
That's it. I'm not at what I would personally. I don't say that those people can still they'll take what I say as inflammatory anyway. But I make sure I'm careful with my words and I don't say talk like that. You should go after your dreams. You should do what makes you happy. But when Black people of a specific heritage are talking about a situation that is happening, listen. Don't say it's divisive. Don't say you're being white. Don't say that it's this conversation is crazy to talk about. We have to talk about these things. The lack of conversation is how we got here.
I think
people not
agree
being
with you.
open about it is how we got here. You know,
I agree. I
like,
agree with you. It does need to be spoken about, but then, you know, in opening up the conversation, you're going to hear a response, and
I can't control
the
that.
reciprocity. That is the thing of, and even as you said it, it's like to just listen, and it's like we can't just, because it's not passive, because these conversations, and when it does lead to xenophobia, is basically what happened in Rwanda. It does lead to people killing each other. When you think that there is scarcity in my cultural worth, what I am representing is being dominated, is being stolen from me, that is when you truly have shit happening. So it's like, I don't take this lightly, like this is just content creation. When I see content creators talking about the Africans have taken this from me, or the Africans are quiet, or Black Americans are lazy. It's like all of these talking points are a problem to our global Blackness and us being able to fight against being oppressed. When we are all in our own little fractions, and we can do that for ourselves, we are all different. We don't have to be collectively like one homogenized Black, because we're not. We absolutely are not a monolith, and everything should be celebrated, but we shouldn't be like, you are taking my spot, which I absolutely deserve. And that's what it sounds like. And that's where it's a problem, because when we start seeing each other as food, that's when people die. And that's what we don't want. So yes, we need to have these conversations. I need to understand, and I think I got it. I understand the fears, the removal, the feeling ostracized in your own country. I absolutely understand that. So that's where then the dialogue needs to go with, okay, it's a problem. I didn't know that there was such a divide, that you could go to adulthood and you didn't have any experiences with an African or a Caribbean.
I didn't know. It's a lot of, especially in the South. Like, it's different in New York or places up there. Like, it's very, it's you know, but it's not exactly like that in Chicago, and it's not like that in it's definitely not like that in Texas. And then on top of that, Africans and Caribbeans, they stay in their own communities.
I get that. I understand that too, because we have regionality over here. So if you live in London or a big city like Manchester or Birmingham, you're going to think it's more multicultural. Then you step out and it's very white, and it's a whole different thing. Like, I guess your rural towns in America where they're more white than anything. And definitely when we have the same problem as well, where everything's focused in London. If you're in London, you're living large, even if you're Black, you've got poverty, but there's still like, you're getting more resources than if you lived out in the regions again, because similar to the conversation about the South, and how London is representative of what Blackness is, and maybe someone who's from up north or the deep south of the UK, their Blackness isn't going to be as valued. You have to be from London to be represented. So it's, again, mirroring the same issue. So we do understand completely, but I echo what Nana's saying. I have an understanding, because I've seen more of these conversations and stuff like that. But the conversation that as Nana says, it's not passive. We are going to argue. We're going to say things. We're going to misunderstand. We're going to repeat ourselves. We're going to break it down. And hopefully you've also got some understanding from where we're coming from, so that these conversations it's not going to go away tomorrow, whatever.
No,
we need to keep talking about it for there to be understanding. Because I think one thing I didn't get to ask you, and I don't want to go round and round, but what even were you when you were growing up? What did you know about Africa? What did you know about Caribbean? What were you told? Was there anything positive?
So I never heard anything. Well, growing up with Africa, I really didn't have any type of. A lot of us looked at Africa like just one big place. Like I didn't even know about the country, how many countries were there, and everybody is has their own culture. It's different. We didn't know. We saw those commercials. I don't even want to. We saw those commercials, and what my experience with it was my mom like, you better eat your food, because
you don't want to be starving.
That's all I got. Like, there are starving children in Africa. Like, eat your food. Like that. Like, there's starving children in Chicago. There are starving children in New York. Like, but that was about that. And then maybe the next experience I had was one person. She was Eritrean. She was a teacher. She's my teacher, but she's like a missionary lady.
Okay.
And she was the first person that told me that I was not African American.
Okay.
She said that you are not African American. She said, I'm African American. You are black.
Okay.
And after that, I was like,
Did she say it as a negative, or did she say it as a?
No, she's a nice lady. You know, I think she was just like more blunt. I think so. When and there's grace with me as far as like people, because she's not from America, so the way how she communicates is going to be a little different.
Yeah.
And so I didn't take it to heart. Like I was like, oh, okay, and then I just kind of just saw things very differently. I'm like, well, I don't call myself African American. It's not a diss to Africa, but like saying it kind for me, saying it like what part? There's so many parts now that I know what part. This just saying African American for me, that doesn't. I kind of really don't even think it makes sense for first generation African immigrants too, because like you know where you're from, you know where your people are from. You could say I'm Senegalese American. I'm Nigerian American. Yeah, you can say. Why would you just say African when you know exactly where you come from?
Because it's for the quickness. It's like saying black. Like if like the same thing. It's for the quickness. I'm over here. I'm black. If you want to get deep, I'm African. If you want to get deep, I'm Ghanaian. It's those levels of communication. It's quickness. So I might not. It's just language. People speak quickly, and not everyone's thinking in the hierarchy of who they are. Sometimes it's just I'm just black because you know what? When I go outside, police are going to snatch me up for whatever the case because they just see a black face. I'm so glad you spoke about what you were fed growing up, because we had that in the UK as well. Caribbeans versus Africans. We had the same diaspora wars within our thing, Caribbeans versus Africans. And especially because of the slave conversation, we had the Africans sold us, so there was negativity. You don't want to look African because if you look African, then you're impoverished. You've got flies on your belly. You live in a mud hut. There was not positivity. It's only in recent times, and especially with the advancement of the internet, where the barriers are broken down and people are starting to see that, oh, Africa isn't a country, it's a continent. Oh, there's 54 countries. Oh, there's different tribes. There's more understanding of the different looks. Even the fact that you can get light-skinned Africans and the very dark-skinned Africans. All this.
And that's another thing. They do not show. That's another thing too. They do not show any Nigerian girls who look like me. None. There is not one in the beauty industry. They are all.
I would say like, or is Jackie Aina not seen as in the beauty industry? Is that different?
Is she seen as what?
Like, because I would think that I think you're a little bit lighter than Jackie, but I would say aesthetically, I would be like, yeah, well, Jackie Aina's there. She's American, Nigerian. I think one parent is Black American, the other is Nigerian. She's married to a Ghanaian man. Like, I would have thought, and he's Black British. Like, but do Black Americans see Jackie Aina as an African, or is she an American?
Yes. They see her as African. I grew up with I thought she was she is Nigerian. I never really I don't know. It's different because when you have two heritages, like people are just, and she from what I can see and what others have seen, she leaves with her Nigerian heritage.
Okay.
Like well, she doesn't. It's not.
I think this is all about fact finding and rebranding, because Africa needs to have Africa has long had to need a rebrand, because all we've had is Band-Aid. We are the world. These people need help. They are not independent. They depend on aid.
I think it's interesting that the rebrand is like, to me, from what I can see, it looks like it's happening through the Black American identity. And I'm like, if you want to rebrand the misinformation that we've gotten here, this is something that you have to kind of like create on your own. Like it has to be so that it's
not. Just to correct you, it's not. It's you're seeing it because you're in America. We've got it coming in the UK. Everywhere that Blacks are have emigrated to, their identity is their identity. Black America, unless they were born in America, and they can only be what they see. So if I'm born in the UK, I have a British UK sensibility because I was born here. When I go to Ghana, they know that I'm not from there because I have British, because I was born there. So America,
and you know what the funny thing is going to Ghana, they also know that we're not American, because there is a British aesthetic. There is a Black British aesthetic that when we spoke about the soul food thing, and there was loads of comments and people were like, look at them cosplaying as Americans. And it's like, we are so not. Like, this aesthetic is over here. You could go anywhere and you would tell subtle differences, but it's not co-opted from an American space. It's actually like it's subcultures that grow up when you have fusions of
And you
black
call
folk.
it soul food?
No. I made a
No.
mistake. I made it. Don't kill me, Deja. I beg. I made a mistake. Well, I won't even say I made a mistake. We were talking about soul food. And I said that we have a version of soul food in the UK. I got killed. Do not come for me, Deja. I got killed by you people, by you Black Americans. You killed me. Killed
You know
us.
what the funny thing is, though? A guy and a Black American, actually, I was watching him. I can't remember what his name was. And he said exactly the same thing that you said. And it's literally, it was like, I went to the UK and they have similar versions to what I would call back home soul food. And it's like, that's literally all it is. You can go wherever you go, you will see there are similar ways that things are prepared, cooked. They look similar, may taste different, but it's just similar. It's like you'll go to a country and you seek out the black food. As a black person, that's what I do. I try and find a black food spot. That was the commonality that we were talking about. Not that somehow within our time here for like the last 100 years, we had been able to create the same recipes that you guys had in the South, and we are now calling it soul food. That is not what was said. But these are the things where it's like, okay, it doesn't need to be like a visceral attack on, you've got us wrong. There's something in that, I don't know. There's something in maybe it's a fear and insecurity, like something is being stolen, and it does. And I don't think that is what's taking place. And in a way, that was kind of what
Black people have with America. We have not had our. I know media paints life here one way, but a lot of people did not get the things that they were promised and what they deserved, and what they didn't get it.
We know that. That's very clear. I think that's one thing that's been said in the comments to us that we don't understand. Because someone said to me, what offended me so much, one of the things that offended me was someone said, you don't understand Kendrick's Super Bowl performance. I was like, how can I not? How can I not, as a black person? I don't have to be from Compton.
It is a trauma.
I don't have to be from Compton to understand what the fuck everything that Kendrick was talking about in that and what it meant to black people. And I know what it means to black Americans. So we do know that you haven't got your 40 acres and a mule. I've grown up learning that. I know that there's a vocality that black people have from America and from around. We have not. None of us have been given our just rewards from the effects of slavery and colonialism. None of us. Africa is still being raped and pillaged today. Our mobile phones, our laptops, because the white companies are stealing our shit and selling it back to us. Black Africa is in a chokehold to the global debt because of white supremacy and colonialism. Your 40 acres and a mule has not been given out to anybody. What you deserve in America, black Americans who built America, you have not been given it. We haven't, and we understand that. No one looks at you guys and thinks you've got it living large. You have a different economy bracket to us in the UK. There's a different success bracket that you guys have. But we understand your suffering 100%. Just to let you know that.
Yeah.
But yes, let's go on to lighter thing, because we've talked and talked. Deja, tell us in 5 minutes before you have to go or whatever. What do you do? What exactly do you do? How can we support you? What are you trying to achieve out here? Hopes, dreams, goals, wishes.
So now that I've caused quite a stir with my videos, well, I've been, I guess I'm in a position where I'm just gonna say I think I'm in a position where I'm a leader. I have officially have a voice. People are starting to recognize me now.
Sure.
And I just want to continue to share my love for nostalgia and just glam, all types of glam. I do want to focus on Black American beauty. I know that might sound whatever, but I feel like it's necessary, and that's something I've always done. It's just I never was vocal about it. I've always been into the fashion and the makeup and the style. But now I'm more vocal about it. But I want to create something. I'm working on something that I can maybe get back to, girls like me here that may feel overlooked, not really sought after, don't really fit the Black aesthetic, the mold that they have here for media. There's a lot of girls like me who don't really quite fit. I'm not quite this and I'm not quite that. I'm somewhere in the middle. So I want to bridge that gap, talk to those girls, inspire those girls, create something that I could potentially give back to. I want to eventually, I want to have products. I want my own products. I've been talking about other people's products, and for me, I think, media, the ads, and what I want to see is there's something missing. I want something new. I want something nostalgic. And I want to put it together. And I want to give it to the girls. But I'm just a creative girl in her room with an opinion, and I plan to give back.
I think that's good. I feel like it's always needed. Whatever you feel is missing from out there, and you create it yourself, there's always going to be a whole load of people that are also like, I want that too. Yeah. And I get your nostalgia. Obviously, it must be like 90s.
Yes, I love it. And you know what's so crazy? You out of everyone, you said my middle name correctly.
Deja Zhane.
Yes, they get it wrong here all the time.
Look at that, sister. What did they call it? How did
Zhane.
Of course. Oh, okay. But then, no, didn't we have a group?
Yes, that's where I got my name from.
And you see, I just say that the dark skinned girl from Zhane, people used to, when I was younger, they would say, you kind of look like her. She looks like my sister.
Yeah.
We are kin.
I think she got it because I was getting told I look like her too. Whenever there is a dark skinned girl that comes along, Patra, when she literally, you know, like Patra, it's like, it's always.
Oh, yeah. See, yeah. Yes.
I was going to say, Deja, the day you book a ticket to come to London, you better come and find us, because I trust.
Yes, I would love to come to London. I do. I would love to.
Come see us and come see your cousins in the UK.
In the UK, right? Yes, that would be a fun time.
Whenever we have trouble with understanding Black American culture,
I'll come to you.
And you
translate like, I think what they mean.
People in the comments are like, you need to get an American auntie to join the fold. So if you're happy, every so often we'll knock on your door and say, come join us.
Explain this, like,
come chat.
Okay, yeah, I'll be open to doing that. That's cool. Thank you.
Really appreciate you for joining the conversation, and it's not an easy one. Appreciate your grace and patience. I appreciate, we're not going to see eye to eye on everything, but this is what's important, I think.
Yes, the dialogue, the conversation. This is what's most important. Understanding, yes. So for me, this is a win. You guys get to see, you get a little bit of my aura, who I am. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it can come off a different way in video, but now that you can kind of see a little bit. I'm not like, I'm not like that. Like but yeah, I'm glad we had this conversation. It went well. I like the dialogue, and that's what's most important.
Yeah, appreciate
you. We'll talk more. Thank you.
We will let you get back to your day.
Yes, thank you. Y'all have a nice day. I don't even know how to hang up. How do you?
I don't. I can remove you, but I don't want to. I will politely remove you.
Okay. I'll just wave.
Okay. Take care.
There we go.
Give me a point. I'll say thank you to her. I'll do it when we finish. God, I couldn't even get to the comments.
I mean, you guys. Yeah, sorry.
You guys went in.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot. That was a lot. There was lots of points in there. I will watch this back and study it through.
We have to clip this out, to be fair, but I think we need to watch it back just to double check.
What do you guys all think in the comments? Sound off now, and then we'll start reading.
We're supposed to go out. I wanted to get a nap in. We've got to go.
But I that may not happen. I also wanted to play my hair.
No.
Oh, Strike 22.
Strike says, go on.
Thank you,
Strike. I think go on.
I think I speak for everyone when I say we need to set up a fund for Nana. Looks like she's going to be needing a drink going forward. I had to take a breather for a second. I know I am the dark skin representation. Sometimes I feel like it doesn't hit me, and then somebody will say something and I'm like, oh no, I'm actually viscerally triggered at this, because I love that I can actually scroll through and see my color being represented, because that wasn't the case for most of my life. So for somebody else to be like, now I'm not represented, when literally your phenotype has been the representation of actually dark skin fashion, it does hurt me. And I don't even have a daughter, but there is something, if I had a daughter, it would. So yes, I had to take a breather.
Thank you, Kevin, Mr. K. I think every time the Diaspora Wars come up, always play that Malcolm X clip I once shared with you. I hear you.
I know. It's like we kind of need that clip on deck, because it is the collective experience, and we need that more. It's not this one should have it and that one is taking it. It should be like, actually, let's move away from a scarcity mindset, because that's what they do. That's what they do to us. They literally have us pitting against each other, and it's like, please, when's that going to end? Within my lifetime, let's make that happen.
Yeah, I think the thing is, I really do understand, because it's something I've spoken about before, about when they hire something that visibly covers all boxes. They do that in films and TV a lot. Like they'll come and cast a Black, LGBTQ, disabled, all the diversity in one bracket, and they'll make sure the person is dark skinned, and they don't care about what that means for fair representation in every facet. So what she was saying, I'm not in that space, and you can't take away from people's immediate experience of, if you're feeling like, actually, you know what, there's an element where they're actually employing or only working with dark skinned people in order to tick their boxes. That's a problem. And if you're feeling that in the immediacy, I understand how that's a problem, because I would see it's the same thing when they're only hiring light skin. But for me, it's not the problem. It is if you're the individual that's not getting thing. You're not going to say, well, it's okay because there's not been representation. So for me to not get work, or my bag is being stopped and I can't move forward in my industry because the industry is being racist towards me or colorist towards me. It doesn't work anyway. It's just because it's been disproportionate to one particular group. But it shouldn't be to us. It shouldn't. No, but I'm saying in your immediate bubble of a world, that's what you can't change in your immediacy. If that's what's true to her and her immediacy, I'm not getting booked because of that. If that's what it is being put back to her, there's always a way. But in your immediacy, I can't argue with that. But the argument shouldn't be to Africans. It should be to talk out and speak out about the employers who are doing shit wrong. That's
the point I'm making is, it is not true. It is exactly the same as a white person who has been job hunting, and they are not getting employed, and they're like, all the jobs are being taken by the immigrants. It is not true. It can be that within your space and what you're trying to attain, you're in the wrong pool. You are looking in the wrong place, and you're blaming another set. That's the thing where I'm like, actually, too many, when people from the outside, or they've made it, and they're like, you guys don't get anywhere because you have a victim mindset.
Yeah,
literally, you can do that to yourself. When you start looking at something, the universe will reflect it back to you that this is the truth. And it's not true. It's not true. If you do the research, there aren't more dark-skinned women. There aren't more East Africans. It's not true. But if you start searching for it, that's all you are going to see. That is literally the plan of reality. So it's like, without me going metaphysical on her, it's just like, it's not true. They aren't taking all the jobs. And even if you fought it, I was glad that she said she wants to create her own product. She wants to feed her community. There is always a community there that is seeking representation from somebody. Do that. When you go into a space of, and they're taking it from me, you're going to fail. And that's all I would say is, it's actually just not true. They're not ruling the world.
No, they're not. They're not. I'm just saying, in her micro bubble of her world, if that's what you're seeing, that's what you're seeing. And if you've got a problem, don't take it to us. Take it to the people that you have a problem with, and you'll find out the truth as it goes. What I liked is exactly that. You're creating your own platform to speak to the girlies. I was going to ask, do you mean that people from around the world that don't look like, you know what I mean? Like, they can't, is it only for Black American? What is a Black American look? There isn't one, because you're getting into like, what does Black American look? But I didn't want to start a new conversation. We can have her back and have that conversation. Hold on, Maya. Thank you, Maya. Thank you for driving the boat to me, and professional. And AK, you are who you think you are. What does that mean? Thank you. I think. Thank you. I think. Thank you, Maya, for your contribution. Kevin, have you subscribed to the Black History Walks channel? I know about the Black History Walk. I think I'm subscribed to it. Yeah.
I think I am. Chantel's business, yeah?
Yeah,
I think they are Black History Walks.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think I saw it the other day as well. So, yeah. You lot were talking.
Let me just get a few of these comments. Mommy Princess says, my convo was over when she said all Africans that don't assimilate into American culture should be deported. I was shook before because she never talked like that before 2.0 of King President has, I think, Mommy carried on. Jordan Parker says, Nana, look up the diversity of Chicago and you too will find it hard to believe she hasn't interacted with other nationalities. Impossible.
And Jordan, you're in America.
I thought that Chicago was really mixed. I thought so. But then also Texas, because I know 2 sets of families that all kind of relocated to Texas from here. They are Nigerian. So I thought Texas had like a melting pool, but I don't know, because in the same way, going to New York and going through neighborhoods, I never knew that how segregated America could be until we were in there, and that was in New York. So that's when she said it. I've got to take it. If you said you ain't interacted, who am I to say whatever?
That's
Maybe
what
you
I
have.
say, because I think
I keep on hearing it as well. So it's like, okay, that could be a thing.
I was going to say also of a certain generation, because there's a new, maybe as someone saying that they're first generation African American, there's a new influx or a new generation that's growing. And if you're born in maybe the 60s, 70s, 80s, where whatever generation she is, if she's similar to us, it might have been a shift. So maybe in Chicago when she was growing up, no. And as she said, when she was older. So now, as there's a shift in immigration and maybe there's more, that's why she hasn't interacted as a young person. So those key moments, all you got is the flies on stomachs and mud hut narrative.
Yeah.
I was like,
newly formed immigrant communities generally do pull their resources together and they do separate, and everybody does that. Not just Africans do it, everybody does that. So that wasn't surprising to me, and maybe this is a moment in time, but there are other people that are around the world that you can learn from as well. So
there's something here that I've missed. Is it just come through? Oh, here it is. Sasha. Thank you, Sasha P. Thank you. My head. I have to emphatically say that her thoughts do not represent how we feel in America. I had first, second, and third hand watching that. In my opinion, she has a lack of intellectual and world experience. I do think she hasn't traveled. That's why I'd love her to come to the UK. You need to travel. To have these opinions, you need to travel. Because I think the minute you travel, even if you can still be tribalistic and hold dear to your culture, but you start to understand why we are saying what we're saying. And I have to always lead with, we have been to America multiple times, and I have to lead with the way that Black American culture has been. We understand. You cannot tell me I don't understand. I've not lived it, but I understand it. Can't tell me nothing. I will never let any American tell me that I don't understand. So that's my ignorance.
I feel like that's where I'm like, they can say that, but as soon as they start talking, I do always lean to what Blue said, and it's like, who is being the white person in the room? Because there is just so much of the, as she said it, we are owed something. Do you not think we all think we're owed something? So, there has to be some reciprocity in the conversation. We can't just idly listen. It's also, I don't like that rhetoric when we are talking with white people either.
Yeah.
Say your shit so I can understand where you're going from. Don't idly listen to black folk. You need a conversation for shit to change. It's not just, no, I'm just in the space just listening, because then I'm thinking you're plotting.
Because if you're saying stuff that doesn't make sense, we have to rebut it, because you're saying things that you don't know. We have to have a rebuttal.
You need to learn and actually understand other perspectives, because honestly, this aesthetic that is like you guys have tethered it from us is just too much.
So I didn't know where Elle jumped in from. So Elle, you've been saying a lot of stuff. Imagine the entitlement of not living here in the United States, but at the same time telling a Black American that you understand our experience. That's crazy. Why is it crazy? Because you're then saying to me that I'm stupid because it's not entitlement. I just told you, if you've been through the whole chat, and this is what I find the most frustrating, when someone is speaking clear dialect, clear language. I'm not talking shit. I literally have said, I grew up with a lot of books, TV, newspapers, articles films about the Black American experience. And from that, I got understanding and similarity and empathy because it represented some of the struggles that I have been through myself as a Black person, right?
Also, can Elle say the same? Can Elle say,
Can you say
she
the
has
same?
studied, or she or they have studied any other outside communities and understand that they are wholly different to the Black American experience? Have you ever looked, studied, read, communicated with anybody else to know that it's so far opposed and always been co-opted? I probably would say you haven't. Have you actually even left your neighborhood, Elle? These are questions. Do you have a passport?
You're talking about sickness. You're sick because actually you're saying it's entitlement because I cannot go to African country. I'm not in Africa because I can't go to Ghana and tell them about the experience. I can understand it. There's understanding. I understand. What is so hard to understand about the fact that you feel that you did not get your 40 acres and a mule? Why can I not understand that? What you tell me? Write it down in these comments here now. What don't I understand? I didn't say
what. Somebody said Elle is aptly named.
100%.
For real, Elle, do you want to jump on and talk?
Come, okay, join the stage. Elle, come and join the stage. How do you do it? How do you do it?
I'm doing it.
Okay, because that was wild. Talk your talk.
Come on. You ain't even got to be visually on. You can do it audio-wise.
Come talk and tell me what I don't understand. Because I don't understand. I don't understand slavery.
Will Smith said Elle has been taking L's all afternoon.
Mad. I'm not telling you that I don't even know what you think.
Ronald said, AK, she isn't deaf.
Sorry, because I'm angry.
Exactly. Miss Harding said it's not going to happen.
Yeah, you're not coming on now.
Said
probably a white person. You're probably even white. That's it. Elle's not even African American. How about that?
Elle, the thing is in the chat. Click it, join. Let's have a conversation. Let's go.
Bad man.
You were keyboard warrior a second ago.
You're gonna make one of my twists fall out.
I've been typing hard.
Listen, Kevin, thank you for your donation. AK, basically, you grew up listening to Black Americans' voice telling their own stories and experiences in books, film, and television. Can they say the same? And that is all it is, because the minute you can reciprocity is the word. AK, thank you, Kevin.
We've got somebody else here, PH Diva.
Come, PH, come, let's chat.
Hello.
As well. Hey, PH, do you want to go on camera or you want to stay off camera?
No, I'll stay off. How y'all doing?
Okay. How you doing, PH? Welcome.
Good.
Talk to us.
So I was coming up because I'm a Black American, and I actually do have quite a bit of experience with immigrants. I'm originally from Miami, so we have had Caribbean immigrants for a very long time. As a matter of fact, if you are a Black American like me, then you know that Bahamians came over very early, in the late 1800s to Miami, and so some of their stuff has kind of stayed in the culture, right? So even when we have the Martin Luther King parade used to at the end of it, the Junkanoo used to come through, right? And so that's just part of Miami culture, the Black Miami culture. At the same time, I have seen a lot of what the Black Americans are reporting, right? So in high school, I had a very good friend who was Haitian, and her mother did not want her around me. So much so that she came to my house. We had gone to an event and she came to my house afterwards. Her mom came to pick her up. Her mom took her home and actually assaulted her because she had come to my house. I lived in an all-Black, very middle-class neighborhood, a wonderful neighborhood. There's a book written about my neighborhood. We got so many prominent people. But she thought that because we were Black Americans, despite the fact that I grew up in a two-parent household and she was a single mama, but for some reason, she thought that their Haitian status made them superior. Until
can I add, because I have a few Haitian friends. A few of them are also American as well, and they discuss this. but it's not always about Black Americans being seen as lesser than. It's also a hatred for America, for what America had done in Haiti. So although you needed to leave, it's like a twofold kind of suspicion and contempt for America.
Well, so let me tell you, if I finish the story, you'll know that it was about me being Black American, and it wasn't no hatred for what America did to Haiti.
Other people listening as well is that the Haitian experience is also kind of quite complicated, but carry on.
Yeah, so it wasn't until after I had finished undergrad and was going to get a PhD. Then she encouraged her to be around me because she was kind of floundering in school, and she hadn't even graduated from undergrad yet. So then she wanted to encourage her to be around me. But I'm like, well, if I think like you, baby, I'm about to be a doctor. You just an LPN nurse. So why would I be around y'all? But I'm not that type of person, right? Nevertheless, I ended up not being friends with that girl anymore anyway. I'm not even sure if she's in prison because she became like a case manager. No. She became a case manager, and then she was lying on the documentation. She took a little baby to a foster parent and was lying and saying she was doing the visits when she wasn't, and the foster mother deleted the baby.
What the hell?
Oh. Yes. Oh, right. So anyway. Yeah. And so, but this is what I'm saying. So these people will be mired in degeneracy, but then think, somebody else need to, right. So I can see both sides.
I think PhD, but speaking to that, like I said, in the UK, we had definitely African versus Caribbean wars. We've had that. It's not gone away, but it's a lot less now in today's climate. However, we had that. We had negative stories from both camps. We had African parents saying, "Oh, don't go around with those wild," and they painted every Caribbean as being Jamaican at some point. Like they didn't know that they didn't distinguish. You can't go around there. And then we had Jamaicans saying, "Don't go with them Africans." There's all this misinformation because it's tribal. We're tribal people. We protect it. We want to protect what we know and who we are. So there will be some of that, and I think there will be cases. I've had Caribbeans talk negatively about Africans. Right. I've heard Africans. It's happened. It happened. So in little microcosm pockets, there is that, but we shouldn't let it spill out and be the blanket way we deal with each other.
Right. So that's the thing, though. Black Americans have not been very tribal, right? Even y'all mentioned before, like in the 90s, people wearing the African medallions, so there has for a long time, at least since the like 60s, an attempt to connect with African heritage and that type of thing. So a lot of times we embraced other people.
Can I ask?
And it wasn't reciprocated. Go ahead.
Sorry. Can I ask honestly though, because I think, and again, this is me and my reading hat on, and looking at culture that's been exported, we had negativity about what being African was, and as we said, it was seen
very much. The comments are saying that. The comments are all saying, "I totally disagree." We have always.
I don't think it's ever
been tribal. I actually feel like the disconnect truly from this is like watching a lot of tapes and from the Pan-Africanist movement and how it kind of fell apart and everything else. There was times when it's wearing a culture and then the culture comes in and says, that's not how it's done from here, and being like, but this is how we do it. And a lot of things moved about, especially in religious spaces, in different thought movements. It wasn't as simple as, no, but we were welcoming to you. It's, we welcomed you with how we want to do it. And sometimes that voice was ignored and then turns into a resentment. It works both ways. I don't think.
So give me an example of what you were saying.
I would. Let's go from. Let's talk about religion, say. So when Pan-Africanism was like really going through its thing in 80s and 90s, and there was the videotape era where you would have speakers and they would really be empowering Black Americans, now African Americans, when that term was for them. And they would refer to Ifa and Nigerian different spiritual practices. And then when you brought Nigerians along and they're like, that's not how it's done, there was a disconnect. So it's like, we want to connect with you Africans, but tell you how Africa is done, tell you how it's done. and there was a disconnect there. But we have
Can
those.
I say something to that?
Yeah, go
Can I
on.
respond to that? Because, okay, so the vast majority of Black Americans are Christian, very Christian, right? Baptist, Pentecostal, that type of thing. So the people who would have been interested in learning from Ifa people, that is such a small fringe, even today. And I practice hoodoo, but people who practice with me, we ain't reaching out to people who practice Ifa and say, come show me the way. Like, we know what hoodoo is. And in fact, we've seen an exporting of hoodoo. There are people in the UK profiting off of hoodoo now, which is crazy.
I think there's a bunch of things there, because that then speaks to the reason why there would be a disconnect, and how there wasn't African heritage and how we wouldn't be accepted as a mainstream thing, because it's a similar thing as you're saying that British people are profiting.
Most Africans are Christian. Well, at least the ones like the Nigerians who come over here. It's mostly Nigerians here, but most of them are Christian.
Yes, I'm just saying, but
they all got a white people name. So there's no disconnect in that type, even though we do practice different brands of Christianity. From what I've seen, Nigerian Christians tend to go to Nigerian churches, or they'll go to white churches before they'll be in large numbers in Black American churches. And that's fine. Like, everybody get to worship how they want to. But yeah, so
I would push back on the fact that just like Black Americans are always welcoming, and because I've read too much and watched too much where it wasn't. And I just on the commercial.
Well, no, I didn't say always. But I'm saying the general thing has been a desire to connect and identify with even.
I think romanticized version of that, because it's the same thing over here with we have Caribbeans are like, no, I'm African, but then when it comes to the core, they are very identifying with who they are from the Caribbean. They don't actually want to be seen as African, but there are some that identify that yes, their roots came from Africa, but yet they're very proud of being Caribbean. And I think this is the same kind of the dialect that's happening. And I don't believe that it's just been, you guys come over and it's fine. It hasn't been, because we had negativity about being African in the UK, being African. We had a generation of Africans that did not disclose because it was so negative to be seen as African, because there was so much tribalism against them. But thank you, PhD Eva. You can stay in the chat. We've got Jordan. Jordan, what did you want to say?
Okay.
You've got Jordan on.
How do we put them on? Let me do it.
Very much. I wanted to say that I come from a family, I'm in the South still, as you can tell, and my parents grew up in segregation.
Okay.
They went to all Black schools, yet they still knew the white people in their town.
Right.
So they weren't like totally segregated in that sense. They were in school. But personally, I started school in Germany, and no one ever called me Black. They always called me the American. My parents forgot to mention I was Black. I did not find out until we got to North Carolina, and the white children did not want to sit with me. It was me and one biracial kid, and we were separate. So that's what I found out. But as far as living in this city, there's no way that you can go through high school or college without coming in contact with other nationalities. There's no way. I mean, this is a military town, but it's just like every other town in the South. In Texas, you're going to find Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Asians. There's just no way. You can't live unless you're homeschooled and don't go outside. There's no way in America you're not coming across someone who does not look like you, does not sound like you. It's just not happening. So I don't subscribe to all Blacks. I subscribe to people are not a monolith, period.
Yeah.
Certain people feel one way. When I lived in Miami, Haitians, Jamaicans, whatever, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, we were all at the same party. It was never a differentiation. There was never a problem with it. So I don't know if this is new, old. I have no idea what it is, but I know that I don't subscribe to it. So when anyone says, we Black Americans or we Black, no. You feel that way. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Jordan.
You're welcome.
And that monolith comment is very important because everyone's experience is their experience. So whether Jordan is like, I never saw it, PhD is like, this is what I saw, Deja before said, this is what I'm experiencing. We cannot remove people's personal experiences, but the common goal for, especially for me and Nana's side, is that we are one people. Define who you are, absolutely, but not at the expense of another Black person. That's all. That's what I think.
At the base of everything, can we stick to that?
Yeah.
Like, can we get on code with that we will go out there and fight arm in arm, but we're not going to fight each other? Like, that's like I would love that to be our code.
Let's hear from Uncle Ro. And PhD has come back. Uncle Ro, what do you want to say? Who is Uncle?
Can you hear me?
Jordan.
Hello.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My favorite aunties.
Thank you.
I just wanted to chime in because I was typing vigorously on Instagram, and then I came over on YouTube and realized there was a whole new conversation going on.
Okay.
But yeah, going back to Deja, her view as a first generation Caribbean American. My family is from Costa Rica, Cuba, Jamaica. The fact that she just heard first generation or that's new to her blows my mind.
Okay.
It blows my mind because it's not a new thing. It's always been like, it's the same thing. First generation college student, like it's a thing that's here. So the narrow thinking of looking through only the lens of your peers and your people is the core problem of this issue. The fact that people are only looking at their immediate circles and saying, oh, all Nigerians are this way or all Haitians are this way, when it's only that minute experience that you had that you're basing these from, be it the media you consume, the media that your peers consume. All of that consumption is what based her narrow vision of Black America. Now, this new thing that's coming up is, Black Americans don't like Africans because they're coming over and they're taking. That's another narrow view. It's like if I know that this person if Nana is coming from Nigeria, she's doing whatever she's doing over here, she's now a part of our Black American experience. It doesn't matter where she came from. It doesn't, like the same way they were like, oh, you don't have what was it? She was like, oh, they come here and they're acting Nigerian. Dummy, that's how you keep your culture. When you go to a Spanish house, you go there and you eat Spanish food. They don't come and start making McDonald's French fries just because they're here. They're keeping their culture. That's the purpose. You're coming to a land to better your life for your family and get opportunities, not come to be segmented and be like, oh, okay, I'm here and it's only me and my people. That's not the purpose.
I understand that. I really understand that.
And the thing, sorry not to cut you off, but the thing that always kind of boils my blood is I have a vast amount of friends from different Nigeria, South Africa, and I myself, as a person born in America with a lot of American friends and a lot of Caribbean friends, there is a difference in the way that we're raised. We are not raised the same way Americans are raised. When you're raised in a Caribbean household, there are a certain values and things that's instilled in you that you can't, it's nothing, it's a cultural thing that you can't explain. And that kind of, I can see where that hierarchy of not feeling better than, but they hold themselves to a higher standard because for them, they came here to hold themselves to a higher standard.
What I wanted to touch on that because that's another thing that in the UK we have that same problem because Africans are seen as having a different set of a different mindset when it comes to education and how they raise their children versus Caribbeans. And we have the same argument. That's another reason why I can say I can empathize with this conversation in America, because we have the same thing between Africans and Caribbeans over here. And it's when you say things like different standards, higher standards, or a different perspective, it gets said, because then it's like you're saying, well, Black Americans or Caribbeans don't have the same level of standard.
No. I get that part, but it's different. It's not it's different. It's like they prioritize certain things that another culture. It's cultural. There's things that are prioritized that aren't prioritized in other cultures. But instead of understanding the base and the core of it, people are like, "Oh, you're saying you're better than me because you do X, Y, Z." No, it's prioritized differently. Like one household could prioritize education, another household could prioritize working. So, like, you know, it's based off of whatever cultural, like, little nuances and languages that they brought from home that they want to maintain and hold on to, that's special to them. And every Nigerian household is not the same. Every Ghanaian household is not the same. Every Jamaican household is not the same. And the problem is because people encounter 5, they're like, oh, everybody.
Thank you.
That part is 100% true. And to add in, just so to be fair, not every African American household or Black American household is the same either.
1,000%.
Everyone has a different perspective on how they want to raise their people. And definitely that point that you said, when you're coming into a country, and especially if you're coming to better yourself, you're going to have a different perspective on how you approach what you do. And as Deja was saying, that maybe some people are more quiet because they don't want to risk it. Yeah, if I'm coming as an illegal immigrant, especially, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. But that doesn't mean to say that there are immigrants that haven't come over and shaken up the industry or whatever industry they want to come into and spoken out. That I refuse to agree with that. Immigrants speak up.
So different.
I have to pause because we got 2, and PhD will come back to you. We've got a new member. Hi, Mimi Princess the Third 53. Thank you for becoming a new member. I
think it may be Madame or Jimmy.
Yeah, sorry, my English. And then we have, thank you, Jimmy. 25. In your case, does it only have to be taken a negative light when you're saying that you have a different perspective on how you want to raise? It will be if you feel like someone's dissing you. If you say that, oh, we focus on education, and then, well, you don't. There's always that thing.
It's how it's implied. If people are seeing it that way, like you guys come. And the thing is, I feel like there's so many different walks of life that somebody who has pulled their family from whatever their circumstances and traveled abroad, there is a whole different ethos to the people that were still home. And so you try and carry that on. It's not even representative of the Ghanaians that people will encounter in America. You're not seeing the same. We're all so different. It does annoy me though that then they look down on us, but we are also better, or we should be occupying those spaces. That's what I don't like about the diaspora wars. Just accept that you probably don't know as much about these people as they have been informed about you because of American marketing. And I think as soon as that sets in, it may actually change. Like, I actually know what fashion was in that country that I'm thinking they were taking our hairstyles. Like, I don't actually know anything about what music they were listening to that I think it's that they've taken my music. Like, it's just a bit of curiosity. I would really implore more people to have that. Even if you're not traveling, because of the internet, you can immerse yourself in so many different people's cultures to actually see, like, oh, the bubble I'm in is not real at all. Like,
thank you. PhD, did you have something else to add just quickly?
Let me put.
I just wanted to address what the woman who said she lived in Miami said about everybody being at the same parties. And I think this is something that especially Black Americans fall victim to a lot of the times, and maybe Black people in other countries. You do not measure a group of people's regard towards you based on their willingness to come sit up in your face, drink up your liquor, eat up your food, and cut a rug with you. You base it on their willingness to do business with you, to share resources with you, all that economic stuff. And if we're looking at Miami, that has not been the case. Miami has hemorrhaged the black population over the last 20 years, right? The black population is much lower, even the Caribbean people, right? So now Atlanta has a very sizable population of Caribbean black people because they ran from Miami, because the Cubans got it locked down there. So yes, we may go and party and everybody have a good time, but when the rubber meet the road and it's time to start breaking down the resources and handing out jobs, them Cubans ain't trying to split nothing with us.
Okay.
And so I just want us to focus on what's real and not just having a good time with people or people trying to come sit up in our face and socialize.
Okay.
I hear that. And I understand the frustration within that. I feel like that you could also probably hear from the immigrant story as well on the other side, and that's the looking at the both sides of it there, because that's a very common thing, like, but they don't employ us, we can't get a job. Happens.
That's not even all the immigrants, that's specifically Cubans. Cubans are running roughshod over everybody down there.
Okay. Black Cubans,
Miami Cubans.
White? Are they white? Sorry, are they white looking or are they black?
They are mainly white, which is crazy because when you go to Cuba, you will see that they are mainly black.
It's a white
out. The black ones can't leave Cuba.
But even the other Latinos have a problem with Cuba. Like Miami Cubans have a nationwide reputation.
But then that's a white supremacy thing, not a black issue.
Well, no, my point was she was saying that everybody was together in Miami, and everybody may socialize, but the real stuff, socializing ain't the real stuff, right? The real stuff is how you gonna feed your family and put a roof over their head. And so just to give you an idea of what's going on, maybe like 15 years ago, they did a massive bust of the Section 8 workers because it was a bunch of Cubans, and what they were doing was running a scam. They were giving out Section 8 vouchers to their family members and then having their family members live with them so they could pay their mortgage using the Section 8 vouchers. Absolutely. And so they busted a bunch of them. That's the only other thing I want to point out to Black Americans. You know, we're very transparent, and we, you know, a lot of times try to do things the right way. Everybody else is out here scamming. Black American people, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
PhD, girl, don't try it.
Absolutely.
Every community has these hustlers. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
We don't run the massive scams that other communities do, right? They just had to bust a nursing school in South Florida because those Caribbeans and Africans was giving out fake nursing degrees. They had to go round those people up around the country. I promise you, look it up, Google it. And
I know, but you say, as someone,
these scams happen everywhere. You can't say
no. It's, okay, so this is the thing. There's a difference between me doing credit card scams, you know, and me having a huge ring of people who in on it with me. And so in order to run that fake nursing school, you have to have people at the licensing board who going along with it too. So I'm talking about a network of scammers. That's the difference.
Okay.
Yeah, but are you actually saying that Black Americans don't have networks of scams? Is that what you're saying?
Not to the level that other communities do. When we be finding out what these people really be up to, well, call it out.
Every community has their skill set. Look, Nigerians.
Okay, well, now until somebody could bring some massive Black American scam ring to my attention, I'm gonna stand on it.
No, my point is that every community has their skill sets, their criminal skill sets. The Italians have the mafia, the Nigerians have fraudster, Black Americans have drug dealing. We all have our very stereotypical.
No, but see, we weren't even the drug dealers, right? That was the Latinos that was really the drug dealers. We were the corner boys, right? No, so still, what I'm talking about is those big networks, right? So we do be the individual credit card scammer or the little corner boy slanging a couple, right? But I'm talking about the networks of people. There's a difference.
I hear what you mean.
No,
but I can't.
It's
I'm
not
going to have
this is
crime
it's
wars.
not true.
I'm not going to.
Yeah, but let's not go into who can be the biggest criminal because it's not true. Like there are huge conglomerates.
All right, y'all have a good one.
This is wild. No, we just run the little stuff. Absolutely not. I will not have Black American criminals being downplayed like they're not making money out here.
L. You know what?
It's not me.
I want to kick L out. Like, do you know, I'm close. I don't like kicking people. I don't like censorship. But L, shut the fuck up, because do you know what? If you're that bad, come and chat on the chat. You had PA.
We opened it to L.
Yeah.
And L was
other people share their opinions. We didn't necessarily agree, but PhD managed to make her comments. My brain's gone. It was Ro that came on and Jordan shared their opinions.
Uncle Ro came on.
Everyone came and spoke. We didn't agree on everything, but we spoke. There's no beef. So Mr. L or Ms. L, come with your bad self.
Madam Princess.
Shut your mouth.
Like literally, you have Freeway, Rick Ross Freeway. Like, there are so many Black Americans that were running shit, making millions. Let's not reduce everything to chronicles.
To be fair, I always argue that, to be fair, on an all seriousness, I always argue that the media also undermines, and this is it's annoying, but undermines the intelligence of Black criminals, because in everything we see, it's always the mafia or the white or the Russians or the white Americans that seem to have criminality on lock, and they always depict us as lower ranking drug dealers that always get killed and take each other out or don't know how to navigate things. And I do not want to die on a hill of who's the best criminal, but there's also racism and white supremacy, because if they show how organized we can be in running shit, and because the world is run on criminality, let's not get it twisted.
I hate that sentiment. I hate that sentiment that we're always at the bottom rungs. It actually keeps people at the bottom rungs to think that that's where you need to operate at. And he said, I will not have it. And I don't even want to advocate for criminality. But honestly, let's not heap it on other people that they are better. No, we can do our shit as well. And they too are criminals. Flipping Donald Trump is the biggest. They're all criminals out here. Everybody can do their little enterprises.
And it is what it is. And yes, they'll come down harder on Black Americans or Black folks, because they know they don't want us to get rich. So anyway, PhD, you're well for that. I love you for that.
That was hilarious.
Let's end with some nonsense, because we have been the whole fucking day. You got me to swear and everything.
L ain't coming online, you know. L is just in here. I don't even know if L is Black. I feel like L may be a white person.
L's definitely white.
L's like, if I come on, they're gonna hear my voice and they're gonna know.
Yeah, L's definitely white. It's okay, white person. Go ahead, do your thing, innit? Where shall I go?
In here, running up our chat count. That's what you're doing, you know. The more you keep on typing, it actually helps our video.
Yeah, so keep on talking. This is not well. Would you go to this place? Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Performance artist said Indians are the biggest fraudsters.
Listen, I don't want any problems. All I'm saying is there's lots of fraudsters about, and bruh. Yeah, L is Candace Owens, definitely.
In the chat. My ancestors are Black. I could trace my line back to 3 plantations, one in Louisiana, one in Mississippi, and one in Virginia. Stop the bullshit.
No one cares. No one cares, L. No one cares. No one. Oh, Strike 22 wants to jump on. Jump in, Strike. I'm going to play this.
Hang on, did I know?
Go on then. Come on, Strike. Before I play this video. Oh, let me play this while. Look. Anyway.
Yeah. While you're getting on, Strike.
This is a hotel. Would you go here? Hold on. Where's the sound? Oh, here we go. Hotel. Would you go? This is the hotel.
I wouldn't trust that reinforced glass, because it will be my luck that some chink comes in, and then what am I going to say?
Exactly.
I've been mauled by a lion. Who am I telling? Absolutely not. This is ridiculous.
Imagine.
No.
I want to go there. I do want to go. I'd be shit scared. I wake up eaten.
I'm not staying there. I mean, I don't actually even like zoos anyway, because you just never know. It may be your time when the thing opens up and then they run. I just don't like that. Leave them where they are, and us humans dwell where we have created. Like, why? It's not necessary.
Oh, boo.
It's strike.
Here, strike. Hi, strike. Let's go.
Hey.
What do you say?
Hey, how you doing?
Fine, thank you.
I have a bit of a cold, so my voice is a bit weird.
Oh, sending love.
Yeah, thanks. No, it's been an interesting discourse or conversation. I think the problem is, as someone who lives in the UK at the moment, but has family in Africa, America, and other places, one thing you notice is it's by design. In America, these people barely know anything about their local level, let alone state, and then national. You can't expect them to know anything about the rest of the global world. It was designed that way. And here in the UK, I think by chance or by luck, we were able to be educated about other places. So we are, not in a bad way, but we're the more educated in the sense of we know about other areas, and we have no problem knowing about other areas. So we have a better view of the outside world. Even in our education, we learn about Martin Luther King, we learn about all these other things at school, but in their education, they don't get the same thing. And then again, it's the same thing in Africa as well. So a lot of our treatment across the globe is by design. These environments are designed to keep us that way. One lady mentioned that the lady who came on Deja, she mentioned that she was taught by that Ethiopian lady. But if you look at the Ethiopians, Somalians, and Eritreans, you could argue that they all come from a common genetic ancestor, but they all tell you that they're very different, which is obviously cap, because you can just look at them and say, you guys are cousins. I just don't know how you don't see it.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, they don't see themselves as Africans. They just say, oh, we're black, but we're not African, because the slave trade from the Arabic side did such a job on them that they teach their kids Arabic before they even teach them their own home languages.
Yeah.
So it's a situation where by design, the Western Arabs and the Western people have done a job where they've said, okay, keep these people as divided as possible, because the day they figure out that actually, you know what, language and region aside, if we just sit down and stick together, we're going to figure this shit out. Because if you look at that project of Return to the Land or whatever it's called, the guy's name is Ul. Ul is a white Nordic name. It's not English. But white people know how to get on code. They know how to look at other people's skin. Same thing happened here in England. I was working at Canary Wharf at the time when the Ukraine thing happened. And my manager said to me, if anyone Ukrainian comes along, make sure they have everything they need. But he never said to me, if anyone from the Windrush place comes along, give them whatever they want with no issues. So you can tell that white people, whenever there's a problem for their own people, they get on code real fast. There was a guy during the Ukraine thing that started. I think you can find the clip on YouTube. He said, I'm seeing these blonde-haired, blue-eyed white people. In Africa. I was like, see, white people know how to get on code. We need to do the same. I say it every day. Black first, second, and third. We need to just stop all this divide, sit down and realize that everyone else, whether it's the Chinese, the Indians, the whites, they know how to get on code with their own people when they need to get something done. And only when we decide to start getting on code do you notice that we get told that we're being segregationist or being divisional, because they know that if these people get on code, it's a problem for the rest of us. And unfortunately, the way the world works is, especially with capitalism, somebody has to be at the bottom. And whether it's spoken or not spoken, everyone has decided that we should be at the bottom.
Precisely.
And we need to turn around one day and say, okay, we're tired of being at the bottom. We can speak to each other. We know how to communicate with each other. We need to just sit down and say, let's get this shit cracking and let's make it work. Because everyone else has been doing it for years. What are we doing?
This is the formation of the European Union is exactly that. These guys have been fighting each other for hundreds of years. And then they was actually like, look, there's this other food that we can all go after and get and separate them out. And then they created their European Union to have strength in numbers because they knew their numbers were dwindling. Now we have a landmass of Africa. We also have the Caribbean, and there's a large population within South America and America. But in order to keep us from seeing how powerful we could be, You then want somebody to be like, I'm a Black American, I am foundational, you are an African American, or you are. This doesn't make any sense. Collectively, we can have our separate areas when we're talking to each other, but unified, we should stand in one accord that you can't fuck with any of us. It shouldn't be pitting ourselves against each other. It makes zero sense.
I think you guys had a show, was it last week or the week before, about Diane Abbott, I think?
Yeah.
And this whole situation with the hierarchy of racism, right?
Yeah.
Where she said something that was a valid point, and then they punished her for saying something that's true. And it is true, unfortunately, whether you're in America or here, if you say something against the Jewish community, you are punished.
Yeah.
Even if it's true. And even in that level, I say to people, look at how quickly they got on code and they punished this Black person. That also goes to my other point, which is the point that was made recently by PH saying that Black people may not be doing the biggest crimes or scams or whatever. To some degree, that's true, and I understand what she's saying. But I'll also say this: Black people also get the biggest punishment. Whenever we do something, whether it's good or bad, and they want to make an example, they will always give the Black person the worst version of that punishment to show that, hey, look, we are punishing this thing and we are punishing people who do this thing. Mm-hmm. So there's pros and cons to being Black, but I think that the biggest pro is that you get to see life as how it really is. And I think we need to just one day sit down and say, why are these people afraid of us? What is it about us as a group of people, with the melanin that we have? Also, why do they even study melanin in the first place? I don't know why we don't have Black scientists looking into that.
Why do they care so much? Why do they care so much?
Why do they care so much? What is it about the way we look that suddenly incenses these people so much?
I agree with you, everything you're saying. I wanted to just expand because I'm all about equal opportunities. I think even by design of what we're taught in the UK, because they definitely teach us about America and they purposely do not teach us about British Black history because we don't get taught about our own history. They did a very big number on British Blacks or UK born Blacks by saying over there were slavery and the bad American slave masters did that to Black Americans, and over here they promote multiculturalism, which is fake. And it's only as an adult where I understood how dangerous the UK as England is, the United Kingdom, the empire, how bad and dangerous it was. So by design as well, we are not taught about who we are as Black Brits. That history is not told at all. I can't even say barely. I don't know what they get.
You know what? To add to your point, I was looking back into British history a long time ago, and a lot of those laws that the Americans have them more. We don't have them here as much. That sort of stated things like if you couldn't get a job, you'd go to jail and stuff. A lot of them started here, but somehow the British have managed to mind wipe people and make people forget these laws actually used to be in place. And the Americans think that they have those laws. Like, no, they got them from here. They learned most of that stuff from here, and they just took it over there. But somehow they've managed to mind wipe us here, and they've managed to make the racism go sort of underhand or be subtle. I have a friend, he recently had a mixed kid, and we had these conversations. And I said to him, if you think there's no institutional racism in Britain, what you should do is, your son is mixed race, his mother's white, you're Black. When he's old enough, take him to a bank, get him signed up, but don't take Black or Black other. Take a white or white other and see what they say to you. Because you say there's no such thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say
straight up fraud.
It would be. You get in trouble. I also would like to say, because we have spoken about one side of things, and I do think if we're going to be honest and fair, thank you, Strike 22. Thank you so much for
thank you for the time.
Thank you. What we haven't done is, to be fair, address whatever ignorance can come from being from the African and Caribbean side, because also where we're saying that Black Americans just embrace and don't be so fearful, there is, and I understand it's difficult, but there is also, as an immigrant coming into a space or coming into a country and looking down on your neighbors who have built that country that you're coming to and have a culture that you're aligning with or you're going to grow up within, you also then can't look down on them. There has to be an honesty about that. And there's also, similarly, your Black culture of Africanness or Caribbeanness or whatever that is, yes, you can preserve it, but then also you can't then say it's better than, or because you have somewhere that you can touch. There's no need to say you don't know where you're from, and that shouldn't be the discourse either.
Yes.
You should not be saying that, because it's about education. Because yes, you have the privilege of knowing your land, but that's a privilege, yes, but it's not to be thrown in the face or slapped in the face of people who were stolen from said lands. Do not do that.
I think strike actually kind of touched on that really well in terms of the education pool. We have spoken about this before, where I was saying about my niece did not get taught in Ghana anything about the slave trade, and didn't think it was from Accra that the boats were leaving. Hadn't been to a castle, didn't know anything about the forts, and so it's kind of like they're over there, and that thing happened over there, and not seeing actually within your own history of your family and how these separation points came, and then colonialism and everything else. If it's not taught to people, they just feel like things are happening to them and they don't know the historical context, and then they can go about and chat shit and literally be out here talking nonsense to each other and not really realizing how these things are connected. Like Elle in the chat where we were talking was spouting on about the civil rights and we got Black people rights, and you're like, are you crazy? Literally, like, Ghana is the first independent country in Africa. Do you know what was being fought over there? That you had civil rights leaders actually being like, we need to go to the continent and find out how we can learn from them, what the dialogue is, the sharing of money going into the civil rights movement from Africa, literally paying, but we're all connected, and and then you had the same thing happening in the UK. The fact that there were so many Black people in Britain from the 1500s who we don't even know who they are now, because they either like assimilated, got whitewashed, like we don't know about their culture. It wasn't taught to us. There were Black folk here establishing things, building, and we don't know who they are, what their names are, and what they did, what their lines are. We don't know all of that. They erased that.
And that's what I find problematic with us as Black people, is that we pick and choose when we want to trust in whites and then when we want to disbelieve them. So if you can believe that whites can colonize us, kill us, steal us, enslave us, don't you think they're going to do a huge number on brainwashing our history and erasing things out? So then you understand that they didn't do this for you in America, but then for everybody else they were fine. You think that the way that white people don't like us in the white supremacy does not like Blacks. Do you think that some people have it better somewhere else? The same thing is done in a different. It's a different shirt, same coin, different shirt, same shit, different toilet, whatever you call it. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't pick and choose where this racism works. We are not liked, and as Strike said, we're at the bottom of the rung. I don't subscribe to keep saying it, but that's how the hierarchy goes, because they know our impact. The reason why they pushed us down and dividing us so properly is because they know that once we unify, and whether it's hoodoo, through Ifa, through any kind of spirituality, all of that stuff, they would know that it's a wrap for them.
Oh, hang on, somebody else is here. Thomas.
Guys, I need to go to bed now. Hi, Thomas. Hello.
Hi. I watch you guys up from across the pond. Hi. And I love London. I love going to London all the time. I love being in Black and Caribbean spaces in the UK. So my name is Tomas. I am a Black immigrant. I grew up in New York, in the Bronx specifically. I'm from the Dominican Republic, so I'm Afro-Latino. And I think this conversation is very interesting to me because I'm an Africana. I graduated with an Africana minor. So a lot of my study, specifically with psychology, was focusing on sort of like the psychology across the diaspora, but I particularly focused in the United States and Latin America. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Come on, you're just chatting with your cousins.
It's okay. But I think this conversation is so interesting because living here for so many years, and like in America, Blackness is very much African American centered. But I do think as more Black immigrants have migrated to the US from across the diaspora, particularly in the 2000s, that's when you really see a boom of Africans coming here, of Caribbeans coming here. I do see the conflict and how the conflicts are arising. And I commented, I think you guys like my comment from I think it was the last Diaspora about the Essence Fest, because I saw that podcast. And I do think, how do I say this? I think African Americans in their feelings, a lot of it is justified only because there is a very, very deeply rooted anti-African American sentiment that exists in a lot of Black immigrant spaces.
Okay.
Particularly here in the US. I think you don't see it as much in the UK because Black Americans don't exist are not in the UK. But when you live in close proximity here, you very much do see it because in the way in which America's a white supremacist nation, right? It's structured as a systemic white supremacist nation. And you have white Americans at the top and Black Americans at the bottom. And the way in which immigrants are fit into that system is that oftentimes immigrants are forced to compete with Black Americans for the little resources that exist. And oftentimes when immigrants come here, there is this sort of need to separate yourself from the Black Americans to try to exist closer in proximity to white Americans, to try to separate yourself as much as possible. Even if you know that you will never be in that white American space, there is this sort of need to try and separate yourself from Black America, whether it be culturally, whether it be, food, whether it be living in the same space, And we know that because when you talk to a lot of Black immigrants, even when dating, right? Like, even myself included, like, my parents are fine with me dating anybody else, but I'm not gonna lie, like, they're a little iffy if I bring a Black American man home, because of the sentiment. And that's not just my parents. There's a lot of I talk to a lot of my friends who are immigrants. Like, I live in New York. Every Black person that I know is practically an immigrant. I know a few African Americans who are still home based in New York, like Harlem and Brooklyn and stuff like that. But majority of Black people who live in New York City are either partly first generation or just first generation period. And most of them will tell you, like, a lot of their parents or grandparents or aunts and uncles do not want nothing to do with African Americans because of how much African Americans are vilified in immigrant spaces, because a lot of immigrants want to succeed and they know that succeeding in America means separating yourself from Blackness as much as you possibly can. Even if you are a Black person, you have to try and separate yourself culturally from Black America. And I think that's very much a sentiment that has risen in the 2000s and 2010s. I do also agree that a lot of what's going on in the discussion is just point blank xenophobia, right? Like, it is very xenophobic to, this whole, like, when she was saying, oh, like, I could tell, like, you have a Caribbean accent or something, when, like, you just have an English accent. I thought it was so weird. Like, where do you hear this Caribbean accent? Like, I don't hear Caribbean. I could hear, like, slurs here and there, but in the same way in which New Yorkers also have, like, certain, like, Caribbean twang to them. It's still a very New York accent, but it's not a Caribbean New York accent or Puerto Rican New York accent. It's still very much New York. So I think stuff like that is so weird. Also, like, you've seen comments from people like Jay Versace who are like, oh, like, their Vogue is picking like these African looking models. And I'm like, we all Black, we all look the same, specifically all of us here. Like, and if you're Black American and you're Black Caribbean, like, I'm Dominican. I know where my ancestors, I don't know specifically where my ancestors come from, but I know they come from somewhere in West Africa because I know my lineage goes to West Africa because my ancestors were taken from West Africa. And I know that because if I look at a Nigerian or look at a Ghanaian, we look like we could be related.
Yeah.
So, like, it's crazy. This discussion is just crazy to me to witness as a Black immigrant because I think a lot of it has been boiling. And I think Trump has sort of taken the lid off the pot, where, like, a lot of people who are particularly white Americans and even Black Americans have sort of gone all out with the xenophobia.
Yeah.
But I do understand the sentiment of where it's coming from because I cannot just pretend like there's not been a lot of anti-Black American rhetoric within Black spaces.
I think this. Thank you so much, Thomas. And you were
so much for just adding in that extra context and the nuance to the conversation that needed to lay a foundation for the up jumping of this is our space and we created it. That makes sense. I love you added that in there because those are the foundational points that we need to then be dispelling from all sides to have those conversations. But that's vulnerability as well. I understand it. If you really are, it's a rejection in your own home. That's there's layers.
And I think it's similar, as you're saying, Thomas, it's very similar. Again, I keep referencing it to the negativity that was around being African, because it's like, you don't want to be around that. Or so that negativity, you don't want to align with that, you don't associate that. I am not African. That's what Caribbeans used to say. There's no way, even though that you know that you were brought from Africa, absolutely not. You reject that. Same way that as much as Black American culture has been exported, along with that comes, you've got misogyny, you've got drug dealing, you've got you've got the masculine sexuality, you've got those negative points that come along with defining what blackness means and to what's exported to the world. So you have this posturing alpha male that's going to call a woman a bitch and a hoe. That has traveled. So when you see that, similarly in the UK, from my perspective, Africans that grew up, our parents are like, don't go out with those Jamaican yardies that are going to sell drugs and make you smell weed and then smoke weed and then get you pregnant and leave you. That was a negative stereotype.
Yeah.
That is why when you come in as an immigrant to a place, they're going to like, don't be like those blacks, be like those blacks because you don't want any problems because otherwise, that is a problem in itself.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to be dispelled.
Yeah.
And where there's an understanding of where it comes from, it's not right.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to be.
Yeah. And I think like for me specifically, like being Dominican, like I don't know if you guys are in tune to like the whole like Dominican conversation within the African diaspora.
Yeah.
Girl, it's
yeah, we know.
Listen, the internalized colorism, the anti-Haitian rhetoric, like it is deeply rooted into the fabric of Dominican. I mean, I would say the Dominican existence is to exist in contrast to Haiti. It's sort of like the mulatto versus the black dynamic that is between DR and Haiti. It's very But I think with Dominican specifically, so Dominicans are known for saying "I'm me no black," right? Like me no black, me Dominican. You know, that's the very Dominican thing. And as somebody who's a Dominican, very much sorry, that was my phone ringing. I have like my grandmother practiced Santeria and she practiced Espiritu de Congo, so she worshipped like African gods. So I'm very much a Black Dominican, very much in tune with Blackness and Africa. No matter, even if I am like 500 years removed from the continent, you know that those practices existed up until my paternal grandmother. But within Dominicans and Blackness, a lot of Dominicans who claim that they're not Black, they're not saying that they're not African. Most Dominicans recognize that they have African ancestry, and the Dominican Republic is very much influenced by the African diaspora. A lot of the times is, I'm not Black American, and Blackness means Black American, and I do not want to be associated with that. And the same thing that I hear, although other Black immigrants don't say the same thing word for word, specifically because a lot of them come from the English-speaking world. That sentiment still very much carries over here from other types of Black immigrants, where it's sort of like you were saying, like they don't want to be associated with the negative stereotype.
Right.
You know, who cares about the positiveness of African Americans? Who cares about what they have contributed culturally or what they have contributed? Because honestly, I would say even amongst fighting Pan-Africanist, Pan-Africanist speaking, right? Even when you're talking about fighting global anti-Blackness and global white supremacy, I would say that most Black Americans have always been at the forefront of the fight. So in spite of them being at the forefront of the fight, in spite of how much positive they have contributed to the global African diaspora, there's the way the negativity, the way that sort of negative stereotype has across the globe, it's sort of like it makes it, I don't know where I'm going with it. It's sort of like, again, I think it's just, I truly understand where their sentiment is coming from. I get where the resentment is coming from, because again, this has been boiling. And I talk to a lot of my friends, and I talk to other African Americans who are from other parts of the country, and that sentiment has been boiling of they don't fuck with us, they don't want nothing to do with us, they don't want to associate with us, they think that we're this, they think that we're that. So F y'all, screw y'all, go y'all wanted to vote for, like even here in the US, like a lot of African immigrants voted for Trump. Like, let's keep it a buck. Like, if we look at the demographics of Black demographics and you split them up, a lot of immigrants, a lot of Latinos voted for Trump. A lot of, because oftentimes they thought that would not apply to them. That's going to apply to the Black Americans, or that's going to apply to the illegal immigrants, or the illegal immigrants who commit crimes. And it's always never me. And I think that's sort of like sentiment, like Black America, because Black Americans has always been deeply in tune with American politics, that has sort of created so much resentment, where a lot of Black Americans towards not just Black immigrants, but just Latinos in general, they're sort of like F you, I don't care no more. I'm no longer fighting this fight. I am tapping out. And I think, again, xenophobia is very bad, and it's nothing but destructive, specifically to Black people. Like, divisions amongst us will destroy us, because we all suffer globally. Like, this is a global, this is like, we're all suffering. We're all under this white supremacist system where we are all at the bottom. But again, the sentiment there, I don't know. Yeah, but
Thomas, you've been amazing. Thank you
so
so much. Because that was perfect.
Yes.
That was perfect. And that's a lesson to L, because that is how you speak about the situation without being disrespectful and giving us great perspective. Thomas, I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
You're amazing.
Thank
Elle,
you.
learn something from Thomas.
Thank you. Have a nice day, ladies.
Take care,
Thank
sweetheart.
you.
That is how you give the counter conversation. L.
Oh, exactly. And perfectly put, and also really shows the whole thing of we need to collectively get on code.
Yeah.
Not from one side, it's a collective getting on code that we cannot be bowing down to white supremacy in any which way, because that is scarcity as well. That is a scarcity mindset to go into a country as an immigrant and be the acceptable immigrant. That's a real phenomenon that they push and taught people throughout colonialized nations, that if you are able to make it into the West, you become the acceptable immigrant when you're there.
And to be fair, Deja was trying to say that too. She was trying to say that. Not everyone can always articulate it in the same way, but she was actually saying that without giving us enough context as to what it was. I got that. I get that.
No, it's the quietness. It's like
it's the
that's
quiet.
not
It's not
true.
true.
It's
That
not,
part's not true. Yeah.
They're still steeped in a stereotype of the docile African is why they
that's not
sit with us, and it's like that's not it.
That's
it's not
not
it. It's what is mirrored and is pushed, and then within the whole immigrant framework, you then also have the super heralded immigrant is Chinese people, and Asians, and what gets afforded to them, and it's like we have a whole hierarchy that people will jump through to escape poverty.
Yeah,
and can we look at that and actually be like, that's fuckeries that they're doing this to? Not we're all out here fighting each other for the crumbs that they give. That we're like, fuck you guys.
Yeah. Lil Rock, thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, that's enough now. It's 5:22. We have been on since 12. That's enough.
This is the longest.
We're going to get in trouble. We were supposed to go out. We can no longer go out because we're going to be late. We were supposed to go out, and we stay there talking to y'all. But thank you so much. To be fair, I don't know if I have any more nonsense just to round it off. That was the Lion Hotel. What's the name?
Hang on, let me just go through all of the people that gave us money to inspire other people to look at your age mates and to think about that us two aunties have been online for 5 hours talking to you guys. All right, Strike 22 gave us £10. Woo! Andrew gave us €10. Thank you, Andrew. We have Rianne, and she gave us £10. Strike 22 came back again and gave us another £5. Fire from the Sun, who is my sister, she gave us £5. Strike 22 came back again and gave us another £5. Thank you so much. Kevin came through and gave us £5 as well. Maya came through and gave us $4.99. Thank you so much. Kevin came back again and gave us £2. Sasha gave us $19.99. Thank you so much. Kevin came back again and gave us £5 more. We have a new member who joined us. Princess is with us as well. Mad Gimme came through and gave us 25 NOK. Little Rock gifted a membership. And then we have another $5 super sticker from Princess. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. We love you so much. Y'all amazing. Look at me. Now I'm going to keep doing it.
There's more. Thank you.
Thank you
so much. $19.99.
Listen, you missed the show, girl. You got a lot to watch back. You're going to love it.
I will add chapters to this. I will break it down.
This was a doozy. And to be fair, thank you to everyone that joined the stage. Thank you first and foremost to our guest, Deja. It's not easy coming in. She fought her good fight for America. It's like
she did. She stood
we don't have to agree
on it. Yeah. She stood on what she was saying, and it's just also illuminating.
Yeah.
And I hope there are other points that she would take as I will take as well. To be like, okay, it's complicated, and we have a lot more work to do. Is what I've got from today. All right, we got a lot more work to do.
There's lots more work.
Way more conversations. We can't let this divide keep on going till it turns to we're fighting each other, because that's where it goes. And it goes to people fighting each other, and it's like, we got to stop that shit. So we got Deja.
Madam Princess, yes, we do. Not today, because I need to go about my business, but definitely from Nigerian Americans living in America, from everybody living elsewhere, wherever you are. It's not just an American-British conversation. Wherever you are, Black around the world, let's talk about it. Let's get into what it's like living in Sweden, what it's like living in Germany, what it's like living in Australia. Let's have the global conversation, because the more Blacks keep talking, the more powerful we get. So that's important. I was going to say something, I totally forgot.
Oh, so, yes. Wow. Alexandra said, I was here for the whole thing. What a time. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please don't beef in the comments. Thank you, PH Diva. Thank you, Uncle Ro. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much for everyone that contributed to the conversation. Thank you, Strike 22. You jumped. First time we're hearing your voice after all this chatting the conversation. We heard your voice for the first time. Well, I've heard. I don't know if you've spoken anywhere else.
No, for real. Yeah. Actually, we've been out here talking with Strike for a little while. Yeah. Ronald is asking Nana any new music for me to overanalyze. Okai will be back with his tunes tomorrow.
Yes.
We told him to not do weekends because he was beginning to just be in his room. He's only 30. Like, we need him to be out and about.
Yeah. We need him to get the sunshine and touch grass, please.
Yes. Internet Family, actually, he's going to be in a music video. He did a music video yesterday for Bakar. Have you heard of this artist?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Bakar, apparently the kids know him. But yeah, he got casted for a music video, so he's doing well.
Oh, cute. Thank you. Thank you. Well done, nephew. I'm all confused. Thank you for the great discussions, as Miss Enias, Mimi. Thanks for joining us. Mad Jimmy from Norway here. Yes, Mad Jimmy. Let's get into the chat, man. Next time. Next time, Madam. Where you are? Our new member, Madam Princess. Definitely, we'll talk about it next time.
I will drop the link to join the membership as well for you, Madam, if you want to join us on WhatsApp.
Yeah, we did miss Auntie Farrah. Auntie Farrah was able to provide a Caribbean experience.
She would have loved this convo. She may also have gone more irate than me because Farrah usually blows before I do.
I think Bardi Gang said, "Oh, miss," and then Bardi also said he loves your perspective, Nana. You're good. You got the Pan-Africanism conversation down pat. I love it. Well, this is us. This is the three that. Well, Farrah wasn't here. This is the yin and the yang and the yang and the yin of us aunties. You figure it out.
I wish she was. She would have loved this one.
She would have loved this one. She did want to do it. So, guys, there's one more thing. When there's this, I just thought I'd share this. It's not just humans that get jealous.
Who else gets jealous?
तन में सुइया सुइया सी सुइया सुइया सी अब तो लगी चुप
It's the roll down.
तन में सुइया सुइया सी सुइया सुइया सी अब तो लगी
चुप beef in the gorilla street.
Listen, don't touch some next one in front of me, you know. Yes, the fuck around and find out. The FAFO.
Yeah. Thing is, if you guys now see, I'm gonna be putting that in comments. I've learned something new. I'm gonna start writing that out there. Fuck around and find out.
Oh, yeah, man. All right, my darlings. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful Sunday. Yes, we will do another music show, Ronald. Don't know when. We'll try and do it monthly. I don't want you lot to get bored and we'll run out of songs. So we'll do it. And we are going to have a time limit. So you've got to get your requests in. But I will do it, let's say monthly for now.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. But so when are we due now? It'll be in like 2 weeks' time. We've had a week. Let us know when there's a guest next. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We will. Oh, if you guys see anybody that you think you guys, they should come on. Like DM us, DM them, tell them like to get in contact as well. Because it's good to have other people on to discuss things with.
It's good because it's opening up our minds as well. We're open to it. All right, guys, go and enjoy your Sundays. Go eat food. Go rest. Bye.
Bye. Somebody said miss our fab.
I mean, I'd have